Chapter 221 Ultimate Miner. When Li Qing came out of the Palm universe again, it was already the time when the super auction was about to start, only one day later. As soon as he came out, he immediately received 6 reminders, 3 from the official 003, and the other 3 from the human embassy. He started urging him 2 days ago, and 3 reminders a day. After reading the news, Li Qing replied one each, and soon both sides responded, asking him to prepare for the super auction, and giving him the location of the venue and the location of the seat. Li Qing tidied up briefly, and then set off with Cybertron, the negative star. Leave the room and take the aircraft directly from the top floor of the hotel to one of the super tall buildings in this commercial center. On the road, you can see many luxury aircraft heading towards the target direction. The aircraft automatically drives, automatically queues up in front of the super high-rise building, drives into the middle of this high-rise building that covers an area of several hundred square kilometers and is as high as thousands of floors, enters the center of the super building along a passage, and can see a line in the middle of the building. The channel flew down. The speed of the aircraft was not slow, and it didn't take long for Li Qing to descend to the bottom of this super building, and then went deeper. Obviously, the venue of this super auction is not at the surface level, but deep underground. Aircraft lined up and continued down the thick all-metal passage. Li Qing closed his eyes and rested his mind, but Cybertron looked out energetically, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. After a while, Li Qing suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside suspiciously. This hollow passage with a diameter of hundreds of meters is surrounded by a thick metal inner wall. Except for some complicated lines, nothing can be seen on it. On the advertising screen, he glanced back at Cybertron, the negative star, and he asked doubts in his heart. Did you find something? Star negative Cybertron was silent for a moment, nodded and said. I dare not say it for the time being, but I do feel a very familiar place on this planet, as if. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't be sure for a moment. After hesitating for a while, he finally didn't say anything. I'm not sure yet. Li Qing smiled and said. Then don't worry, you'll have to participate in the super auction later, and you'll have plenty of time to watch it. If you don't have enough time, let's go around the planet after the auction is over. Cybertron nodded, but did not speak. A minute and a half later, the passageway that had traveled for an unknown distance finally came to an end, and when it came to a crossroad, the aircraft flew straight to one of the directions. This time the passage was not too long, and it only took less than half a minute to reach the end. After rushing out of the passage, a huge underground world appeared. It was still a very prosperous underground city, and it was more and more like the Cybertron world. What surprised Li Qing was that compared to the architectural styles on the surface of the planet, which blended with a large number of foreign architectural styles, there are also styles that conform to human aesthetics. The architectural style of the underground layer is more obvious. What does this intelligent robot named 003 have to do with humans? A small doubt rose in his heart, but no one could solve it for him. With this trace of doubt, the aircraft came to a super building in the underground world that supported the sky and descended to the ground, and burrowed into it. This time, there is no need to burrow into the ground as before. The aircraft stopped directly on a platform. The two walked out of the aircraft and saw that many aircraft stopped. On the other side of the platform, a large number of waiters from different races stepped forward to greet them. Li Qing was greeted by a delicate-looking young lady in a blue dress. She stepped forward to salute him with a smile on her face, and said, "Welcome, distinguished guests, please follow me." Li Qing glanced at her quite unexpectedly, and found that she turned out to be a human player. He immediately asked curiously, "Are there many human players like you here? Are you born and raised here or immigrated?" Miss immediately replied sweetly, "I'm not a local, I'm the head of the Department of Haichuan Trading Group stationed in 003 Mechanical City Planet, and I took the initiative to sign up to participate in the welcome service." So it is. Li Qing nodded, followed the lady in the dress into the building, and while walking, the lady in the dress explained some precautions for the super auction to them again. Unknowingly, the 3 of them came to the venue, and saw individual positions in the huge venue at a glance. The venue of this super auction is no different from a normal auction, and there are no boxes, all of which are open-air seats, but this seat is exquisite. The seats are like huge pillars, or wooden stakes, about 3 meters in diameter. The top of the pillars is concave space. These thick pillars are of different heights and surround the central auction platform. From a distance, this auction house looks like countless metal pillars standing in a grand canyon, surrounding the largest wooden pile in the center. From the outside, this thing looks weird, but when the young lady led him to their place, after entering the inside, the young lady taught him how to operate it a few times, and he could see that the transparent light curtain on the top floor quickly transformed into the real roof. Not only can't see the outside, but even the spiritual energy is shielded. He tried to use his powerful psychic will to sense the outside. Although he couldn't completely shield it, his will couldn't extend very far after passing through the light curtain and the surrounding metal walls. Good guy, it's too extravagant. In the universe, there are many substances that can isolate spiritual energy and strong will, but they are all very expensive. They are all ultra-rare substances that are not inferior to star diamonds, and some ultra-rare materials are even more expensive than star diamonds. For a mere auction, so many locations are all those structures, and the spiritual energy isolation materials needed may reach the level of 1/3 of the more than 30 million star diamonds that were scooped up before. Looking at the wall in front of him, Li Qing's eyes flickered, and he resisted the idea of putting it into the casting furnace of light for analysis. As people continued to enter the arena, including humans and other alien races, seats were activated one by one, and he saw that the light curtain on the top of a seat transformed into other elements, which also blocked his gaze. The beautiful young lady in uniform did not leave, and stood at the door after sending them in, which seemed to mean serving at any time. Li Qing closed the door, opened the auction's built-in network, and began to check what was auctioned in the legendary 5-year super auction. The light curtain popped up, and the first page, line by line, was presented in front of him. After a quick scan, he was surprised to find that there were far fewer items in the catalog than he had imagined. He remembered the few auctions he had participated in before. Except for the finale, there were 50 or 60 items, and there were 70 or 80 regular items. But here, there were only 20 regular items, and only 4 finale items. The term, King of the Finale, or the last of the 4 finale is the so-called King of the Finale. But just looking at the first lot, he knew why there were so few lots in this 5-year super auction. The first lot, the mother chip of the T-slot weapon Doomsday Light. Li Qing rubbed his chin, and immediately felt the force of this super auction coming up. Let's look at the second lot, the high-level relic, the Huntress Ephelina's blade, a silver sharp blade that continuously emits circles of transparent fluctuations. The effect is that after equipped, all fleets under your command will get plus 25% energy shield damage modifier. It seems that the increase is not much, but there is no equipment limit for things like relics, and the effect affects all fleets under the command, so there is no limit to the increase. The third lot, a complete set of mother chips for all weapon accessories below the flagship, does not include the mother chip of warships, but only the mother chips of weapons and various accessories, and all of them are 5th generation technology. This made Li Qing speechless for a while. I didn't see it until I finished my promotion. The fourth lot was packaged and sold with a population of 240 billion foreign civilizations. Li Qing looked at it and said in the introduction that this is a third-level civilization that occupies hundreds of galaxies, has 4 living planets and more than a dozen transformed planets. After the more powerful civilization was defeated, all remaining species of the entire civilization were packaged and sold. The advantage is that it used to be a third-level civilization, and its concepts and insights can keep up with the mainstream of the interstellar world. After buying it, it only needs a little adjustment to be useful. The disadvantage is that it is a third-level civilization after all, and not long after it was defeated, its wildness has not disappeared, and it still wants to restore the country, so how to subdue it is a problem. I'm going to die. These are all good things. Li Qing looked down one by one, and found that even the regular auction items here were good things that he could use immediately. It felt like a bear fell into the kingdom of bees, and there were cloyingly sweet honey everywhere. He felt that except for a very small number of overlapped items among the 20 lots, he could get the rest, and most of them were good things that could be used immediately. Nice, this time is the right time. But I regretted why I didn't get more ore to convert into refined steel, so I would be more confident. Turning to the end in one breath, Li Qing was about to look at the finale, but found that he couldn't check it. He knocked on the door and asked the lady at the door. Why can't I see this finale lot? Do I need permission? Miss Sister nodded and said, it is indeed related to permissions. You should be participating for the first time, so you can't view it. You can see one finale in advance when you check it next time. After that, you can watch one more for each additional session. Until the 4th time, you can see all of them. Finale. All right. There was nothing to say. Li Qingdao thanked him and returned, and didn't bother with the finale auction. Anyway, he would know what it would be after the regular auction. In fact, the 20 regular auction items he saw now have exceeded his expectations, and they are all surprises. If he can get more than 5 of these 20 regular auction items, it is already worth the ticket price. As for the finale of the 4 pieces, to be honest, he didn't pay much attention to them. With his current capital, he didn't know if he could grab one. It's best if you can grab one, and it's okay if you can't. Anyway, this thing is held every 5 years, so come back after 5 years. The next step is to waiting for other people who participated in this auction to enter the venue one after another. There are only 500 seats in this venue. Even such a super high entry condition cannot stop the yearners, and it is already full at this time. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Li Qing suddenly felt his eyes light up. Through the transparent window in front of him, he could see a tall male human figure rising slowly from the central platform. After reaching the platform, he saluted in a circle, said in a magnetic voice. Welcome everyone to participate in the 5-year super auction of 003 Mechanical City. I am the host Jigwang. Although he spoke human language, everyone present could understand it, because he was a powerful psychic. Through the unique psychic resonance method of psychers, all species present could easily understand even if they could not understand human language. Listen clearly. In the sea of stars, there is no such thing as a common language, and the languages of different species are different. Different civilizations want to communicate, either translate each other's language, or find a language expert to learn each other's language, or use psychers to communicate. The psychic resonance of psychers is the most common way of communication in the universe, no matter what civilization it is. Quote. There are 20 regular lots in this auction, and 4 finale pieces. Now we will introduce the first lot. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly a circular beam of light turned into a beam of light from the dome of the platform where the auctioneer was located, and a light rain fell, and a chip made of crystal slowly emerged in the beam of light. The first lot comes from AT Slot Doomsday Weapon Master chip researched by a level 4 civilization. The starting price is 300 billion cubic meters of refined steel, and the price increases no less than 1 billion cubic meters of refined steel. The auction is now open. Tisk tisk. 300 billion cubic meters of refined steel, worth about 117 trillion yuan, the value of the first lot exceeded the entry threshold. Li Qing couldn't help but click his tongue, looked around eagerly, entered a number on the bidder in front of him, uploaded it, and the auctioneer immediately said, Customer number 155 bid for 350 billion cubic meters of refined steel. Immediately change the words in the next second. Customer number 46 bid for 360 billion cubic meters of refined steel. Customer number 86 bid for 370 billion cubic meters of refined steel. Customer number 129 bid for 400 billion cubic meters of refined steel. The venue was extremely quiet, only the auctioneer's clear, concise and powerful quotations sounded, and everyone could hear them clearly. In just a short while, the price rose alternately to 500 billion cubic meters of refined steel, which would be 195 trillion star dollars when converted into the currency of the United Empire of Mankind. As with all auctions, bidding slows down when the price reaches a certain point. But Li Qing directly filled in a bid of 600 billion cubic meters of refined steel and passed it on, immediately dumbfounding everyone. After a while, someone tried to bid 610 billion square meters. He directly filled in a price of 700 billion square meters. Li Qing sat in the room with his legs crossed, looking outside with a smile on his face. In terms of money, he really can't compare to those big consortiums, but in terms of mining, it's not his bragging rights. No one in the United Human Empire can match him. As the ultimate miner who does not need to refine ore, he is really not afraid of anyone in the mine competition. Anyway, no matter who bids, he will directly add 100 billion square meters. After adding up to 800 billion square meters in one go, no one bid anymore. After 3 inquiries, the auctioneer didn't delay, and simply announced that he had bought the mother chip. Chapter 222 An intense and exciting auction. The auctioneer from the 003 neutral force acted like a robot, very straightforward, and only waited for a minute or so before starting the auction of the second lot. The second item in this auction is the high-level relic, the blade of Huntress I Felina. This object comes from the treasure of the Hunter family of the ancient civilization of the Milky Way. It is said that it is held by the 1954th generation female head of the Hunter family. Treasure, once used this treasure to hunt and kill a giant starry sky beast. Relic effect. Holding this treasure, all ships under your command will receive an additional modifier of plus 25% shield damage. After a pause, he slowly announced the price of the treasure. The starting price of this item is 200 billion cubic meters of refined steel, and each increase should not be less than 1 billion cubic meters of refined steel. Please bid now. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately bid 220 billion square meters. The next second someone raised the price by 10 billion cubic meters. Immediately afterwards, another bid was made, and the price climbed rapidly, and the rising speed was even higher than the mother chip of the last Doomsday Light, and soon reached 400 billion square meters. Li Qing was not in a hurry, and watched with great interest the bids from bigwigs from different races. Affected by the room insulation materials, he did not know who was in these rooms, or what race they were, but he could be sure that all of them are big figures from various races, and it might not be surprising that there is a military lord sitting in any room, or even a Star Sea Lord. This relic, Li Qing was a little interested, but not very interested. He set an expected price for himself, and if it exceeded the expected price, he would not shoot. Although it is said that the auction items here are all good things and can be used by himself, it is impossible for him to take all of them by himself. So many bigwigs from different races come rushing to this 5-year super auction, and you have to buy everything by yourself, which will definitely make everyone unhappy. Although auctions have always been for the highest bidder, eating alone will definitely cause dissatisfaction. Besides, you ate alone, and all the treasures are on you alone, so it is hard to guarantee that no one will think about it. Although this auction will guarantee the personal safety of the guests, it is only within the 003 galaxy, and there is no guarantee if they leave the galaxy. All the people present are big bosses. Maybe there will be some special means to track them. He dare not take that risk. So Li Qing's idea is to only buy a small part, only the few treasures that are extremely critical to him and urgently needed, and the rest can only be discarded, and we can wait for the next auction. Anyway, every 5 years, the price of the relics rose rapidly alternately, and after about 10 minutes, it had risen to 1,060 billion cubic meters, which had exceeded his psychological base price of 700 billion cubic meters. Didn't wait too long, and about 5 minutes later, after a guest of an unknown race in a certain room bid for 1.25 billion cubic meters of refined steel, no one bid any more, and the final price was equivalent to 487 trillion stars. Immediately after the third lot, a set of mother chips for all weapon accessories below the flagship, excluding battleships, a full set of 5th generation technology. Before the exchange, he must have won it with all his strength, but unfortunately he already had it, so he could only watch others bid. 10 minutes later, it was won by an unknown customer at a price of 14,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. Then there is the fourth lot, which is sold in packages of 240 billion foreign civilizations. The auctioneer projected this race in front of everyone, showing and introducing its advantages at 360 degrees. This is a humanoid race, which should have evolved from some kind of bird. It has wings on its back and can fly on its own. There are still tiny feathers in the back of the hair, and a cluster of large feathers like a crown on the top of the head, which looks like a beautiful decoration. The hands and feet have also evolved from the rigid fingers of birds to flexible hands and feet. There are 3 fingers that are extremely flexible and can manipulate complex weapons or instruments. It's pretty good purely in terms of evolution, but considering the situation of his territory, Li Qing finally gave up his plan to buy it. I bought 34 billion Tauran coolies plus cannon fodder before, and the territory itself already has about 37 billion orb people, plus more than 20 billion cyberhumans. The population has exceeded 90 billion, which is already a lot. Now the main race of the territory itself is out of balance, and with 240 billion alien races, the proportion of the main human race will be further reduced. Besides this, the most important reason is that there is nothing outstanding about this Birdman race. In terms of combat power, it is not as good as the Tauran. Although they can fly, the advantage of being able to fly in the interstellar era is far less important than in ancient times. In terms of wisdom, both orbs and humans can use it. In terms of appearance, not to mention humans, Tauran are more pleasing to the eye than birdmen. They are just birdmen, not angels. So, after thinking about it, Li Qing gave up buying. Not long after, when it was the turn of the 5th lot, Li Qing cheered up immediately. For an ancient relic box, 100 billion cubic meters of refined steel will be auctioned, and the price increase will not be less than 1 billion cubic meters each time. I want this. Li Qing directly offered a double price of 200 billion square meters, which immediately caused the windows of several rooms to fall, and several vague figures looked over. Boxes are purely based on looks. Although ancient relic level boxes generally don't have a bad guarantee, the possibility of getting top quality items is not high. Therefore, after another bid, he directly reached the price of 300 billion square meters. No one bids. The next one is a total of 10 million units of dark matter, with a starting price of 500 billion cubic meters. According to the price comparison, it is equivalent to about 20 million star dollars per unit of dark matter, which is worthy of being an ultra-rare resource. General military masters can't get this thing. Generally, only advanced civilizations that have mastered high-level energy can collect it, or some ordinary 6th-level lords can find a way to collect a small amount. This thing is of no use to ordinary military masters, because they cannot use it. It is only useful to those Star Sea Lords who try to study and master high-level dark matter energy, because many researches related to high-level energy need to consume dark matter. This is quite tasteless to Li Qing. At this stage, he doesn't even have the military master's technology, so there is no need to think about getting any dark matter. Besides, there is a high probability that the competition for this thing on the spot is the Star Sea Lord, or the top military lord. Why is he a little lord to join in the fun? So, he sat and watched them bid back and forth, rising steadily, and the price soon exceeded 1 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and continued to rise. It wasn't until half an hour later that the dust settled. A guest of an unknown race bid 1.6 trillion cubic meters of refined steel to win the 10 million units of dark matter. Next is the 7th lot, an unknown star beast egg from ancient ruins, with a starting price of 1,000 billion cubic meters of refined steel. Next is the 8th lot, with a starting price of 800 billion cubic meters of refined steel. Next is the 9th lot, the starting price is 1.2 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. It can be clearly seen that the value of the auction price is getting higher and higher as you go further, and the increasing rate is getting more and more exaggerated. I soon saw that a certain lot was a living planet. It turned out to be a 3-type living planet. After the transformation, the livability has been greatly improved, and it has been developed. At the northernmost tip of the arm, in a powerful civilization territory called Ferosa Federation. This civilization called the Ferosa Consortium is located in the 11th star field of the Perseus spiral arm, the Tianju star field. Its territory covers the entire Tianju star field and accounts for half of the 12th star field Asuna star field. This planet of life is located in the northern part of the 12th star field Asuna star field. Anyone who takes a picture of this living planet will also be eligible to join the Ferosa Federation and become a member of its noble senate. When a civilization is suffixed with a union, it generally means that this civilization is composed of multiple species, not a single species. For example, the Shatta tribal union originally consisted of 8 civilizations. Bruven United is composed of more than a dozen different civilizations. Well, except for the United Empire of Humans, but although there are no other species, there is a coalition government composed of a large number of large and small warlords. And the United Empire of Mankind belongs to the player civilization, and cannot form a joint civilization with other civilizations. Next, the auction continued, and one after another the incomparably precious treasures were put up for auction. Li Qing was dazzled by the sight, but he didn't bid on most of the unimportant items. But there are too many good things. Although I have repeatedly said in my heart that I have to hold back, when some good things are photographed, he still can't help it. For example, the 15th lot is a super Rubik's Cube of order 108. It is called the mysterious Rubik's Cube, which has been spread among the various tribes in the galaxy. The mother star of the super civilization that dominated the entire galaxy, and inherited all the legacy of the super civilization that dominated the entire galaxy. According to the auctioneer, this thing appeared more than 1 million years ago, and has experienced hundreds of owners, but no one can unlock its secret. Normally, this thing is enough to be the finale, but the reason why it is not the finale is that this thing is too old, and no one has ever been able to unlock its secrets. In addition, the legend is just a legend, and it cannot be confirmed to be true, which leads to its value. Cannot confirm. If the legend is true, the value of this thing is higher than the value of all the items in the entire auction combined. But if the legend is false, it would be a scam. The key point is that no one has been able to solve the secret for more than 1 million years. Its previous owners are all big figures such as Star Marine Lord or Star Sea Lord. This has caused everyone to put a big question mark on the authenticity of this thing. The starting price was only 5 trillion cubic meters. After Li Qing increased the price to 8 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, no one raised the price, and he easily won it. Moz, who is this, so rich? Hundreds of people competed for a mere dozen or so lots, and he took 4 by himself. No matter how low-key he wanted to be, he couldn't keep a low profile. If it weren't for the fact that all the people who can participate in this super auction are bigwigs of various races, and there are many Shanghai lords among them, if it were an ordinary auction, a bunch of people would definitely come to check Li Qing's identity. The 16th lot, another high-end treasure. The 17th lot, a special token, which can communicate with an immortal existence in the void, ask him to make 3 shots. The 18th lot, a talent package composed of 585 purple names plus 28 orange names plus 2 gold names of alien geniuses, including scientists, naval commanders, army generals, and administrative-related talents. Here, Li Qing gritted his teeth and endured it for a long time, but in the end he couldn't hold back and offered a first-hand price. No way, talent is rare, the time span for those newborns in the super livable zone to grow up is too long, at least 20 years or more, it can't wait that long. The starting price of this thing is 5 trillion yuan, but there are very few bidders. There are only 2 people who bid, and it is still 10 billion plus. Li Qing paid 6 trillion yuan, but no one bids again. It is a small mistake. It is estimated that everyone knows that he is rich, and the bid is fierce, but this thing is only useful for new lords like him. 8 orange names have some value. But it is a pity that the naval commander they need most is not among the 2 gold names, and this value has been discounted. In addition, these are all alien races, and the value has been discounted. There is no need to question why the dignified golden name is worthless to these bosses. Generally speaking, even a scientist with such a golden name is very valuable, especially the golden named naval commander, who is talented and skilled. Its value will be higher. The key point is that they cannot guarantee the absolute loyalty of their subordinates, and they are not like Li Qing who can be turned into a servant of light to guarantee absolute loyalty. For example, Jin Ming's naval commander is so talented, if he is allowed to lead a huge army for a long time, such as 100 years, 200 years, what will happen? Humans cannot marry with these alien races, not to mention the huge difference in appearance. Reproductive isolation alone determines that marriage cannot be used to guarantee loyalty. If loyalty cannot be guaranteed, and you have to be careful, who dares to put military power in their hands with confidence? You must know that any rules are learned through lessons, and it is not that there have been rebellions before, so only small lords like Li Qing dare to use these foreign talents, and the real military leader is cultivated by himself talent. To be honest, if it weren't for the 2 gold names and the 28 orange names, this batch of talent packages wouldn't be worth the price at all. He bought it entirely on the basis that the 2 gold names could be converted into negative stars. If there were no 2 gold names, he would not bid at all. What was the purchase of those Hull people from the Thunder Cloud team, and they also had 2 gold names, so how much did it cost? But from this we can see the importance of the platform. If the Lion team is eligible to participate in this super auction, the original wave will be dead. Next is the 19th lot, a standard division fleet from a powerful civilization in the galaxy, including 2 Titan super flagships, 2 super aircraft carriers, 15 dreadnoughts, 10 flagship aircraft carriers, 10,000 battleships, 30,000 cruisers, 50,000 destroyers, 200,000 frigates, 100,000 logistics ships. For all 6-level technologies of the fleet, but not dark matter or other high-level energy, the starting price is 30 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. Ooh, the starting price alone exceeds the sum of the top 10 lots. Chapter 223 An eye-opening outrageous auction. Li Qing, who had been prepared for a long time, entered a price immediately after hearing the starting price and pressed the button, and the calm and clear voice of the auctioneer immediately came from outside. Customer number 155 bid 60 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. At the same time, more than 100 hands of different shapes in the room froze, and they all opened the room windows to look at room 155 almost at the same time. According to countless peeping eyes, Li Qing directly closed the window. Anyway, apart from other things, this must be bought first, and it is also one of his must-buy items. But there is one thing to say, the price is really outrageous, such a high price is not the finale. According to the prices seen on those merchant websites, in fact, the normal price of this division level fleet is only about 34 trillion square meters of refined steel. He directly doubled it, dispelling the thoughts of many people on the spot. However, there are also quite a few strong ones who continue to bid, but each time the bid is not too much, 1 trillion and 1 trillion plus. Li Qing didn't get used to them, and directly added 10 trillion square meters at a time, and every time the price increase silenced a lot of voices. When he added to 80 trillion cubic meters, only 4 people were still raising prices. When he added to 90 trillion cubic meters, only 1 person was still raising the price. When he raised the price to 100 trillion square meters in one go and said that this was the last price increase, no one bid again. There must be some people who are unwilling to pay the price deliberately, but this item is too important to him, even if it costs more than 3 times the price, he has to buy it. Of course, the most important thing is that he has no shortage of mines. If there is no unlimited mines, he will definitely not be so willing. 30 seconds later, the auctioneer simply announced that he would be the bidder for this division-level fleet. Oh yeah, Li Qing waved his hand excitedly, eager to receive it immediately. It is stated in the pre-auction materials that this division-class fleet has already been transported to this galaxy, and has been officially verified by the auction that all warships have no problems. Now the auction house is keeping them, and they can receive them after the auction is over. It is worth mentioning that this division-level fleet is just a pure fleet and does not include crew members. 003 Neutral Galaxy has a storage business. If there is no crew for the time being, you can store the fleet here first, and then leave when you are ready. Very good. 5 pieces have been taken. Li Qing rubbed his chin and sat down again. However, he didn't sit for long, and when he heard the auctioneer say that the 20th regular lot was worth 5,000 civilization points, he stood up again. In the market of the United Empire of Mankind, the price of 1 civilization point is 10 trillion, and 5,000 points is 50,000 trillion, which is 5 billion, 5 trillion. Replaced with refined steel, it is 128 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. The starting price is 150 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and each price increase is not less than 1 trillion. Li Qing's first bid, 160 trillion. Don't dare to sell too much, it's too expensive. Although there are quite a lot of refinements left, I don't dare to make random ones. I have to save some to see what will be the finale later. For finale, no matter what, I have to get one. But even though he verbally said not to be too aggressive, he never hesitated every time he made a bid. As long as someone bids, he would bid 10 times, and quickly push the price to 220 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, directly leaving others speechless up. There is not much turmoil. No one wants to fight with him when he is sure to win. In the end, it took 230 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, equivalent to 89,700 trillion star dollars, or 8.97 trillion star dollars to win the 5,000 civilization points. So far, he has taken a total of 6 lots. The first piece is AT slot Doomsday Light Weapon Mother Chip, which took 800 billion cubic meters of refined steel. The second piece is an ancient relic level box, which took 300 billion cubic meters of refined steel. The third piece is a 108 order mysterious Rubik's Cube, which took 10 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. The fourth piece is a talent package with 2 gold names, 28 orange names, and 585 purple names, which cost 6 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. The fifth piece is a standard division-level fleet equipped with 6 generations of technology, including 2 Titan super flags and 2 super aircraft carriers, 15 dreadnoughts and 10 flagship aircraft carriers, 10,000 battleships, 30,000 cruisers, 50,000 destroyers, 200,000 frigates, and 100,000 logistics ships spent 100 trillion square meters of refined steel. The sixth piece is a full 5,000 points of civilization, spent 230 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. A total of 347.1 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. The refined steel stored in his hand is worth 78 trillion star yuan. According to the market price of 390 star yuan per side, a total of 2,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel has been used, and 347.1 trillion cubic meters have been used, leaving 1,652.9 trillion cubic meters. Should be able to grab one. To be honest, he didn't know very well, because the price of the last 2 pieces was too outrageous. There were so many auctions before, and he found that many of them had not been bid at all in the previous 20 regular auctions. Perhaps there must be some spectators inside, but there must be those who come for the finale, and those are the competitors. The routine auction of 20 pieces ended, and we waited for about half an hour for everyone to rest or prepare. Half an hour later, Li Qing received a finale list from the auction house. When he saw the first finale, he was stunned. Living. I was really stunned. As a hacker, it's really unreasonable to always be surprised and dazed, but these finale pieces are indeed a bit outrageous. The first finale. A complete dark matter reactor that has been unlocked. What does it mean? Normally speaking, if you want to master high-level energy and promote a real advanced civilization, you must fully master a kind of high-level energy. The most common and strongest is dark matter. But how to grasp this dark matter? Generally speaking, there are two methods. One method is to study dark matter by yourself, and the success rate can be imagined. Another method is to obtain dark matter technology by deriving the technology of advanced civilization in reverse, and the best effect is the dark matter reactor. However, the scientific and technological creations of advanced civilizations are basically encrypted, and the encryption methods are very simple and directly linked to dark matter technology. To put it simply, this encryption method is completely based on the mastery of dark matter technology, and it must be mastered to a certain extent to unlock it. Then here comes the problem. If you don't master the dark matter technology, you can't unlock it at all, but if you master the dark matter technology, you don't need to unlock it, which forms a paradox. That is to say, without that technology, it is almost impossible to obtain the mastery of this kind of advanced energy through the research of dark matter technology. At this time, we can see the value of this dark matter reactor that has been unlocked. Of course, it doesn't mean that the dark matter energy can be mastered through this dark matter reactor. It's impossible, but there is that opportunity. Even if it succeeds, it is only a preliminary discovery. Next, there will be a series of extraction and mastery, as well as the design of corresponding dark matter technology weapons, and then application, etc. During this period, each step is a hurdle. But no matter what, this thing provides you with a beginning, and just based on this beginning, it is worthy of a finale position. So the starting price of this thing is directly 1,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and each price increase is no less than 10 trillion cubic meters. Li Qing didn't increase the price this time. Apart from the fact that the price is too expensive, the main reason is that this thing is useless to him now. It's too early to think about high-level energy even if you don't even have a military leader. If you think too much, your brain will easily go bad. Next, he sat firmly on the Daoyutai, watching others bid, starting from 1,000 trillion cubic meters of refined ore, 100 trillion plus, and soon added to 2,000 trillion, he was completely desperate. At the same time, I don't have any expectations for the next finale. The first finale is so expensive, and it's calculated based on the value of the later ones. I'm afraid I won't be able to afford any of them. I made a mistake. I knew earlier that I would collect more ore for conversion, and I would come back after collecting 5 or 6 trillion. But there is no regret medicine in the world, and it was his first time participating. How could he know that the finale was so outrageously expensive? It can only be said that the focus is on participation, and we will wait until the next session. This session, strictly speaking, it was very profitable. At least 6 pieces were shot, and no one had more than him. Then, he looked up to the price to rise again from 2,000 trillion cubic meters, and soon reached 3,000 trillion. However, the enthusiasm is still undiminished. Those who bid at the beginning are still bidding now, and none of them has withdrawn. This made Li Qing feel that there are so many rich people in the world, and they underestimate others. But it's normal to think about it. Although he can transform 2,000 trillion square meters in one wave, how can he be less than the accumulation of thousands or even tens of thousands of years as a military leader or even a Star Sea Lord? If you didn't argue with him before, it was because the price was reached, or they didn't have much demand for those things. Everything pays attention to a price-performance ratio. Unless it is necessary, it must talk about a price-performance ratio. If it exceeds the normal price too much, it must be given up. Money is money, but you can't be stupid. Before a super auction was over, Li Qing could already feel the gap between a small army leader like the Qinghe Li family who had only been established for 300 years and those senior army leaders or lords. To be honest, he suspects that the current cash flow of the entire Qinghe Li family may not be as much as his own. Well, after buying the division fleet of the 6th level technology, Qinghe Li may not be much stronger than him in terms of strength. The premise is that they have no hidden force, such as secretly storing some fleets equipped with 6th level technology for hundreds of years. This is very possible. Although those Star Sea Lords rarely sell fleets with a 6th level technology, they still sell some occasionally, especially when many military leaders are attached to a certain lord, some good stuff. A small army leader like the Qinghe Li family may not have accumulated much, but a veteran army leader like the one that has been established for thousands of years, how can he accumulate a large-scale 6th-tier fleet after so many years? Any force will have a hidden hole card. If you evaluate it based on the apparent strength of others, you can only say that you will die ugly. Leaning on the sofa with arms folded, Li Qing's excitement slowly calmed down as he watched these bigwigs from unknown civilizations and unknown races fight with each other. Although there is something in his hand, but now is not the time to be arrogant. I am still far from the top big men in the galaxy, and I still need to work hard. About 20 minutes later, the price had risen to 4,000 trillion square meters, and the bidding speed began to slow down, and 2 of the initial bidders had been eliminated. Li Qing knew that the winner was about to be decided. As he expected, when the price reached 4,000 trillion cubic meters, the bidding speed became slower and slower. 10 minutes later, when an unknown being in an unremarkable room bid for 4,300 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, no one bid anymore. 3 inquiries, the auction host announced the end of the auction. Terrible. Li Qing folded his hands and lay back. He was about to watch the next few finale pieces, so he glanced at the table. After the first finale was filmed, the second finale could already be seen. It clearly said, the second finale, the fearless flagship mother chip, the starting price is 500 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. Quote ? Li Qing jumped up like a bullet and approached the table, with a strange expression on his face for a while. Nima, what should I do? I really want it. There is only 1,652.9 trillion cubic meters of refined steel left, and I don't know if it is enough. Li Qing was speechless, feeling his head hurt. However, the Dreadnought Mother chip appeared in the finale, which means that there will definitely be no battleship mother chip. No matter how high the value of the battleship is, it is impossible to surpass the mother chip of the Dreadnought. It is impossible to put the mother chip of the battleship on the next finale. Sure enough, things in the world cannot be completely satisfactory. Although a lot of good things were obtained at this auction, the most desired thing is still missing. A minute later, when the auctioneer called out the auction to start, he was about to bid, when he heard a series of quotations in his ears. He raised his head speechlessly, and the price jumped to 1,100 trillion square meters in just 10 seconds, and continues to rise at a rapid rate. Nima. He spread his hands, unable to lie down on the sofa. According to this rate of increase, basically there is no need to expect to be able to buy it. Although the starting price is only 500 trillion yuan, which is lower than the 1,000 trillion yuan of the last finale, he feels that the final transaction price will most likely exceed the first finale. After all, the first finale needs only the top star Sea Lord, and this Dreadnought Mother chip is what all military lords want, no matter humans or other races. Li Qing is also quite strange. Who sells such a good thing? No surprises, in less than 2 minutes, the price has already exceeded 2,000 trillion square meters of refined steel. Li Qing completely gave up and lay back. According to this rate of increase, even if the 5,000 civilization points are used to bid, and the 40 trillion alloys are all sold, it may not be enough. We can only wait for the next time. Li Qing sighed regretfully, with regret and reluctance on his face. But this is life. You can't get what you want, you can't get what you want, or you can't get what you want. This is the real life. Half an hour later, with more than half of the customers bidding, the price of this thing reached a terrifying price of 5,600 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and it was sold by a big guy who didn't show his face from the beginning to the end and didn't know his race. 5,600 trillion square meters of refined steel, 390 star yuan per side, which means that the value of this Dreadnought Mother chip is calculated in human currency, and the value is as high as 218 trillion. Outrageous. Chapter 224 The Miracle of the Star Sea, the blueprint for building the ring world. The third finale auction is now starting. The auction item is a relic of the gods. The starting price is 500 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and each price increase must not be less than 10 trillion cubic meters. After the auction host's voice sounded, Li Qing let out a little surprise and lowered his head in surprise. Just now he thought that the finale would be so outrageous, so he didn't continue to watch it in advance, unexpectedly. He was very impressed with this thing. He dug out one from the treasure of Cybertron God General before, and opened a whole set of blueprints for the Star Fortress, which is outrageous. Although the relics of gods can theoretically produce anything, that set of star fortresses is definitely the most valuable among them. After all, it is impossible for this thing to open a physical battleship. Under the same blueprint, there are basically not many stronger than the Star Fortress. So, Li Qing's eyes flickered, and he placed a heavy bet without hesitation. Customer number 155 bid 1,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. The voice of the auction host sounded, but it didn't scare anyone. In less than 2 seconds, someone bid a higher price. And this was just the beginning, and then there were bids one after another, and the price was quickly pushed up to 1,500 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. Derlome. Li Qing fell back again, spreading his hands to express his helplessness. Sure enough, leaks are not so easy to pick up. There are always people who are willing to pay a lot of money to try their luck. However, this price is quite high compared to the treasure chests of God's relics, like opening a blind box. The number of bidders in the back is rapidly decreasing, and the price increase is getting slower and slower. It seems that it is difficult to go higher. Time passed by every minute and every second. Competitors were eliminated one by one, and 10 minutes passed without knowing it, when the price was pushed up to 2,150 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. It stopped moving. 2,150 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, what a crazy price. Li Qingzhu was lying on the sofa, staring outside blankly. I'm really stupid, why don't I get more mines? I've already converted so much, so it's not good to continue for the next month. A few 100 trillion square meters may be able to take a finale, really. No, Li Qing sat up suddenly, quickly thinking about what he had in his heart, and knocked on the door suddenly. The young lady looked over with a smile on her face as usual, and he immediately asked, if these lots are photographed, how long is the longest delivery time allowed? Miss Sister was puzzled for a moment and said, do you want to ask if you can come back after a while? You can say it this way. Generally, the default time is 2 months, but if you negotiate with the lot owner, you can extend the time. The specific extension time depends on your negotiation. Is that so? Li Qing had a solid idea immediately. 2 months was enough to make a wave by himself. It may be too late to collect meteorites with the black hole gate, but you can use the ultimate weapon to harvest a few barren planets for refining. Randomly find an uninhabited galaxy to come to a few waves. No one will pay attention to the disappearance of a few barren planets. By the way, isn't it afraid that others will regret it after taking pictures? Miss Sister immediately replied, it's true that such things happen, and the auction house won't do anything to you, but if you regret the auction, you will be blacklisted by the auction house, and you will never be able to enter the 003 galaxy and all neutral forces in the river system. Quote. Oh, this punishment is nothing on the surface, and most players have no chance to go to these neutral forces, but for some forces that hope to obtain some top-level resources from these neutral forces across the river system, this punishment not to mention heavy. After figuring this out, Li Qing felt that I could do it again, so he bounced up suddenly, entered a number on the bidder, and uploaded it. Customer number 155 bid 2,200 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. Is there a higher price? The last bidder immediately bid 2,250 trillion square meters, and Li Qing bid 2,300 trillion square meters in the next second. Now that he has money in hand, he feels that he can do it again, so he bids without hesitation. The bidder was also rich, and he kept raising the price, and Li Qing kept following the price. The price quickly rose to 2,500 trillion yuan, and this opponent began to hesitate, and the bid was not as firm as before. Then he directly offered a high price of 2,700 trillion yuan, but was overwhelmed by Li Qing with a price of 2,750 trillion yuan, and then gave up the auction. Thus, Li Qing finally bought this relic of God after overdrawing a large amount of funds. Hope to smoke another good one. Li Qing didn't expect to produce another Star Fortress. As long as he produced a chip that was not inferior to the Dreadnought Mother chip, it would be worth it. After shooting this, during the break, Li Qing looked at the light curtain with great interest, and the next item was the last lot, which is the finale of this super auction. Auction again. Then, his mouth opened involuntarily, shocked again. Damn it. The fourth finale lot. The blueprint for the construction of the Galaxy Miracle World, with a starting price of 10,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and each price increase should not be less than 100 trillion cubic meters. With excitement, he opened the attachment with trembling hands to view the detailed introduction of this thing. The first thing that popped up was a projection, a huge blue star hanging in the center of a huge galaxy. Around this blue star, in an orbit 150 million kilometers away from the star, there is a star with a width of more than 10,000 of kilometers, a thickness between 10,000 and 20,000 kilometers, and a radius of 150 million kilometers away from the star, a miracle ringing the world around the star. The data and projections clearly tell you that this is a solid flat star ring with a width of 100,000 kilometers and a thickness of 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers. Such a huge star ring circles the entire orbit of the star. What is the length of an orbit with a radius of 150 million kilometers? Referring to the distance between the Earth and the Sun is 150 million kilometers, which is one astronomical unit. The length of the Earth's circle around the Sun is 940 million kilometers. That is to say, this ring world is a super livable world with a width of 100,000 kilometers, a thickness of 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers, and a total length of 940 million kilometers. What does that mean? Generally, the length of a living planet is about 10,000 kilometers, that is to say, the width of this ring world can hold 6 or 7 living planets. Even if there are 5 planets with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, divide 940 million kilometers by 20,000 kilometers, that is 47,000. That is to say, a ring world is equivalent to a system of at least 47,000 living planets with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. Take this thing as the finale of the finale. To be honest, Li Qing can only say that he is crazy. Then, he suddenly asked Cybertron next to him, "What do you think of this thing?" Cybertron glanced at the projection on the light curtain, shook his head and said, "We can't use it. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Do you have the time to build it? Where do you want to build? Can you hold it after it's built?" The soul questioned 3 times, which made Li Qing's excited mood slowly calm down. Indeed, although this thing is a strong one, it really doesn't do much for me. Not to mention at least a few hundred years of construction time, how to keep it after construction is a problem. This kind of galaxy miracle can accommodate a population of trillions, and the huge internal space inside is enough to open up a huge agricultural area and various industrial sections, fully self-sufficient. With this thing, as long as it can be developed, all kinds of strength and potential will explode directly. Just ask you, will you be jealous? Not to mention built in the Palm universe. There is already a high-dimensional fortress in the Palm universe, and there is a super livable area inside. Isn't it superfluous to build another ring world? So, Li Qing clasped the back of his head with both hands and spread it back. This thing is out of dispute. Owning mines is one thing, but it depends on efficiency. If I really want to get it back, I'm afraid I'll have to get a father to go back. Normally, this thing will take hundreds of years to build. Even if the talent bonus of the negative star has a few decades, most of my resources will be dragged here in these decades, not only seriously slowed down the speed of its own development, but also had to work hard to develop after it was completed, and also worried about whether it would be robbed and exhausted. There was nothing to say, and then he watched helplessly as a few guests bid wildly for this miracle of the star sea. The starting price was 10,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and the price rose to 20,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel in just 2 bids. And this is just the beginning. The bids became more and more crazy later, and after a while, it rose to 40,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and it seemed that there was still room to spare. Even if Li Qing was just watching the show, he couldn't help becoming a little excited with the prices offered by the 3 parties. He sat seriously at the table and watched the 3 parties keep making bids. Until the price rose to 60,000 trillion square meters, someone finally stopped, and it seemed that there was not enough stamina. Tisk tisk, the accumulation of these bosses is too terrifying. 60,000 trillion square meters of refined steel, which is equivalent to 234 billion star dollars. This is an astronomical figure, and I don't know how many years they have been depositing. Like those senior military masters who have been established for thousands of years, or star sea lords, after thousands of years of accumulation, their potential is really terrifying. It can be said that compared with those small military masters, they are really not at the same level. The accumulation of the Qinghai Li family is really not at the same level as these old military masters or Qinghai lords. Even if Li Qing holds the universe in his hand, he can transform refined steel infinitely at no cost. If he uses the black hole gate to collect meteorites to transform refined steel normally without using the ultimate weapon, it will be calculated based on the 78 trillion collected in the previous 3 months. 2,340 mega takes 30 trimesters. A total of 90 months, or 7.5 years. That is to say, he needs to work nonstop for 7.5 years, and maintain the previous collection and conversion efficiency, in order to accumulate 60,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. Terrible. But then again, it took me thousands of years to accumulate, and I can catch up in less than 10 years. I am also terrible. Boom, boom, boom. Sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Li Qing opened the door suspiciously, and saw the young lady at the door whispering to him. Dear guest, there is an unexpected thing to tell you now. What's up? One of the 3 bidders in the finale of the last auction is from the United Empire of Mankind. He wants to temporarily borrow from all compatriots present. I wonder if the guests agree. Oh, Li Qing was a little surprised and asked. Can you tell me who borrowed money? Miss was a little suspicious, and made an apologetic gesture to him and talked softly to the side, probably who she was in contact with. After about half a minute, he turned his head and said to him. Yes, but no matter whether you borrow money or not, you are not allowed to say it. Li Qing nodded and said. No problem. That Your Excellency is His Highness Xiao Bili, one of the 14 Star Sea Lords in the Empire. Taishan Xiao family. Li Qing has heard of this name before. He is a very old Star Sea Lord. He was born in the Star Sea survival stage when human beings first entered this new universe. It has been 10,000 years ago. A boss of the same period is Lord Senluo. Obviously, this big guy snapped up the blueprint for the construction of the Star Sea Miracle World, probably because he wanted to take it to the next level. Now the strengths of the Star Sea Lords and military masters have already reached a certain limit. All the life planets in the territory have already been full, and even a large number of transformed planets are almost full. The upper limit of the life planet has seriously affected them, strength development. It is unrealistic to simply go outside to grab the territory. One is that it is too far away from the headquarters, and the other reason is that the salary is too small. Simply grabbing 1 or 2 living planets will not change the current situation. They lack too much space. Even if you accommodate 100 billion living planets, it is not enough to change the status quo. At this time, a space equivalent to 47,000 living planets, and a ring world equivalent to a second-class super-livable planet appeared in front of them. This is the most perfect way to expand capacity. As long as it can be built, it can easily accommodate tens of billions of people. At any time, the population is the potential for development. What is the concept of a population of tens of billions? For a Star Sea Lord, when this limit is broken through, the strength will be greatly improved. Very well, I would like to borrow, and I can borrow a lot. Miss Sister immediately asked. I don't know how much the guest can borrow. More than 10,000 trillion, if I have enough time, I can lend more. She was stunned for a moment, and quickly contacted the other party. With a hint of surprise on her face, she said to Li Qing. Your Excellency wants to talk to you in person. Li Qing was also taken aback for a moment, and wondered. Isn't the auction going on now? Does he have time? As soon as the voice fell, the auction host said. According to the common wishes of the 3 bidders, the last lot will be temporarily suspended for 1 hour to allow you to raise funds, and the auction will continue after 1 hour. Ah, okay. Li Qing spread his hands, speechless. Obviously, the strengths of the 3 are not very different, and they are not sure that they can overwhelm each other, so they have to borrow money temporarily. Soon Li Qing received a strange message and decided to open it. A light curtain fell and turned into a handsome middle-aged man with silver hair. As soon as he met, Li Qing could sense a faint coercion, that is, the pressure accumulated over the years. The imposing manner is also the suppression given by its powerful spiritual energy. He immediately realized that this boss was definitely a psychic much stronger than himself. Li Qing immediately stood up and greeted the middle-aged handsome guy as a courtesy to meet his elders, and said seriously. Jolin caller Li Qing, I have met His Highness Xiao Bili. Chapter 225 Deal with Star Sea Lord. Xiao Bili, who arrived, was a little surprised, and said with a smile on his face. It turned out to be little friend Li Qing. I didn't expect to see him here. Turning his gaze to see Cybertron, the negative star, he felt a little familiar, but he had no impression, and there was something important at this time, so he retracted his gaze in the next second. Seeing this scene, Li Qing heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a smile. I was surprised too, I didn't expect to see Senior here. Then, there was a silence for a few seconds. After all, I only met him when I attended the meeting of elders. I haven't seen the real face yet, and I'm not really familiar with it. Still, Xiao Bili has rich experience, and without any other greetings, he asked directly. Just now I heard from my little friend that 10,000 trillion cubic meters of refined ore can be lent out. I wonder if it is true or not. Li Qing nodded seriously and said, yes, but it will take me 2 to 3 months to pick it up. Xiao Bili immediately waved his hands and said, this is not a problem, the auction already has a maximum material transfer time of half a year. Hey, isn't it 2 months? That's for newcomers. All right, Xiao Bili said seriously. I, Xiao Bili, never owe anyone a favor, let alone a junior. If I can take a picture of the blueprint for building this ring world, what do you want? Well, Li Qing immediately thought about what benefits he wanted. The first reaction was to buy a huge 6th level technology fleet from him, and it was done in one step. Or don't want anything else, get the secret of level 5 technology promotion to level 6 from him. It is the 5th generation of technology that is forcibly promoted to the 6th generation. It is not advanced technology, and neither do they. It's like the neutron light lance of the 5th generation battleship's main gun, followed by an enhanced version of the 6th generation neutron light lance, but this enhancement can't be researched simply by research, there seems to be other ways in it. If it can be directly researched, it is impossible for hundreds of Star Marine lords to study it for tens of thousands of years. There must be an unknown secret stuck in it. He wants to try it, can he take this opportunity to ask? It is worth mentioning that researching this enhanced version of the 6th generation technology does not conflict with mastering high-level energy. It is not to say that after studying this enhanced version of the 6th generation technology, you can no longer master high-level energy, there is no such thing. Many Star Sea Lords have taken this path because they have no way to master high-level energy, so they can only take a step back and take this road to be promoted to Star Sea Lord. Even if there is a universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing is not very sure that he can master the dark matter technology in a short time, so it is necessary to study the 5th generation enhanced version of the 6th generation technology in the early stage. Thinking of this, he said directly, excuse me, Junior, if you have 6 months to prepare, you can prepare more than 50,000 trillion refined ores and lend them to seniors. I hope to learn from seniors how to upgrade the 5th generation technology to the 6th generation technology. Xiao Bili immediately raised his eyebrows and said, the young man is very ambitious. I know that asking this question. There is indeed an inside story about being promoted to the 6th generation of technology, but it is a pity that your efforts are far from enough to obtain this inside information. Besides, if I remember correctly, you are less than 10 years away from pioneering, and the assets of the Qinghe Li family are also limited. How can there be so much refined steel? Li Qing smiled and said, this is my secret. Seniors only need to know that I can produce 50,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel within half a year. Xiao Bili was silent for a while, and didn't ask any more questions. Although it is impossible for a small lord to come up with such a huge amount of funds under normal circumstances, it refers to normal circumstances. If there is enough opportunity, it is not impossible to have it, such as digging graves to dig out the treasure house left by ancient civilizations. Although it is unlikely, it is not impossible. Li Qing, who was rejected on the other side, was not surprised, but asked seriously. I don't know what conditions are required to obtain this inside information. Xiao Bili shook his head and said, normally there is no chance. He did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically. You should know what the identity of Star Sea Lord in the United Empire of Mankind represents. If it were you, would you be willing to share this power with others? Are you willing to let more people join this rank to share your power and status? Li Qing was silent. Nothing to say. Ask yourself. He really doesn't want to. He let out a long breath, his face returned to normal, and he said with a smile. Then change it to another one. I need a battleship mother chip or a dreadnought mother chip now. I wonder if the predecessors have it, or is there a channel? Xiao Bili nodded and said, this choice is very wise. I don't have a battleship mother chip, but I have a spare one for a dreadnought mother chip. The final transaction price just now is 5,600 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. I only count your 4,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. How about it? Li Qing nodded immediately. No problem. After a pause, he said again. In addition, I want to buy a fleet with 6-level weapon configuration from my predecessors. I will buy it at the transaction price just now. Is it possible? Xiao Bili nodded and said. This is fine, but only one standard division can be sold. After a pause, he explained. Our 14 Star Sea Lords had an agreement a long time ago, and we have sold a number of fleets with 6-level configurations every time. In the last 10 years, I can only sell at most one standard division. Li Qing nodded immediately and said, a standard division is completely enough. Xiao Bili nodded. You can pick it up yourself within half a year, or the fleet will be delivered to your territory within a year, and it is guaranteed to be delivered to you before the end of the development period. I'll go pick it up myself. Fell silent again. Xiao Bili saw him rubbing his hands involuntarily, and said with a smile. Is there anything else you need? Tell me together. Don't feel embarrassed. You're spending money to buy it anyway. I can sell whatever I can, and I can't sell more if I can't. The junior is not polite. I wonder if the senior is more civilized. It can be sold within 100 points, but not beyond, and my demand is also great. Oh, does the senior have any extra flagship chief engineer, or battleship chief engineer, regardless of race? How much? As many seniors as there are. It's hard to tell now, but there will definitely be a lot, and I will send them to you when the fleet is handed over. Good. Any more? It should be gone. Actually, I didn't think about it for a while. Okay, let's talk about it after the auction is over. The communication was disconnected. Li Qing clenched his fists hard. Oh yeah, this wave of harvest is amazing. Another standard division level fleet with a 6-level configuration, a dreadnought mother chip, and a bunch of possible flagship and battleship chief engineers. Although they are all bought at a price much higher than the market price, such good things have always had a price but no market. In this way, he made a lot of money in this super auction. With 2 standard divisions equipped with 6-level weapons, he was relieved. With these 2 divisions, plus the Quelta division, and a division-level fleet built by himself, plus maintenance with a good high-level mobile fortress in hand, the Shadow Civilization's Battle of Conquest is basically stable a year later. After the negotiation was completed, the Lord Xiao Bili disconnected, and then he had to find other humans in the auction house to borrow. He can borrow, and so can the other 2 competitors. The 60,000 trillion square meters he originally had plus the 50,000 trillion square meters promised by Li Qing are not safe, and he has to borrow more. But it has nothing to do with Li Qing in the future. I only hope that Xiao Bili can win, and he can get these benefits. If he can't win, he doesn't need to borrow it. Naturally, the promise just now is gone. He didn't care what would happen to Xiao Bij when he got the blueprint for building the world of the miracle of the Star Sea. It wouldn't affect him, and it wouldn't pose a threat to him in the future. At most, it is not good news for other lords. After all, he is strong, and his ranking among the lords has risen, which will affect the status of other lords. The United Empire of Mankind, as a player civilization, is destined to be impossible to centralize and unify, even if there is a super powerful being able to suppress all Star Sea lords in the future. The entire empire, that is unlikely to change the status quo. Even if he forcibly proclaims himself emperor and forces other Star Sea lords and army lords to recognize him as emperor, that will not change the relatively independent mechanism of the army lords and lords. Because military masters and lords are a kind of personality recognized by the new universe, not recognized by the empire. If the birth of new military masters or Star Sea lords is completely cut off, the entire civilization will become lifeless and thus lose its competitiveness. After all, Li Qing suddenly thought about it. Complete centralization is not impossible. As long as you are strong enough to overwhelm everything with one person, it is not impossible to defeat any competing player civilization. The only problem is that everything is in one body. Once the emperor has an accident, the entire civilization may GG on the spot. But this is too far away from Li Qing, and he doesn't have that interest. Being an emperor is cool, but the responsibility is too great. In the future, the responsibilities will be bound, and it will be inconvenient to do anything. It is better to be a Star Sea Lord. An hour passed quickly, and with a crisp sound, the auction continued. This time, all 3 parties have money, and the auction price soars, and soon exceeds 1 billion cubic meters of refined steel, and will soon exceed it. To be honest, Li Qing has become a little numb to this price by now. It has only been less than 10 years, and he has already come into contact with the level of mega, and the maximum value that the team with his contemporaries has come into contact with now is estimated to be at the level of trillion stars, which is almost a qualitative gap. 5 minutes later, when the price reached 1.2 billion cubic meters of refined steel, the first out of the game appeared. The remaining 2 are still bidding, but the bidding range is slowly decreasing, and it seems that they are approaching the limit. But Li Qing knew that Lord Xiao Bili must not have reached his limit. He himself had at least 600 million cubic meters, and Li Qing promised 1.1 billion cubic meters for the 500 million cubic meters. 300 million cubic meters is not a problem. Although another competitor is also borrowing, the possibility of borrowing 500 million cubic meters at one time is unlikely. The combined capital is estimated to be inferior to Lord Xiao Bingley. The result was as he expected. When the two sides bid slowly until reaching 1.28 billion cubic meters, Xiao Bingley suddenly raised the price to 1.3 billion cubic meters. The other party was silent for a long time and did not continue to bid. The auction host did not make a sound until he reminded him 3 times, and directly announced the end of the auction. Xiao Bi bid 1.3 billion cubic meters of refined steel to win the blueprint for the construction of this set of Star Sea Miracle Ring World. At this point, the auction is officially over. Figures walked out of the room one after another, and Li Qing also left with the pretty lady, and went to the back to hand over the auction items. First of all, it took 347.1 trillion cubic meters of refined steel to retrieve the previous auction items, which are a mother chip of AT slot Doomsday light weapon, an ancient relic chest, a 108 order mysterious Rubik's Cube, a talent package including 2 gold names, 28 orange names, and 585 purple names. A standard division level fleet equipped with 6 generations of technology, including 2 Titan super flags and 2 super aircraft carriers, 15 dreadnoughts and 10 flagship aircraft carriers, 10,000 battleships, 30,000 cruisers, and 50,000 destroyers, 200,000 frigates, 100,000 logistics ships. A total of 5,000 civilization points. The relics of the gods are temporarily unobtainable due to insufficient remaining funds, and are kept in the management committee of the auction. The Dreadnought Mother Chip and another 6-level Technology Standard Division, as well as a group of flagship and battleship chief engineers are at Xiao Bingley, and they can go to Xiao Bingley's territory at any time after he sends the 500 million cubic meters of refined steel there. Pick it up, or send it to Jolin Collar within a year. In addition, 100 civilization points and 34 billion Tauran coolies were purchased before. This trip to the 003 galaxy can be said to be a great harvest. So, now there is a shortage of mines. Go to receive the receivable lot first. The mother chip of the Doomsday light weapon was thrown into the Scientific Research Institute of the Palm Universe. The ancient relic box was kept, but it was not opened for the time being. The talent bag is thrown into the universe in the palm first. Now there is no time to turn into a servant of light. Civilization waited for 2 days before receiving it. It took quite a long time for the fleet to receive it. After all, such a huge fleet was not equipped with a crew, so he had to use an industrial ship to slowly pull it into the universe in his hand. Standing on the bridge of the ship, there is a huge projection of the starry sky in front of him. Looking at the 2 huge Titan super flags, and the 2 huge Eternal-class super aircraft carriers slowly sailing into the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing involuntarily tapped the floor with his toes. I feel very good. With a thought, the attributes of this Titan floated in front of him. Titan God Envoy Class. Modification Super Strategic Flagship, the most powerful battleship in general. Attributes: Basic Hull, 30 billion modified. Basic Armor, 30 billion modified. Basic Shield, 30 billion modified. Basic Speed, 40,000 kilometers per hour. Default Tactics: Titan Ultra Long Range Heavy Artillery Tactics. Fleet Slot Size, 1500. Titan Axis Base Bow Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Titan Stern Core Default. Components: Energy Core, Superluminal Components, Thrusters, Detectors, Combat Computer, Titan Halo 2. Weapon Slot: T2 Titan Lance, T9 Titan Light, X800. General Slot: X15000, A100. Corrections: Hull Regeneration, 40,000 points per second. Armor Regeneration, 40,000 points per second. Shield Regeneration, 40,000 points per second. Evaluation: The pinnacle of Star Sea Force, with the deterrent power to turn the tide of battle. Chapter 226 Refining Stars. Obviously, this Titan is more powerful than Li Qing's Titan that was modified by the Star Destroyer Longyan. It has more basic attributes and weapons. This is obviously not a simple modification. At least Li Qing doesn't think so. Who is better than Longyan in ship modification? Then there may be only one. This Titan has been redesigned with 6th generation technology, and its foundation is stronger than that of the 5th generation Titan. The basic hull armor is as high as 30 billion, which is several times higher than that of the 5th generation Titan. It also has 2 T-slot Titan lances and 9 T-slots of Doomsday Light, and its force is even stronger. Moreover, after Li Qing checked its attributes completely, he found that even the Titan's Light Lance and the Light of Doom were more powerful than imagined. Titan Light Spear form, a Doomsday weapon dedicated to the Titan Super Flagship. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 300000000 300000000. Rate of fire: 30 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 4 million. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. Fix: plus 25% hull damage. Titan Lance Arc form, a Doomsday weapon dedicated to the Titan Super Flagship. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 1500000 1500000. Rate of fire: 30 minutes. Hit: 50%. Range: 4 million kilometers. Range: demolition angle 45 degrees. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. It can be seen from the attribute table that its power has increased by 200% compared to the 5th generation Titan Lance, and its range has increased by 100%, regardless of the lance or arc form. Light of Doom as well. Light of Doom, Dreadnought-specific Doomsday weapon. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 1000000 1000000. Rate of fire: 15 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 1 million. Fix: plus 50% shield damage. Fix: plus 25% armor damage. Light of Doom, Dreadnought-specific Doomsday weapon. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 3000000 3000000. Rate of fire: 15 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 2 million. Fix: plus 50% shield damage. Fix: plus 25% armor damage. The above is the power of the 5th generation of Doomsday Light, about 10 million, and the bottom is the power of the 6th generation of Doomsday Light, about 30 million, and the range has also increased by 100%, and the overall power has increased dramatically on the spot. In addition, the warships and weapons of the 6th generation technology have been fully enhanced. The most commonly used 6th generation enhanced neutron light spear is much more powerful than the 5th generation neutron light spear. Neutron Lance, a heavy energy lance that fires high energy neutrons that melt down armor. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 45000 75000. Fire rate: 150 seconds shot. Hit: 90%. Range: 6,000 kilometers. Fix: minus 25% shield damage. Fix: plus 25% armor damage. Enhanced Neutron Lance, a heavy energy lance that fires high energy neutrons that melt down armor. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 11000 17000. Fire rate: 150 seconds shot. Hit: 90%. Range: 15,000 kilometers. Fix: minus 25% shield damage. Fix: plus 25% armor damage. The power of the battleship's main guns is directly doubled, plus other weapons, accessories, and even the basic attributes and slots of the battleship have been fully increased, which leads to the combat effectiveness of a 6th generation battleship being several times that of the 5th generation battleship, without any bonus in the case of a frontal flat A, you can 1v3 or more. This 6th generation technology of Xiao Bili's army leader is still a normal enhanced technology, not a high-level energy technology. If it is advanced energy technology, such as dark matter technology, the dark matter light spear is also the 6th generation technology, but its power is several times that of the enhanced neutron light spear, and more than 10 times that of the 5th generation technology. The combat power is not at the same level at all. 10 times the attribute is not just a 1 to 10 pick, it is a gap that can be picked by dozens. So it is also a 6th level technology. The strength of ordinary Star Sea Lords and advanced Star Sea Lords who have high-level energy is not at the same level. Maybe a high-level Star Sea Lord can challenge the entire human civilization. 14 Star Sea Lords. Well, seniors, if they just got promoted and lack of accumulation, they definitely won't be able to play so much. But from this, it can be seen how powerful those high-level Star Sea Lords who have mastered high-level energy are. No wonder all Star Sea Lords are so eager to pay a huge price just to buy a dark matter reactor. Even knowing that the possibility of grasping dark matter energy by analyzing this thing is very low, I don't hesitate. Li Qing felt a little emotional. Now he doesn't know how he will master high-level energy in the future, and he doesn't know whether he can master it in a reverse way. Just like the star escorts that reversed before, when certain conditions are met, it can recall the dark matter technology that was eliminated. If you can't, you have to find a way to master it by yourself. Before I approached Xiaobili and suggested that the 6th level technology was actually his backup idea. If you can't recall the eliminated dark matter technology, it must be difficult to master it by yourself. You have to master the enhanced version of the 6th level technology first and use it first. But it is a pity that Lord Xiaobili rejected him. What a headache. Don't want to. The warships were dragged into the universe in the palm of the hand by industrial ships, and it took him almost 10 days to drag them out. After collecting all that could be collected, Li Qing told the Lord of Xiaobili, and left 003 within ship. Neutral galaxy. Leaving the 003 galaxy where jumping is prohibited, Li Qing immediately started the jump, aiming at Shanhaiguan. There is no hurry to get refined steel. I will go back to Shanhaiguan first, and let my company prepare to recruit a large number of senior crew members and captains. They can equip them when they are ready to come back. It is worth mentioning that the division-level fleet purchased from Lord Xiaobili is equipped with clone crews, but there are no senior crew members and captains, which also requires him to prepare a batch. Fortunately, such crew members are not uncommon in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind. Especially on the Shanhaiguan side, a large number of warships are launched almost every day. In the rear galaxy, there are academy planets dedicated to training senior crew members and captains. There are hundreds of millions of them every year. Senior crew members and captains graduate and await recruitment. He asked the company to recruit a large number of them first, and then he turned around and left Shanhaiguan, and returned to the 003 neutral galaxy with a jump. But on the way, they found a galaxy with no player base and no proven mopping fleet and stopped, preparing to collect a large amount of material to convert refined steel. He didn't look for planets because he didn't have enough energy. According to the calculation that a planet with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers can only convert 522 trillion cubic meters of standard alloys, it is only 2,000 trillion cubic meters of refined steel, and he needs to prepare 50,000 trillion cubic meters, which is equivalent to cutting 25 planet. But cutting one needs to consume 100 million standard energy blocks, and now he only has a little over 1 billion standard energy blocks, and he can only cut it 10 times, which is obviously not enough. Then we have to change our thinking and cut a planet with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. Although a smaller diameter can also be satisfied, since you want to cut a larger one, why not cut a larger one? Not only can you borrow the money, but also have the rest for yourself, so you can do it all at once. Turning around the planet, a total of 7 large planets were discovered, but unfortunately none of them had enough mass to meet his requirements. The largest solid planet inside was only about 17,000 kilometers in diameter, far below his requirements. After thinking a little bit, Li Qing changed the galaxy. But turning around again, the largest planet in this galaxy is not as big as the previous galaxy. No choice but to continue to replace. But after searching for more than a dozen galaxies in a row, they encountered Bruin's mopping fleet twice, but found no planets that met the requirements. The largest one was just over 20,000 kilometers in diameter. After spending another half a month looking for several galaxies, Li Qing realized that it is basically impossible to find a suitable planet in this way. He recalled his previous experience, and he didn't seem to have seen that kind of large solid planet. The large volume planets he could see were all gas giant planets. There was no entity inside them, and they were all highly compressed hydrogen-helium gas. This is troublesome. Li Qing held his chin with his hand, lost in thought. Obviously, it will be difficult to find a suitable physical planet in the next year, so only gas giant planets can be considered. However, it is difficult to know how much refined steel can be transformed into the non-physical matter inside the gas giant planet, and it is not known whether the size of a diameter of 100,000 kilometers can be transformed. No, Li Qing suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his thinking seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Why use the ultimate weapon to cut the planet? The transformation of matter is actually the transformation of mass. Since materials such as soil and rocks can be transformed into other substances, energy can be used to transform them into mass. He remembered that the original function of this light casting furnace was to extract the endless energy in the compressed river system in the core power furnace inside the high-dimensional fortress and convert it into the required substances, but because the power furnace was broken and had no energy, so it could only into transformed substances. Since this is the case, why don't you think of a way to use energy to try? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he could give it a try. I've been using material transformation for a long time, and I forgot the main function of this thing for a while. Thinking of this, he raised his head, turned to look at the center of the galaxy, and the ship turned and flew towards the center of the galaxy. Coincidentally, he has tried to swallow a black hole before, which promoted the universe in his hand. He has not had a chance to try to swallow a star, so he can try it now. Powerful psychic energy enveloped the ship, and the psychic energy jumped directly to the vicinity of the stars. Li Qing stepped out of the battleship, stepped on the void, looked at the huge blazing fireball ahead, pondered a little, and put the ship into the universe in his palm. Then stepped forward. The person has disappeared. Reappeared, already among the stars. The powerful psychic energy of the super psychic isolates the terrifying high temperature inside the star. With a thought, the door of the black hole opened behind his head. Before the attraction is released, the endless star ion energy around is scrambling to squeeze under the high pressure inside the star, into the door of the black hole. In almost an instant, the star collapsed into a hollow, and the interior quickly became unbalanced, thereby attracting more energy to converge towards the black hole, forming a terrifying hot vortex torrent. The gate of the black hole has a diameter of 100 kilometers. The energy poured into such a huge channel every second is extremely amazing. If someone is in the galaxy at this time, it can be seen that the orange-red star in the center of the distant galaxy seems to have something wrong, like a shriveled orange that has been placed for too long. As time goes by, more and more energy is injected, and a huge collapsed hole begins to appear on the surface of the star. Terrible energy vortices converge, and the endless star mass is disappearing, which leads to a series of terrible consequences. The planet closest to the star was the first to be affected by the decline in the quality of the star. The whole planet began to vibrate, and began to slowly slide out of the fixed orbit that had been running for an unknown number of billions of years. 15 hours later, the entire galaxy has become much dimmer, and the temperature in the galaxy has plummeted. Almost all the planets have left their orbits due to the weakening of the gravity of the plummeting star mass, drawing a long arc and flying out of the galaxy. When the phagocytosis reaches the present, the disappearance of the entire star is already irreversible. Even if he stops phagocytosis now, the remaining mass of the star is no longer enough to bind these planets. 4 days later, the entire star was swallowed up, and the entire galaxy was pitch black. Li Qing entered the universe in the palm of his hand and came before the casting furnace of light. Infinite star energy was poured into the furnace, and then transformed into refined steel. At this time, the endless refined steel was piled up in the starry sky outside the high-dimensional fortress, middle. The reason why the warehouse is not stored is because the warehouse cannot fit. What is the mass of a star? He didn't know. Anyway, at this time, the refined steel piled up outside the starry sky of the high-dimensional fortress had piled up spheres with a diameter of about 10,000 kilometers, a total of 62 spheres. What is this concept? Calculated according to the radius of 5,000 kilometers, the volume of this solid refined steel sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers is 524 billion cubic kilometers, and 1 cubic kilometer is equal to 1 billion cubic meters, which means that this solid pure steel sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, the steelmaking sphere, is equivalent to 5.24 trillion cubic meters of refined steel. And here, he has a total of 62 such large pure solid refined steel spheres. Horrible. Terrible. One is enough. Li Qing once again felt that he was too cautious before. After transforming this star, Li Qing has no interest in continuing to transform it. So much is enough, even to build that star fortress. 12 battle stars, 36 war months. I thought the material demand was too much. Outrageous. It seems that way now. Maybe for other star sea lords, the materials needed to build a battle star are a bit too much, but for him who is not limited by materials, there is almost no demand. So, for him now, he has no material needs, only needs in terms of technology, talents, and civilization points. Of course, there is also the most important need for time. What he lacks most now is actually time. Li Qing did not go back immediately after satisfying the refined steel, but changed to an unmanned galaxy, and continued to brew and devour stars in the same way. But this time it is not used to transform into matter, but to store it in the several subsidiary spaces outside the main space of the universe in the palm. Although the star will turn into a terrifying super-violent chaotic fireball just after entering it, if it is placed in the outer starry sky, the entire galaxy will suffer, but there is nothing in these subsidiary spaces in the palm universe, and the star energy absorbed in it will recombine into a new star under the constraints of gravity. To put it bluntly, he is man-made stars in these satellite galaxies. In the future, the space will become larger and larger, and then artificial planets will be created, and finally artificial galaxies will be realized. Chapter 227 Advanced Star Sea Miracle, Alderson Disk. 2 months later, Li Qing collected 40 stars in one go, and condensed 8 new stars in the 8 subsidiary spaces of the Palm universe. These 8 new stars are all formed by 5 stars, and their quality has been greatly improved, but they are also more violent, and it takes longer to calm down. But the greater the mass of the star, the larger the range of artificial galaxies after the expansion of space in the future. Now this is only temporary, and when he is free, he will continue to incorporate more stars into it and continue to improve its quality. To put it bluntly, he is centering on the main galaxy in the Palm universe, building 8 new galaxies in all directions, and slowly realizing his plan. After finishing all this, Li Qing returned to galaxy number 003, split the huge sphere of refined steel into pieces and handed over to Lord Xiao Bili, and then paid the debt he owed to the auction house, and got all the lots. After finishing these, Li Qing bid farewell to Xiao Bili, and left the 003 galaxy alone. Although Cybertron, the negative star, always feels that this galaxy is somewhat familiar, they don't have much time to study here, and he still has a lot of things to do. First of all, he had to go back to Shanhaiguan to arm the 6th generation division class fleet he bought. Then, I still have to talk to some uncles, and ask about the situation of the 3 core fortresses of the Bruin United Civilization. Although he has that idea, it's just an idea. If he wants to take action, he must be fully prepared. It's impossible to rush in directly. At the very least, you have to have a general understanding of the basic situation of the 3 fortresses. The second uncle is a powerful major general in Shanhaiguan, so he should know something. In the middle of the journey, he asked Cybertron to take charge of the journey, while he entered the universe in the palm of his hand. In the past 3 months, he has been collecting ore and receiving stars into the Palm universe, and he has no time to do other things, let alone count the harvest. First, send the Dreadnought Mother Chip and the T-Slot Doomsday Light Weapon Mother Chip to the Scientific Research Center. Fortunately, this Dreadnought Mother Chip belongs to the complete 5th generation design, and the same template as the Dreadnought blueprint sold on the market can be directly used to copy the blueprint. Of course, it can be strengthened, allowing Long Yun to take time to redesign it, but Long Yun is currently in charge of the redesign and maintenance of the mobile fortress, and there is no time now. But at this stage, it is enough for the time being, and it doesn't make much difference whether to redesign or not. Even if it is built, it will be the same if you have time to redesign and modify it later. But the mother chip of the Doomsday Light is not high enough, it is only the 4th generation, and it needs to be upgraded. But the problem is not big, now he has more than 5,000 civilization points, which is enough for consumption. Then I arranged that group of talent packages, and there was an unexpected surprise when I counted them. The 2 golden names were an engineering scientist and a super ship designer similar to Long Yun, who already had the ability to design a mobile fortress on top of a Titan. After thinking about it for a while, Li Qing spent 2,000 civilization points to exchange for 2 static streamers without hesitation, turning these 2 gold names into new negative stars. There is no need to wait for the once-a-year conversion quota, that is too slow. At this stage, we should try our best to convert potential into strength. After transforming into a negative star, the engineer became an engineering super scientist, and Li Qing gave him the name Junshin. After another super ship designer was promoted to star negative, Li Qing gave him the name Feng Ming, whose abilities are similar to Long Yun, and he is also a super ship designer and engineer. The unique feature of Long Yun is the ultimate designer, the basic hull armor and shield attributes of the designed battleship plus 200%. The unique feature of Feng Ming is infinite control, he can freely design and adjust the slot of the battleship. What does that mean? For example, a standard Knight-class battleship has 1X slot, 50 L slots, and 40 G missile weapon slots. A normal ship designer refits a battleship, adding some slots at most, and adding some L slots for low-level ships. If the level is strong, an additional slot for the main gun of the X battle line can be added. But regardless of the level, it can only be added to the existing slot. But Feng Ming is different. He can freely delete slots, and then change to other slots. For example, what would happen if all 50L slots and 40G missile slots on a standard Knight-class battleship were deleted and replaced with 10X battleship main gun slots? That's right, the unique trait of infinite mastery does just that. It's outrageous. Li Qing can only say so. This pair of small ships may be a bit tasteless. After all, this ability can only be changed on existing ships, and the blueprint cannot be directly modified in batches. It is meaningless to modify one ship at a time. But what if you want to modify those large ships? Such as dreadnoughts, such as the Titan Super Flagship. A Shenqi-class dreadnought flagship has 1T slot, 32X slots, 500L slots, and 300G slots. If you delete all the X slot battleship main guns, L slot large weapons, and G slot missiles, replace them with 30T slot doomsday weapons, what is this concept? A dreadnought has 30 doomsday lights, and a single round of salvo can kill 15 battleships. Turn around and fire another salvo to kill 15 more battleships. What if all 20 dreadnoughts were remodeled like this? One salvo kills 300 battleships, turns around and shoots another 300 battleships. This firepower is simply explosive. Now that the dreadnought mother chip is in hand, the production of dreadnoughts will soon follow. Moreover, the two newly purchased fleets each have 15 dreadnoughts, and the refitting can begin now, and when the refitting is completed. Tisk tisk. Li Qing suddenly felt that the need for the dreadnought battleship actually had little effect, and the ship plus the dreadnought was actually enough. This firepower, well, I still want it. The main reason is that the output of dreadnoughts is too low, and low-intensity battlefields are okay. If it is a high-intensity super war, such as the Battle of Civilization, the participating fleets are too large, and the number of dreadnoughts is still too small, which is definitely not enough. Moreover, if you want to be promoted to a military leader, you must have a set of regular battleship mother chips, whether you need it or not. But the number of battleship mother chips is too small. Even Star Sea Lords such as Xiao Bili have redundant dreadnought mother chips, but there are no redundant battleship mother chips. Do you really have to rely on yourself to condense? Li Qing felt a little pain in the head, thought a little, and decided to ask his subordinates to prepare for the research on the battleship mother chip first, and then inquire about it by himself. If there is no one, he can only rely on himself. Let the newly promoted Feng Ming go to work now, and first redesign the many flagships of the 6th level division level fleet in the Palm universe. Focus on the design of the 15 dreadnoughts and the 2 Titan super flagships. The aircraft carrier is not needed, and the hangar space has reached its limit, and no further design can increase it. His request for Feng Ming is only 2 points. All weapons of the dreadnought ship are deleted, and the Light of Doom is completely changed, and the same is true for the super flagship of the Titan. In fact, he would like to change all the weapons of the Titan super flagship into the Titan Light Lance, but it is a pity that the Titan Light Lance is too special and takes up too much space. A Titan can install at most 2 or 3 Titan Lances, but all other weapon slots can be changed to Doomsday Light, which is about the same. According to what Feng Ming said, if you want to configure more Titan Lances, there is only one way, and that is to redesign the model of Titan Super Flagship. Design the strip-shaped Titan into a bloated box shape, so that multiple Titan Light Spear weapons can be configured in the box. But such a design is meaningless, because if it is designed this way, it is better to design a mobile fortress. Li Qing divided the dock in the Galway Fortress into an area for Feng Ming to refit the first dreadnought. After watching it for a while, he turned and returned to the core area of the Galway Fortress. He reached out and flipped 3 things in his palm. One is an ancient relic, one is a relic of God, and the other is the 108th order mysterious Rubik's Cube. The shape of the God's relic is similar to the one opened before, but the color it emits is different. The ancient relic is a 3rd order Rubik's Cube composed of crystals, which can be twisted, and it can be opened only by matching the color of the Rubik's Cube. Li Qing first picked up the ancient relic with the lowest value in theory, and put the Rubik's Cube together in a few strokes. There was only a click sound, and a crack appeared on the edge of the Rubik's Cube, and a faint clear light sprayed out from it. With a slight shake, the structure of the Rubik's Cube is directly separated, revealing a crystal chip in the center that is only the size of the palm of your hand, which is constantly emitting a faint light, flickering and extinguishing. Unknown signal chip. When turned on, an unknown signal will be sent to an unknown target. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing's mind is full of question marks. What is this? The introduction was so simple and unadorned that Li Qing couldn't see anything unusual even if he turned it over and over in his palm. If you follow the literal meaning, If you turn on this thing, an unknown signal will be sent to an unknown target, and then some unknown thing may happen in the near future, so understand it. Li Qing frowned and thought for a while, but he didn't open it yet, so he put it away first. I don't have time right now. After I'm done with the things in front of me, I'll find some time to go to a remote place to have a look. Then he looked at the relic of God, reached out to hold it, took a long breath, and opened it expectantly. The opening process was the same as before, and then a crystal column that was exactly the same as before but emitted a different light appeared, and there were also mysterious runes flowing inside. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Li Qing always feels that this relic of God seems to belong to the same batch as the previous one, or that it has something to do with it. Without thinking too much, he stretched out his hand to hold the crystal cylinder, and immediately a message appeared in his mind. Alderson Disk Construction Blueprint, Star Sea Miracle. It contains the construction blueprint of Star Sea Miracle Alderson Disk, including 4-dimensional space engineering. If sufficient conditions are met, advanced Star Sea Miracle Alderson Disk can be built. What is this? The name is unfamiliar, and it is impossible to guess what it is from the name. Li Qing rubbed his forehead, stretched out his hand to hold the crystal cylinder, his consciousness penetrated into it, and he was stunned for a second. Alderson Disk, a man-made super-giant miracle project. The manufacturing principle is to build a super disk world that spans the entire galaxy around a star. Yes, it's the disk world, not the ring world. The principle is similar to that of the circle around the world, and it also circles around the stars. However, ring world is a younger brother compared to him. Because the Alderson disk is a surrounding star, its volume spans the entire galaxy, until the super-large solid disk on the edge of the gravitational well is horizontal in the galaxy. Its shape is like a record disk, and the stars are located in the central small hole. Just like the ring world purchased by the Lord Xiaobili at a huge price, with a width of 100,000 kilometers and a thickness of up to 20,000 kilometers, while the thickness of the Alderson disk is at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers, and the width is equal to the radius of the gravitational well of a star. To calculate, if the radius from the star to the edge of the gravitational well is only 5 billion kilometers, the radius of this thing is 5 billion kilometers. If the radius from the star to the edge of the gravitational well is 10 billion kilometers, the radius of this thing is 10 billion kilometers. That is to say, this so-called Alderson disk is actually a super disk covering the entire galaxy, and the galaxy can be as big as it is. Li Qing propped his chin with his hand, looking unhappy. Yes, not happy. What's there to be happy about? How to make such a big thing? Where will it be built? Can you afford it? Can you keep it after it is built? It's really tasteless. It's better to give a blueprint for the ring world. At least the ring world can be built. Even if he has unlimited minerals, he can't afford it. It's impossible to gather the materials without first collecting alloys that are hundreds of thousands of years old. Normal construction of a ring world requires the demolition of all planetary materials in hundreds of nearby galaxies. The material demand for this thing is tens of thousands of times that of the ring world. To be honest, if there is no infinite material, there is no hope of building it. There is no infinite matter. It is estimated that dismantling all the planets in the galaxy in an entire star field may be able to gather the materials. So, no accident, this thing can only be put in the warehouse to eat ashes. Either it can't be used or sold, no one wants it. He can't afford it, and others can't even afford it. Unless all the lords and army lords of the entire human civilization unite, it may take hundreds or thousands of years to build it. But that's not possible. Throwing things into the Science Research Institute, let many scientists study it carefully, and don't expect to build it, but the 4-dimensional space engineering attached to it is a good thing. This thing is a necessary technology for building advanced star sea miracles. Of course, it also covers ordinary star seas. Miracle. Theoretically, if any scientist has a thorough understanding of this thing, he can preside over the construction of any galaxy miracle. If this scientist also has super engineering talents, he can even design some galaxy-level miracle-level engineering buildings by himself. And many more. Li Qing suddenly remembered that Junshin, one of the 2 star negatives who had just transformed, seemed to have the talent in this area, and immediately checked his attribute table, and saw a talent called the Ultimate Engineering Designer. Final Engineering Immortal Giant Building Construction Speed plus 500%. Ability, Final Design. Final Design. After mastering giant engineering technology or higher technology, you can design giant buildings by yourself. Sure enough, he immediately found Feng Ming. This alien species from nowhere had the same appearance as Zhao Fenglongyan and others after being promoted to the negative star. He could no longer see the traces of the original race. He saw Li Qing nodded, asked, "Did Your Majesty come here for Alderson?" Chapter 228 Counting the Harvest. If I can master four-dimensional space engineering, I can indeed try to build an Alder astrolabe. This is an unprecedented super-star sea miracle. I am also very interested, but... and many more. Li Qing waved his hand, shook his head and said, "We don't need to build an Alder astrolabe. We can't afford it. I want to ask, if you can master this four-dimensional space engineering, can you design super projects such as the world around the world or the Dyson sphere?" Star Negative Junction was stunned for a moment, and in the next second, his thinking and will shared knowledge in the mental matrix. He immediately knew what Li Qing said, hesitated for a moment, and said, "It is theoretically possible. Although my civilization did not have a super project like a Dyson ball, there is a super project similar to human civilization. Give me a certain amount of time and I can design it. Then you study this four-dimensional space engineering carefully, and when you fully master it, design a Dyson sphere. There is too much energy block shortage. In the high-dimensional fortress, both the light of divine judgment and the ultimate weapon dimensional convergence light require a large amount of energy. The lack of energy prevents the power of the ultimate weapon from being fully developed. In addition, the casting furnace of light also lacks energy conversion substances. Don't look at the fact that a star transformed a total of 62 pure solid refined steel with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. In fact, this does not mean that a star can only transform these. The energy released by a star is continuous, and the energy release of a star can last for tens of billions of years, but he refines a star in a very short period of time, and most of the mass in it is not completely released at all. He is transformed. It is obvious that it can continuously release massive energy for tens of billions of years, and it can be continuously refined for tens of billions of years. The released energy can be transformed into a billion times the refined steel that is currently transformed, and it is too wasteful to use it once. If you can get a Dyson sphere that wraps around a star, you can continuously obtain energy, and then use this massive amount of energy to convert it into various substances. He plans to build the Dyson sphere in a certain subsidiary space inside the universe in the palm of his hand to be self-sufficient. Returning to the core of the high-dimensional fortress, there is only a 108th order super Rubik's Cube hanging in the space and slowly rotating in front of him. Li Qing stretches out his hand and presses on this relic that is said to hide a certain overlord-level super civilization that ruled the entire river system in ancient times, thinking a little bit, slowly inject a trace of spiritual energy. No response. Increase the infusion of psionic energy. Still no response. Then he let go of his heart and injected all the psionic energy crazily until all the psionic energy was exhausted, but there was still no response. No, obviously, psychic power cannot open this thing. Among the past masters of the Rubik's Cube, there are still immortal level psychics. If it could be opened by psychic power, it would have been opened long ago. If you can't rely on psionic power. He picked up the Rubik's Cube and looked around, and tried to twist it slightly. The Rubik's Cube was twisted just like a Rubik's Cube. Is it necessary to spell it well? Impossible. This thing is not difficult to put together well. For ordinary people, the third-order Rubik's Cube can't be put together, but for those with high IQ who have mastered the method of putting together the Rubik's Cube, the 108-order Rubik's Cube is actually the same as the third-order Rubik's Cube, it's just troublesome and time-consuming. Unfortunately, he has a group of high IQ people who are both smart and memory strong, and even he himself is a leader in this area. But he can't solve the Rubik's Cube, and he hasn't learned it before. But the problem is not big. Li Qing uploaded the thought of this matter to the mental matrix, and immediately Qingluan said, "Let me. Where are you? Biology laboratory. Wait for me." With a thought, he returned to the experimental area of Galway Fortress in the next second, and came to the biological experimental area, Qingluan's laboratory. Without notification, he went straight into her laboratory, but unexpectedly found a robot sitting at the door of the laboratory. When he felt the consciousness of the robot, he suddenly realized. General Cyrus, Papa Qingluan, who almost forgot. The last time the Cybertronian general woke up, the one-headed General Cyrus also woke up, but the awakening was a bit slow, and he forgot it for a while. Now seems to be fully awake, and got him a robot body. Feeling Li Qing's arrival, the robot also looked up at him, and a consciousness appeared in his ear out of thin air. My daughter has already told me, the successor of the ancient civilization, very happy to meet you. Nice to meet you, Senior. Li Qing nodded, looked at the robot curiously, and asked. Senior, are you used to staying here? You can leave soon. The voice immediately sounded. Are you going to let me go? No, I will make you and Senior Cybertron the same as your daughter. Really, I can also reshape the flesh. Haven't you already seen it? Li Qing smiled slightly and said. It only takes a month, and it will be ready in a month. Then I will wait and see. Seeing that Qingluan hadn't come out yet, Li Qing asked with great interest. Senior, I remember Senior Cybertron said that His Majesty Sen Luo has 3 generals, why isn't the 3rd general with you? God General Cyrus was silent for a while, and said. He disappeared during the battle against the 3-star Sea Lords of Kelzaka, and I don't know where he is now. Oh, Li Qing is speechless, it's okay to be missing. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly pushed open, and a figure in white overalls and a mask came out, and Qingluan came out. She took off her overalls and mask, revealing a beautiful woman with a slender figure. The immortal will of the Star Bearer and the powerful spiritual power set off her already stunning appearance, and Li Qing couldn't help it. Showing a hint of surprise. She immediately sensed Li Qing's unusual gaze and looked over. The moment the two of them looked at each other, she felt a twitch in her heart, and subconsciously turned her head away. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly felt that he still cared a little less about the negative stars, especially Qingluan and Zhaofeng. Everyone is a negative star, with eternal life and immortal will, destined to last forever. Such a long life journey, it is too lonely to be alone, how about? Just as he thought of this, he suddenly stopped, and looked up to see the blush and shyness on Qingluan's face. Broken. She knows. This is a side effect of the mental matrix. If you need to upload your thoughts and will to let other negative stars know, but you don't need to speak when you are face to face, and the other party can know what you think, unless you actively block it. Thoughts in his mind turned like lightning, and Li Qing raised his head in just a second. There is nothing to be entangled with, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about, so he stretched out his right hand to her. Qingluan also showed relief, stretched out her right hand and placed it in his palm for him to hold. At this moment, there were a lot of thoughts, and the two of them had already thought about it. So for immortal existences like them, falling in love is so fast, and within a second, they can experience all kinds of thoughts and ideas that ordinary people have been entangled with for a year and can't finish entangled. It is so easy to get a life partner, it seems that there is no difficulty. But come to think of it, it is absolutely a given. Just ask besides him, does she have a more suitable partner choice? No. Li Qing took her hand and looked at the robot beside him who had no expression but could feel the extremely chaotic emotions. General Cyrus probably didn't realize it for a while. Why did this young man hold his daughter's hand after a while? Half an hour later, Li Qing got the mysterious Rubik's Cube that Qingluan recovered very quickly. As long as her thinking can keep up, she can directly control the rotation of the Rubik's Cube with spiritual power, turning it hundreds of times in a second, and successfully restore the Rubik's Cube in just half an hour. Then, there is no more. After the Rubik's Cube is restored, there are no abnormal changes on the 6 sides except for some messy lines. Not recovery. He, Qingluan, and a robot looked around the Rubik's Cube. There was nothing unusual about the lines on the 6 sides, just a bunch of random lines that looked like children's graffiti. If it wasn't for the restoration, each line would match up. Will not think its recovery is like this. No wonder there are so many owners, but no one has been able to unlock its secrets. It is really difficult. Li Qing thought for a while, gave up the plan to solve it immediately, put the Rubik's Cube in Qingluan's hand and said, "You take it first, and think about it when you have time." She nodded slightly, her tone much softer than before. Sure enough, when a woman has her own heart, she can see the other side that she usually cannot see. It's a pity that it's inconvenient for her father to be here, otherwise he would have to taste what it's like to be a negative star. Leaving the scientific research area, Li Qing came to the warehouse area to check the talent packages of the same race as Junshan and Feng Ming. This group of talents came from a civilization between the 4th and 5th levels in Yingxin. From the news uploaded to the mental matrix by Junshan and Feng Ming, it was known that their mother civilization has now been destroyed by other civilizations. They were divided and sold as slaves to different parts of the galaxy. This is a civilization that evolved from mammals, and the appearance is nothing to refer to, because Li Qing has never seen creatures similar to them before, but the appearance is not very annoying. Of course, it doesn't matter whether they look good or not. It's just a group of talents anyway. He didn't think about avenging them and collecting the lost clansmen, and he didn't need it. Li Qing directly consumed 582 civilization points to buy 582 servants of light, plus his own servants of light, and turned them all into servants of light. This batch of talents includes 238 scientists, 34 naval commanders, 17 army commanders, 22 administrative-related officials, 36 top engineers, 30 agricultural-related talents, and the rest are all shipbuilders or ship designer. This group of talents is the last spark of that civilization. It basically covers all aspects of the resurgence of civilization. As long as a suitable planet is found and the gene pool carried in the fleet is added, civilization can be rebuilt. Unfortunately, the fleet was discovered and intercepted by the enemy, and the Starlight Project was naturally gone. They were also packed together and sent to the auction house, and finally got into Li Qing's hands. What should these occupations do? Scientists are sent to the 3 major academies of sciences, and naval commanders are just used to command their own fleets. It is an extreme luxury to ensure that there is a golden commander in any brigade. Even the Star Sea Lord has few golden commanders, so he directly wholesales golden commanders here. Army commanders are sent to the army area in the warehouse area, and the administrative officials will be in charge of the super livable areas of the POM universe in the future. Top engineers are used to be in charge of urban development and speed up the construction progress of various projects. Among the last 236 ship engineers, there are 15 flagship engineers. The remaining 221 engineers actually include all conventional battleship construction engineers, but all of them are purple-named talents. Li Qing asked them all to become battleship chief engineers. After finishing these, the harvest is basically clear. He doesn't need to worry about the 34 billion Tauran coolies. After being sent to a super livable zone, he will arrange it himself, otherwise what will he do with so many servants of light? Coming out of the universe in the POM, the battleship had already appeared near Shanhaiguan. The reason why he didn't go in was because Cybertron, the star-bearer, was afraid of doing something else. Li Qing first contacted the second uncle, and the warship sailed into the border galaxy of Shanhaiguan. Back to Shanhaiguan, he contacted his company and asked them to prepare to recruit a group of senior crew members, and then made an appointment with the second uncle. The next day at noon, Li Qing rushed over after receiving the news that the second uncle had returned. Still in the same office, the second uncle was asking a beautiful secretary to take off his coat. It seemed that he had just returned. Wait for the secretary to go out, Li Wei wondered. Is there anything important about getting me back in such a hurry? Li Qing nodded and said, I have a very dangerous plan now. I want to ask you to refer to it, and learn some insider information by the way. Oh, tell me. It's like this. Some time ago, I unlocked an ultimate weapon in that space relic, which can cut off a large piece of starry sky and store it in an independent space. I suddenly had an idea, whether I can use this ultimate weapon to one of the 3 core fortresses in the southern border of the Bruin United Civilization was defeated. Quote? Urbo raised his head in astonishment, with a daze on his face, as if he didn't understand. You say it again. The corners of Li Qing's mouth twitched. He repeated what he said just now, and carefully explained the conditions for using this ultimate weapon. The second uncle heard clearly this time, and then froze. You mean, you have an ultimate weapon, and you want to use that ultimate weapon to capture one of the 3 core fortresses of Bruin United? It's not that they took it down, it's that they lost one. Same. Li Weixin directly waved his hands and said. This is impossible. He looked at Li Qing in disbelief and asked. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know how strong the force in the 3 core fortresses of Bruin is? If you look at the effect of your ultimate weapon called Light of Dimension Convergence, you need a powerful fleet to carry the entire Bruin United civilization in the core fortress of the Bruin United Central for about 10% of the entire civilization. Persevere for hours under a single armed attack. Chapter 229, A Tentative Attempt. Second Uncle Li Weixin looked at Li Qing with a strange expression and said. You can refer to the force of Shanhaiguan. How strong is the force of Shanhaiguan? The strength of Bruin's combined 3 core fortresses is as strong as that of the 3 core fortresses. Moreover, reinforcements can be made at any time in the nearby star field. There are more than 20 super psychics in the galaxy all year round. Resident, why do you carry it for hours? More than 20 super psychers permanently stationed. Do you think? After Li Qing was silent for a while, he still asked a little unwillingly. Could it be that the 2 6th level scientific and technological divisions lasted for less than 2 or 3 hours? Hearing this, Lee Weixin looked up strangely and asked, "What 6th level division?" "No, you have 2 division level fleets with full 6 level configuration." Li Qing nodded. "Before, I had the honor to help His Highness Xiao Bili a favor, and bought one from him, and then I bought another one at the super auction of the 003 Neutral Galaxy, a total of 2. Second Uncle Li Weixin suddenly opened his mouth slightly, with an expression of surprise and envy on his face, and it took him a while to raise his head and point. "You are awesome, but it's still not enough. Besides, are you willing to lose these 2 divisions to try an operation with extremely low probability?" After a pause, he said seriously, "If there are 2 divisions with a 6th level configuration, if you don't directly face the main force at the beginning, and jump in from the edge of the galaxy first, it is not impossible to last for 2 or 3 hours, but it is basically impossible for you to come out after entering. The division level fleet basically has to stay there, but your plan may not be successful, which is equivalent to the loss of those 2 fleets. 2 6th level deployment divisions. With these 2 divisions, you have no opponents in the Zutar star field who can stop you. Such a loss is too wasteful." Li Qing has nothing to say. It's not that he was left speechless, but that he didn't know how to explain it to the second uncle. After all, there are some things that the second uncle doesn't know. But Erbo's words are not unreasonable. Think in another way, and use Shanhaiguan as a comparison. If you use the same method to deal with Shanhaiguan, what is your success rate? He wasn't sure. Although he has not finished visiting Shanhaiguan, he also knows that there are no dead spots in the entire Shanhaiguan fortress. No matter where he jumps in from, he will be found immediately. It is not clear how many resident super psychers there are in the pass, but from the last time until now, I have occasionally detected at least 10 super psychers in the past few days. This is only perceivable, and there must be a large number of unperceivable ones, of super psychics. Skull hurts. Li Qing didn't continue to discuss with his second uncle. He sat alone in the living room and was silent for a while. Suddenly, his mind moved, and his consciousness communicated with the mental matrix. Using his identity as the master of the mental matrix, he communicated with the negative star Cybertron who was wandering around on this planet. First, he told him his plan in detail, and then asked, "Your Excellency, you have fought against the Bruin United Civilization for thousands of years. You should have thought about how to break through the 3 core fortresses. I wonder if you have any conceived battle plans." After hearing his words, Cybertron was silent for a while, and said, "There have been 2 plans that are not very mature but have certain feasibility. The first plan is to use the main force to attract the attention of the enemy, and then find a commander with strong penetrating ability to lead a fleet to leap across their borders and raid the important internal systems of the Bruin United Civilization, especially an important logistics galaxy that provides resources for the 3 major fortresses, as well as cutting off some important shipping lanes and cutting off the supplies of the 3 core fortresses. If the routes and logistical supplies can be cut off, coupled with the high-intensity full-scale war on the frontal battlefield, the supplies stored in the 3 core fortresses will be consumed in a short period of time. As long as the supplies are exhausted, their combat effectiveness will be weakened. We have an opportunity. However, there are 2 difficulties in doing so. One difficulty is that you cannot find a suitable commander. The other difficulty is that the intensity of the war is too high and requires adequate preparations. However, the early stage of a full-scale war takes a long time and requires extensive mobilization. It can't be hidden from Bruin United Civilization. Once they were ready, the plan wouldn't work. The second plan is still a sneak attack. Gather the main force of the 3 major human fortresses, sneak attack Bruin and unite one of the fortresses, and forcefully knock down one of the other 2 fortresses before they react. But the risk of doing so is too high. Once the enemy detects it in advance and takes the opportunity to attack the other 2 fortresses that are empty, it may result in a change of home." After listening to these 2 previous plans, Li Qing thought carefully and found that if the prerequisites can be established, it is indeed feasible. But the difficulty of the problem lies in the establishment of this premise. Little movement, insufficient preparation. If there is a lot of movement, the enemy will find out. Trouble. The 2 civilizations have been at a stalemate here for tens of thousands of years, which shows that the defenses of the 3 core fortresses on both sides have absolutely no weaknesses. If there is a slight weakness, it has already been breached. If you want to break these 3 turtle shells, you can basically attack directly. The machinations basically don't work. He even suspected that they all had more than one complete set of solutions to the internal explosion. His idea is indeed feasible, and the success rate is even higher than theirs, but it still needs to meet the prerequisites. But it is inconvenient for him to seek cooperation from the military. He is just a small lord who has just been promoted. How could the military use the safety of the entire Shanhaiguan to accompany him in the experiment based on his one-sided words? People speak lightly, and people's hearts are very complicated. It doesn't mean that people will be willing to do it if they have a chance to succeed. So, I can only rely on myself. Moreover, the idea of attacking Bruin and the 3 core fortresses had to be changed. Li Qing also felt that the risk was too great. Although the 2 6th-level deployment divisions were strong, they were still too poor to face the defenders in the 3 major fortresses. Not to mention, he couldn't stop any battle star from moving. Mobile battle stars as big as the Earth have their own strong and controllable gravitational force. As long as the gravitational force interferes or suppresses it casually, it will be impossible to fight. Or if such a big battle star hits directly, he has to run away. Let's change the target. For example, the 3 core fortresses cannot be moved, but the satellite systems outside the core fortress can be moved. Just as there are a large number of affiliated logistics galaxies outside Shanhaiguan that belong to the core fortress of Shanhaiguan, all of which belong to the fort system of Shanhaiguan, the 3 core forts united by Bruven naturally also have a huge fort system to support this important core fort. These subsidiary galaxies certainly cannot have the strong defense of the core fortress, which is operable. Whether cutting with the light of the converging dimension of the ultimate weapon, or swallowing the stars in the galaxy, the goal of destroying the galaxy can be achieved. If all the subsidiary logistics galaxies behind the core fortress can be completely destroyed, although the core fortress is still there, its sustainable combat capability will be greatly weakened. The more Li Qing thought about it, the more he felt that this operation was feasible. Next, he contacted a large trade group and ordered a total of 200 trillion star energy blocks, a total of 2 billion, plus the 1 billion he had for a total of 3 billion, which should be enough. He already has some special ideas, and 3 billion standard energy blocks can meet his experimental needs. Next, he stepped up the speed of recruiting the crew, and at the same time purchased a batch of slaves from the Bruin United Civilization, and contacted the second uncle at the same time, but did not tell him his plan, but just told him to do something by himself. If he failed, of course there is no need to say anything, but if it succeeds, someone will contact you, and you will know what to do when the time comes. Then, he summoned Junshin, the negative star, and gave the contact information of Junshin to the second uncle, so as not to recognize him. Later, Junshin, the negative star, will stay in his residence in the family residence. At that time, they can use the mental matrix to communicate with each other. If his plan is successful, he will immediately contact the second uncle, and then the second uncle will persuade the fortress military veterans will take advantage of the opportunity to send troops. Although it may not be persuasive, preparation is still required. Of course, Li Qing also felt that this preparation would probably not be needed, and he didn't think he could cause much damage to the 3 core fortresses that Bruven united. The main goal in the past this time is not to say that one step is in place, but to find out first, to see the enemy's defense situation, to try if you have a chance, and forget it if you don't have a chance. And there is not enough time. In another year or so, the Shatta Tribal Union will probably have to make all the preparations to attack the territory. He has to go back to sit in town and prepare for the raiders of the Shatta Tribal Union. It is impossible to make much noise here. If you really want him to complete the plan and hand over the Eastern Fortress, and he has no time to continue later, wouldn't that mean making a wedding dress for someone else? So let's go around this wave first. 1 month later, all preparations were complete, and a transport fleet full of crew left Shanhaiguan and entered the northern border of the empire. Leaving the range of Shanhaiguan, he sent all the transport ships into the Palm universe, and then quickly began to receive the 6th-level configuration fleet armed in the Palm universe, and he continued to go north. He named the fleet he bought at the auction the 3rd Division of Jolin, and when His Highness Xiao Bili's division is in place, it will be the 2nd Division of the territory. This time he did not drive the frigate, but drew a frigate from the 3rd Division. Although the battleship is not as good as the ship, it is equipped with 6th-generation technology. The 6th-generation jump engine is stronger than the 5th-generation jump engine of the ship, and the penetration strength can be increased by 1 level. The jump strength, a total of 11 levels of jump strength, is enough to penetrate the border interception system of the Bruven United. Going northward, they soon came to the vicinity of Li Jingtun's Nule Legion. They asked a small group of players passing by, and learned that Nule Legion was gathering a large number of nearby players and fighting with a regular sweeping fleet in the north of the Legion's territory. Now there is no winner yet. Li Qing didn't go there, and continued northward by detour. It traveled silently across thousands of light years and stopped at the southern border of the Bruin United Civilization. The so-called border is to use a special method to destroy all the waterways of the border galaxy, and it is no longer possible to enter it through the hyperspace waterway. After tens of thousands of years of hard work, the waterways between all the separate galaxies on the border of the two civilizations have now been cut off, leaving only 3 exits, which are the locations of the 3 core fortresses. Then all kinds of strong interference and interception systems are densely distributed in the galaxies on the border, and ordinary spaceships cannot make the jump at all. It is not clear what the interception strength of the Bruin United is, but on the northern border of the United Empire of Mankind, the interception strength in places other than the 3 core fortresses has reached level 9 or above. What is this concept? The penetration power of a normal 5th generation leap engine is level 5, and level 6 technology is level 6, which certainly cannot penetrate level 9. In addition, the penetrating strength of the warp halo of the Dreadnought can be +1 level, and the penetrating power of the warp halo of the super flagship can be +2 level, which means that even a fleet with a Titan super flag and full 6th generation technology cannot force the warp over, unless the commander's talent comes with a leap penetration enhancement. Of course, with the scale of the Bruin United Civilization, it is not difficult to find a bunch of commanders who have the talent of leap penetration and enhancement. But why don't they do it? The high probability is the tacit understanding between the two sides. After all, both parties can do this kind of thing, but simply jumping in is useless except to cause a wave of destruction. The interception system directly filters out the fleet below the 5th level, and the size of the fleet above the 6th level is very large. Not big, can't do much. As long as the 3 core fortresses are not affected, other damages are meaningless. It is true that there are quite a few military lords on the border, but the military lords who can hang out at the border are all good at force, and the fleets that jumped in couldn't easily capture the capital of a military lord. Once the attack fails for a long time and reinforcements arrive, it will be troublesome at that time, and it will be difficult to run. This kind of strong interception system is basically the same for Li Qing now. He can jump in directly without even using the flagship, appearing on the edge of a gravitational well in an unknown galaxy within the territory of the Bruin United Civilization. Finally came in. He glanced left and right, and the warship scanned the screen. There was no difference between the starry sky of the Bruin United Civilization and the United Empire of Mankind. The warship did not scan any interception and interference systems in the galaxy. Obviously, this place has crossed the border defense system and entered into the depths of the combined Bruin civilization. The battleship stayed here for a long time. He drove out the slaves of the Bruin United that he bought in Shanhaiguan before from the Palm universe. Without any nonsense, he directly turned several crew members and captains into servants of light. Then let them replace the original crew of the battleship, and the ordinary crew are also replaced by robots. In addition, the battleship itself comes from a civilization in the center of the galaxy, not a conventional frigate of human civilization. Battleship. Of course, it is also possible to hide some places that are not strictly inspected, such as the 3 core fortresses of Bruin, which must not be hidden. Don't expect to use this method to sneak into the 3 core fortresses. But he has changed his mind now. Instead of directly attacking the 3 core fortresses, he will explore the road first in another way. For example, attack several important logistics support points behind the eastern core fortress. He is currently located in the middle of the core fortresses in the east and central part of the Bruin Union, and he will drive directly to the east when he is ready. Keep jumping all the way, gradually approaching the star field over there, while constantly updating the star map. He has the border star map of Bruin Union, which he obtained from his second uncle. This is not a secret within the military. After all, the two sides have been scouting and infiltrating each other for thousands of years, and detailed star maps may not be available, but the locations of those fixed logistics bases are still clear, including the capitals of several provinces and important galaxy locations near the 3 major fortresses. Li Qing's current destination is a food-producing galaxy more than 800 light-years away from the core eastern fortress of Bruin United. Chapter 230 Create Destruction. The Savage Galaxy, one of the 3 major food production bases in the eastern core fortress of Bruin. According to previous explorations by some adventurers capable of overcoming the wall, there is a living planet, 4 transformed planets, and 20 satellites that have been transformed into agricultural planets or grazing planets in this grain production base galaxy. In addition, there is a super large military grain depot in the galaxy, which stores strategic grain reserves exclusively for the Eastern Core Fortress. Under normal circumstances, there will be a Legion-level fleet permanently stationed in the galaxy, with about 5 divisions, including a conventional mobile fortress. But if there is a war here, the fleet can be quickly mobilized nearby, and more than 2 Legion-level fleets can be assembled within 1 day to support them, and 3 to 5 Division-level fleets can be assembled within 3 days. Of course, the premise of this support is that there are no other battles nearby. If it is an all-out war, there will be battles elsewhere, so naturally there will not be much support. In addition, this information is from more than 10 years ago. It can be trusted under normal circumstances, but the possibility of changes cannot be ruled out. The frigate slowly came to the vicinity of the Savage Galaxy, and the increase of caravans in the vicinity can be clearly seen. Although this galaxy is dedicated to the Eastern Core Fortress, it does not consume much during peacetime. The lowest level of food reserves will be cleared out and replaced every year. Grain. These old grains are what these merchants trade. Li Qing made the servant of light that he had enlightened pretend to be a small businessman who came looking for opportunities, and he sneaked into the Savage Galaxy normally. As a galaxy with prosperous business, it is also an era of peace, and the inspection cannot be so strict. From the captain to the crew, they are all natives of Bruven United, so it is impossible to see anything. Warships line up to blend into the Savage system, sensors scan around to collect information. Let's do some scouting in this wave, and I haven't decided whether to do it yet. Soon before coming to a transformed planet, I saw a blue and beautiful planet floating in the dark starry sky from a distance. This galaxy may have been transformed for thousands of years, and it has already been transformed to be similar to those natural ones. A living planet is no different. The spaceship landed on the orbit of the planet. Li Qing looked at the planet carefully. The continent on the surface of the planet is covered with endless farmland. Although the rice planted is not edible by humans, it is also a kind of crop similar to rice. Except for the different taste, the actual essence it is no different from rice, and humans can eat it as well. In fact, most organic intelligent species eat the same food, but the food produced on different planets is different. Maybe there are rice, corn and potatoes on the Earth, and maybe other species have similar red rice and stone beans. The spaceship circles the planet once, and then flies to another planet. However, before approaching another planet, the spacecraft received a warning from the garrison in the galaxy, roughly meaning that wandering in the galaxy without authorization is not allowed. Li Qing was thinking about whether to abandon the ship and go around alone. When the conversation changed, he said that he could buy a sightseeing ticket for a small amount of money, and he could go sightseeing anywhere on the planet, as long as he didn't go to strategic warehouses and military just near the base. Li Qing was overjoyed when he heard that, and immediately asked Diane, his subordinates, to pay 1.5 million Bruin joint common currency. He has no money, but these Bruin United Civilization prisoners who did not know where they were captured before have. Now the money is electronic currency, and the person himself is the voucher, and he can pay without even using a card, which is very convenient. After buying the sightseeing tickets, they wandered around the galaxy openly, turning all the modified planets around. After 2 days of shopping, the spacecraft stopped in the orbit closest to the star in the galaxy. At this time, Li Qing has a galaxy projection in front of him. The model established by the previous observation data has projections of all the planets in the galaxy, including the military warehouse and the location of the garrison. Although I don't have permission to go in and see it, I know its location when passing by. Sitting on the command chair and watching the projection, Li Qing squeezed his chin and thought about which way to destroy it. It is easy to simply destroy. He has a lot of ways to destroy. His main consideration is whether to plunder a wave before destroying. The strategic grain storage warehouse of this galaxy is built directly in the void, consisting of giant towing cabinets. It is very convenient to directly use large transport ships to drag them out and transport them away when needed. The storage area of the entire warehouse is tens of millions of kilometers. I don't know how much food has been accumulated. If you can it will be a lot of money. He is not short of mines now, but the more things like food, the better. After all, the entire United Human Empire is short of these things. Small-scale purchases are okay, but it is difficult to buy more. If you don't have mines, you don't build ships at most, and if you don't eat, you will die. Whether you use it for yourself or sell it for favors, this is a good thing. But how to evacuate this super large warehouse under the nose of the garrison is a big problem. Robbery. Opening the door of the black hole and swallowing it forcibly in this super warehouse area of tens of millions of kilometers in length and width. It is possible, but Li Qing squeezed his chin, and already had a vague idea in his mind. Maybe it works. With a thought, the person has disappeared, and reappeared on the surface of the star. A senior crew member in charge of the radar of a certain battleship in a patrol fleet not far from the star suddenly saw that there seemed to be an abnormality on the surface of the star scanned by the radar, and a human silhouette emerged. He was taken aback, and immediately started the second round of directional scanning. When the screen was refreshed, the figure was no longer visible. Strangeness. But there is no entanglement. At this time, the fleet has left this area. At this time, Li Qing had already entered the star, and the blazing high temperature was isolated by the powerful spiritual energy barrier. He sank all the way to the inside of the star, and did not stop until a certain area. Then, the door of the black hole opened, he turned over and entered the universe in the palm, and a fiery torrent also sprayed into the universe in the palm. But this time it is not the deepest part of the star, it is still in the periphery, the pressure is not great, and the door of the black hole opened is not big, with a diameter of about 2 meters. This caliber may not be enough to pump in a lifetime, and the pumping is not enough. More energy is released stably inside. Back to the high-dimensional fortress, he began to operate the ultimate weapon and start charging, targeting the depths of the star with a range of 10,000 kilometers. Although this range is less than 1% of the diameter of a star, it is the core region of the star, and it has more mass than all the masses outside it combined. The most important thing is that if a wave cuts off the core area, the star will basically disappear and collapse directly. It is equivalent to taking out all the flesh and bones of a person, leaving only a piece of skin. At the moment when the ultimate weapon, the converging light of dimension, began to recharge, the headquarters of the galaxy garrison, which is about 10,000 kilometers away from the star system, suddenly sounded the alarm. The internal channels of the garrison were chaotic. Get up and drink. What happened? Immediately an assistant came in and said. The galaxy defense system has detected extremely strong abnormal energy fluctuations, and is investigating the location. The admiral with 3 gold stars on his shoulder ordered in a deep voice. Send more patrol fleets out immediately, and at the same time order a temporary blockade of the galaxy. All caravans immediately stop any action and undergo inspection on the spot. After a pause, he said with a murderous look on his face. If you disobey, you will be dealt with by military law. After a series of emergency measures, several people breathed a sigh of relief, and the leader, Admiral Bruven, said. Don't worry, everyone, some bugs should have gotten in. All the generals also nodded one after another, not too nervous. Because if it is a large-scale fleet invasion, it is impossible to hide the location. Although the galaxy defense system is not as powerful as the 3 core galaxies, it is also spread throughout the entire galaxy. Now that no large-scale fleet has appeared, it can only be a powerful psyker came in. This kind of situation is rare, but it is not impossible. There will always be human psychers sneaking in to spy on information, just like they often send powerful psychers to sneak into human territory to spy on information. This is unavoidable. A group of generals felt relieved and continued the meeting just now. But one of the major generals always felt uneasy after sitting down. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction in doubt, and there was always a shadow of impending disaster hanging over his head. His anomaly was discovered by the first general, and he asked. Did you find something? He shook his head and said. I didn't find anything, but there was always a feeling of panic, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Admiral pondered for a moment and said. You are a powerful psyker, and your psychic sense is stronger than ours. Maybe something might happen. So, go and have a look. The major general immediately got up and gave a military salute, then turned and left. However, as soon as the door was opened, the assistant walked over hurriedly and said in a deep voice. Your Excellency, the location has been determined, and the powerful energy fluctuation is within the star. The commander of the general was stunned for a moment, looked at the major general who had not yet left and asked. Can a powerful psyker destroy a star? Major general shook his head and said. Impossible, even super psychers cannot affect stars. What if weapons such as shock bombs are placed inside the star to destabilize the star? The shock bomb is impossible. The interior of the star is a gaseous structure, and the shock bomb cannot take effect, but it is possible to use other weapons that we do not know to affect the star. The commander's face changed slightly, and he immediately ordered. You rush over to have a look first. Then command the assistant. Order all the garrisons to enter the combat state. The 1st Division immediately makes combat preparations and moves the nearby patrol fleets closer to the stars. In addition, comprehensively investigate whether there are any abnormalities recently, and comprehensively investigate all fleets that have entered the galaxy within a week. Temporarily, all caravans in the galaxy are now being thoroughly inspected, and those who do not cooperate will be detained first. After issuing a series of orders, the meeting could not go on. The commander led the generals to leave the conference room and head to the garrison headquarters. Their reaction is not unpleasant, but it is a pity that they have no idea what they are facing. It has been more than 10 minutes from the initial discovery to the response, and the second comprehensive inspection when it seems to be aware of it. At this time, the ultimate weapon, the Dimension Constrictor, has been charged for nearly half. The launch speed of this ultimate weapon is completely determined by the range. The larger the range of influence, the longer the charging time. If he cut off the core area of the entire core fortress galaxy in the east of Bruin according to his previous prediction, the time it takes is entirely measured in hours. 2 or 3 hours is a preliminary estimate, and it may take 5 or 6 hours or even more. Such a long time is enough for more than 20 super psychers to sweep the entire galaxy like a carpet. It is useless to hide anywhere, and they can only carry it head-on for a few hours. With his current strength, there is really no way to bear it for a few hours. Li Qing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It is indeed a super fortress built by 2 civilizations with all their efforts. Both inside and outside are like iron barrels. As time went by, more and more fleets came near the stars, and a large number of specially made unmanned reconnaissance aircraft approached the surface of the stars for reconnaissance, and some of them had already entered the stars. But the interference inside the star is too serious, and the reconnaissance range is too small, so the number of reconnaissance planes can only be continuously increased. At the same time, a large number of psychers belonging to the army approached the star on a frigate, and scanned with psychic energy nearby. The Major General Psyker was also in one of the frigates. He scanned for more than 10 minutes and found nothing, but the warning signs in his heart became stronger and stronger. He was already a little anxious, and he wanted to dive into the stars. But his psychic strength is just over 1 million, and he can walk on the surface of stars in a short period of time, and even enter not very deep places in stars, but he can't go too deep, and he can't last too long. Feeling the warning signs that already made him feel scared in his heart, he finally couldn't help but said to the command through the channel. Your Excellency, Commander, I think it is necessary to ask Master Zeke to take action. The other side responded immediately. The headquarters has invited Master Zeke, and the Master has agreed to come down, but it will take about half an hour to come over. Half an hour, maybe not. Before he finished speaking, his heart suddenly jumped violently, and then it was as if a hand was holding his heart, which was extremely painful, but he did not cover his heart, but covered his furry head with both hands and shouted. Do not. The next second, a wave of invisible vibrations suddenly came from the star, sweeping across like lightning, and then the whole star sank, twisted and deformed, and then quickly collapsed inward. At the same time, the gravitational force of the star that has remained unchanged for hundreds of millions of years suddenly disappeared at this moment, and the entire galaxy lost control on the spot after a momentary pause. The planet loses the gravitational of the star and begins to fall out of orbit. The battleship parked in the void lost the gravity of the star, suddenly lost control and drifted away at an extremely fast speed, and the entire galaxy was in chaos. At this time, Li Qing had already closed the door of the black hole, took advantage of the chaos to jump away from the star, and jumped directly in front of the huge warehouse inside the galaxy. However, when he was about to reopen the door of the black hole, he suddenly felt a strong threat, turned his head quickly, and saw nothing, but from the perspective of spiritual power, he could see a very powerful spiritual power. The figure rushed towards him. Super Psyker. Chapter 231. The End of the Temptation and Going Home. Run. When you can see a super psycher, it means that there will be a group of super psychers coming soon. His operation in this wave directly abolished one of the 3 major food supply bases of the Bruven United. This is estimated to be the biggest loss suffered since the establishment of the Eastern Core Fortress, and it will definitely lead to a crazy blow from the Bruven United. Even the Eastern Core Fortress will focus on it, and a few super psychers will be dispatched to search. Although nothing was found, at least the strategic goal has been achieved. With one jump, Li Qing has already left this galaxy that has begun to distort. With the disappearance of the star core, the remaining mass of the star is no longer enough to maintain the original gravitational field, and the collapse of the galaxy is inevitable. As the galaxy collapses, everything that depends on the galaxy will also disappear. For example, wormholes, such as hyperspace channels, etc., will disappear. That is to say, the channel transiting through this galaxy will disappear in the near future, and this road will disappear in the future, unless the transition is over. The normal way through the wormhole to enter the hyperspace channel and across two galaxies is gone. It will greatly affect the overall strategy of the Eastern Core Fortress. In the peaceful era, it may not have much impact. After all, even merchant ships will jump now, but in the war era, when the battle is fierce, the human side will definitely send a small fleet to pass through the defense line and enter the interior of the defense line, and temporarily arrange it in the star field near the Eastern Core Fortress. Various jamming and interception systems. Normal logistics ships and non-main fleets have low jump penetration capabilities. Faced with various interference and interception systems, they cannot jump and can only sail normally. At this time, the main channel is cut off, which is very fatal. This wave of operations made Li Qing see the possibility of taking down the Bruin United Fortress. If you can't fight head-on, you can completely destroy the important galaxies and intersections behind the Eastern Core Fortress, so that their supplies and fleets cannot quickly support them, which is equivalent to providing assistance to the front line in disguise. You can do this. Li Qing nodded in his heart, and left the current galaxy with another psionic jump. Didn't look back, it was just a random jump without a goal. Anyway, the wave just now has achieved his strategic goal. When he came, he just wanted to try it out, and didn't think about breaking the core fortress. Now that you have found a way, there is no need to stay where you are and take risks. Go back first, and come back next time when you are fully prepared. However, the super psychic from Bruin United seemed to be after him, and he chased him wherever he ran, and he hasn't lost it yet. Li Qing traveled more than 2,000 light years in one breath, and even rushed to the hinterland of the Bruin Union, but he didn't get rid of it. He didn't know how he could hang behind. Moreover, when he made another long-distance leap to a certain galaxy in the hinterland of the Bruin Union, he sensed the aura of two super psychers behind him again after a while. You still call someone? Li Qing opened the star map, and it was pitch black. This place is deep in the hinterland of the Bruin United civilization. No human player has ever traveled so far, and he is the first one. Since you call people, don't blame me for shaking people too. Li Qing stopped in an unknown galaxy, stepped on a meteorite floating in the void, closed his eyes and remained motionless. A few minutes later, two circles of distortion suddenly appeared in the starry sky hundreds of kilometers away from the meteorite. In the next second, two groups of clear light exploded, revealing two figures shrouded in powerful distortion, and quickly separated one left and one right to surround him. The two saw Li Qing with his eyes closed and motionless, and looked around vigilantly, but didn't notice anything unusual. The one-eyed Bruin psychic master on the left had a fierce look in his eyes and shouted, "Human, you are dead." Although the other Bruin psionic master didn't speak, he was moving his position to block his escape direction. The so-called psionic masters are the super psychics of the Bruin United civilization, who are honored as masters in their civilization. According to Li Qing's perception, the strength of these two super psychers is about 30 million, which is comparable to his own, and the other is over 10 million. Although far weaker than him, there is already a super psychic who is comparable to him. When the able person holds back, it is normally the straw that breaks the camel's back. But that refers to the normal situation, and Li Qing definitely cannot count it as normal. However, he did not immediately summon the Servants of Light. He wanted to test his current strength. After being promoted to a super psychic for so long, he hasn't had a serious fight with other super psychers. It just so happens that the strength of these two super psychers is not much different from his own. Without any nonsense, the one-eyed psychic master raised his hands, and the tens of thousands of kilometers of void with him as the center suddenly filled the sky with thunder, turning into a thunder field with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers. Countless lightning exploded in it. Stretching out his hands to grasp, the sky filled with thunder gathered at his hands to form a dazzling thunder spear, aiming at Li Qing with a fierce throw. Almost instantly, Li Qing knew that this thunder javelin was bound to hit and could not be dodged. There was no movement at all. A layer of golden light appeared around him, forming a huge golden light ball. The lightning javelin almost instantly hit the protective light ball and exploded, turning into a sea of thunder covering thousands of kilometers. The other super psychic also put his hands together and pulled, and a ball of golden light condensed into a move, turning into a thick golden chain and flying out, hitting Li Qing and nailing it into the ball of light. The golden chain held Li Qing back. Seeing this, the other one-eyed psionic master disappeared in a flash, and reappeared in front of Li Qing, who was already locked and unable to escape. The strong psionic energy in the one-eyed pupil exploded, and a strong distortion shot out from the one-eyed eye, hitting him in an instant. With Li Qing's forehead, he immediately stood motionless with his eyelids down. Another super psychic saw that the golden chain in his hand disappeared, and he jumped behind Li Qing in a flash. He slapped and twitched his forehead with both hands, and the space between his eyebrows twisted violently. A psychic dagger invisible to the naked eye slowly withdrew from the brow. As if feeling the crisis, Li Qing's eyelids trembled violently, but the strength of the one-eyed psionic master's psionic power was not much different from his, and he was rigidly fixed and unable to move. Just 10 seconds later, another psionic master's dagger with strong psychic energy constantly exploding between his brows was drawn out. He grabbed the dagger and aimed it at the back of Li Qing's head, until he missed it. Boom! The indescribable psychic energy exploded, and the psychic dagger submerged in his brain collapsed inch by inch, and the unimaginably powerful psychic energy exploded from Li Qing's body, blasting away the two Bruin psionic masters. Withdraw. The two men looked at each other in horror, their figures disappeared in a flash, and it was 100 miles away to reappear. After several flashes in a row, the person has disappeared. At this time, Li Qing opened his eyes, and the door of the black hole behind him opened, and three figures shrouded in distorted golden light walked out from it. So close. Thinking of the situation just now, Li Qing showed a little palpitation. Not at the same level of combat at all, the two psionic masters cooperated and almost killed him in less than half a minute. If the dagger just now was replaced by another super psychic, it would still be severely injured. He also relied on being the master of the star negative, and he could borrow the power of other star negative to withstand it. If not, he probably had to GG just now. No, I have to take the time to ask the old patriarch about fighting skills, the level is too low. Abuse is definitely fine, but his combat level as a psyker is far behind other super psychers who have grown up through self-improvement. If there is too much difference in spiritual power strength, you can naturally crush them without using skills, but it is impossible to always encounter someone worse than yourself. He didn't chase, just as it was difficult for them to catch up with him, and it was also difficult for them to catch up if they wanted to escape. And the current spiritual strength of his star destroyers is not very strong, except for Cybertron, they are all at the level of more than 10 million. The God General of Cybertron has been a 3-stage mechanical ascension thousands of years ago, and his will itself is very powerful. After transforming into a star-negative person, his spiritual energy will become very powerful due to the influence of his will, far more powerful than other star-negative people. To be strong, it has already exceeded 30 million now, and it is still going up, and I don't know if it will rise to tens of millions before it stops. It is worth mentioning that when a psychic ascender reaches the level of a super psychic user, he is already in the third phase of psychic ascension. Leaving the galaxy quickly with his escort, he jumped thousands of light years before stopping, found a meteorite and dug a hole, opened the universe in his palm and walked in. Immediately after he came in, he transformed Celestis into a negative star. He and Cybertron were at the same level. After being transformed into a negative star, his spiritual energy also increased at a super fast speed. It is estimated that it can also reach tens of millions. The unique ability of the Cybertronian General is the Sublimated Infinite Freedom Aura, and the unique ability of the General Cyrus is called the Sublimated Infinite Reflection. God General's unique ability. Sublimated Infinite Reflection. Cyrus will covers the entire galaxy. All warships under his command are not affected by any deceleration, interference and interception. Acquired skill, Infinite Reflection. Infinite Reflection. Use it actively, designate a target, and condense a reflection with 300% of the specified target's attributes. The reflection lasts for 1 month and can be cancelled actively. There are up to 5 reflections at the same time. There are basically no restrictions on this designated target. As long as it is a battleship, it can be as small as a frigate, or as large as a mobile battle star. The lower limit is far from the upper limit. It is definitely useless to make the reflection of a frigate, but if you make the reflection of a mobile battle star, 5 mobile battle stars reflect the reflection of 300% of all attributes. It is terrible. After coming out of the universe in his palm, Li Qing embarked on his way home, jumping all the way south. There is basically nothing to do now, and I don't have the time and ability to do what I want to do. In addition, I have been wandering for so long. It is time to go back and deal with the territorial affairs. After killing the Shatta United tribe, then I can develop with peace of mind. Slow down, slowly put the focus here, trying to break through Bruin's defense. The joint stalemate between humans and Bruin has been too long, and it has already affected the development of humans. I don't know the development of other player civilizations in the galaxy, but last time the Council of Elders found traces of other player civilizations north of the Bruin Union, which is a warning sign. Whether it is for civilization or for himself, he needs to make a contribution and find a way to solve the stumbling block of Bruin's alliance. As long as the Bruin United civilization can be destroyed, they will be able to eat enough to eat just the corpses. The strength of this civilization is not inferior to that of human beings, and its territory is huge. If they can eat their corpses, the comprehensive strength of human civilization will definitely expand significantly in a short period of time. With such a large territory and life planet, it is absolutely no problem to give birth to dozens or hundreds of military lords, and maybe 1 or 2 star sea lords may be born. As long as the Bruin United civilization is eaten, the stagnant development of human beings for thousands of years can be made up in a wave. It can definitely make up for the lack of development in these years and catch up with other player civilizations. Going back is easy. A single super psyker is on his way, unless several stronger super psykers are ready to intercept him early, otherwise it will be difficult to catch him. Cross the border and continue southward until returning to Shanhaiguan in 1.5 months. The second uncle saw him coming back and just asked him casually, but Li Qing said nothing. Did not tell him the news that he would destroy one of the 3 major agricultural galaxies in the eastern fortress of Bruin United. Now that he has no time to continue, there is no point in telling him. Next, he bought all kinds of things wantonly here, and recruited the captains and senior crew needed by the 4 divisions, plus the previously recruited 1, a total of 5, and kept them in the palm of the universe for future use. At this time, the number 23 warehouse area of Palm Universe has already been transformed into a ground force military area, and they can also be allowed to stay temporarily. In addition, he also purchased a large number of machinery and equipment needed for infrastructure construction, various industrial product production lines, and some materials related to territory construction. Of course, the most important thing is money. He took out a refined steel sphere, removed a small part from it, split it into shares of different sizes, and sold them in batches to different large chambers of commerce, including a large part to the Shanhaiguan Fortress military. This small part is only 100 billion cubic meters, 390 star yuan per square, 3.9 billion star yuan in total. This made Li Qing feel a little speechless. When would he have too many resources to sell? With so much refined steel, it will definitely impact the refined steel market greatly, and it cannot be sold, nor dare to sell it. Give 1 to the family, and 1 to the husband's family. If you can't sell it for money, you can only use it to barter or return favors. The family and the Jinmin Yu family have helped me so much, so it's not too much to give 1. Of course, it was split up, and it was impossible to send the whole 1, otherwise it would be difficult to make excuses. He even thought about the reason, and dug a grave to find a material warehouse left over from ancient civilization, which contained a large amount of refined steel. This reason is really not nonsense. In reality, many players dig graves into the treasure house of ancient civilizations, but they are not as outrageous as him. It took 2 months to prepare. Li Qing bid farewell to the second uncle, and sent a letter to His Royal Highness Xiao Bili, asking him to send the fleet directly to Jolin, so that he would not pick it up himself. One day, an ship quietly left Shanhaiguan and disappeared into the vast sea of stars. Chapter 232 Inventory of Territory Development. Canaan Leader. The former MK471 galaxy is now renamed as the Galan Gate Galaxy, with the GARAN-2 Light Industry Base to the north, the GARAN-3 Orb Galaxy to the south, and the Garan Capital to the east. A small caravan entered the Gate of Garan and saw a star fort about 2,000 kilometers away from the wormhole. A small fleet was stationed in front of the star fort, and a large number of large and small fleets were queuing in front of the star fort. According to the regulations long ago, all large and small caravans entering the Garan's Gate Galaxy must register here before they can go to 3 different places in the north, south and east. The caravan honestly lined up in front of the star fort to be inspected and questioned by the dispatcher. Suddenly, a strange warship emerged from the wormhole and passed through the queue of ships at an extremely fast speed to the back of the star fort. The owner of the caravan under inspection immediately protested to the inspector who was inspecting. Why isn't he in line? It's not fair. The inspector glanced at him and said, because he is our lord. Ah, this is your lord. The ship passes through the void at an extremely fast speed, and directly enters the sublight speed state after leaving the star castle for a certain distance, until it crosses the galaxy to the wormhole on the other side of the galaxy. 2 days later, the ship appeared in the galaxy next door to the Jalan galaxy. From a distance, there was a star castle and a large-scale fleet outside the wormhole heading to Jalan. The wormhole continuously spits out energy, and a large number of player warships emerge from it, or drill into it. Having not returned for more than a year, the territory at this time looks decent under the development of UUFA. Most of the planets in the surrounding galaxies have already started to be developed, or they have established industrial bases, or transformed them into warehouses, etc. Many former Legion members joined forces to buy small residential stations and hang them all over the galaxies as their headquarters. With a large amount of capital invested, Jalan Collar's development speed is faster than he imagined. The ship entered the Jalan Collar, and immediately received a reminder, roughly about some precautions in the territory, and it looked pretty good. The ship did not enter the territory in a hurry, but wandered around the galaxy under the curious eyes of many players. At this time, the Galan galaxy has been fully developed. Even a few frozen planets billions of kilometers away from the stars have been developed as storage bases or military bases. There are 3 large residential station groups in the galaxy. Walking around to the center of the galaxy, I saw 2 huge star cities in the starry sky not far from Jalan Star. One is the original star city of the Orb people, and the other is the star city built by them themselves. With the 500% construction speed bonus of his talent, more than half of it has been built at this time, and it is estimated that it will be completed in a few months. In the center of this newly built star city is a huge outline of a stargate, which is the enhanced version of the stargate he bought before. Tal connects the 2 places. The news of Li Qing's return to the territory did not spread at first, but the governor suddenly asked for a week's leave, until a week later he appeared in front of his subordinates with a radiant face holding Li Qing's hand. After leaving for a long time, I came back and had a routine meeting. The main purpose is to meet everyone, and by the way meet some newcomers recruited by the territory, basically some administrative officials. Of course, more officials are needed for the development of the territory. As for the development of the territory over the years, UUFA had already reported to him in his daily activities during this week, and he basically knew the situation of the territory at this time. With continuous financial support, at this time, Jalan Collar has completed the comprehensive immigration of the Orb people in advance, and has immigrated all the Orb people in Jalan Star to Jalan number 3 Orbu Star, and Jalan Star has already vacated. Came out and is now undergoing a full remodel. Because of species differences, the various buildings of the Orb people are extremely unsuitable for human habitation. The original Orb cities need to be completely destroyed and rebuilt. At this time, reconstruction has begun, but due to lack of manpower, the progress is not very fast. But the problem is not big. This time he bought up to 34 billion Tauran coolies, and then get tens of billions to start full-scale work, and strive to complete the overall transformation of the planet and the overall urbanization of the planet within half a year. UUFA had already invited a professional planetary designer from Jinmen to design a future city blueprint for Jalangsing, planning to build 20 super metropolitan circles on the planet and concentrate the population in these 20 super metropolises. In the circle, other places are either agricultural areas or natural scenic areas to ensure that the planet's environment is maintained and will not be overdeveloped. Just in time, the new Star City and Stargate in the galaxy will definitely be built within half a year. At that time, some humans will immigrate from Jinmen, and the population will be tentatively set at about 500 million. At the same time, Qinghe Li's side will also prepare a population of 500 million. He can also select some obedient Cybermen from the Palm universe, and strive to gather around 500 million. At that time, you can also directly purchase population from the major provinces of the United Empire of Mankind. More than 200 military leaders can buy about 100 million each, which means more than 20 billion people. So whether the population is the problem is mainly whether there is money. When you have enough money, this is not a problem. Other than that, there are no major changes in the territory. Jalan number 3 has already transformed the immigrants, and the Lord's mansion is not short of money, so it promises not to collect any taxes within 10 years, and there are some basic subsidies to ensure that it will not starve to death. No way, more than 20 billion people are all squeezed into one planet. In the initial stage of immigration, except for construction-related industries, there is no need to count on other industries. Without subsidies, there is no income. Although it is a vassal race and looks ugly, since it has been accepted, it has to be responsible. In addition, the industrial base of Jalan number 2 has been completed. Not only the light industrial base, but also the heavy industrial base has also been moved there. Heavy industry is just like that, and the main investment is in the light industry base. After 2 years of development, the light industry base has completed a complete set of production lines for people's livelihood industries, and has achieved self-sufficiency in the needs of the people's livelihood in the territory. This is basically the development of the territory in the past 2 years, which is pretty good. There is no way, there is a lot of money, 1,000 trillion in capital investment, no matter how it can be developed. Even if this quadrillion has not been spent to a third, he immediately took out a full 1 billion star dollars and allocated it to the territory on the account. Such a huge amount of money startled Ufa, but she didn't ask how the money came from, but began to figure out how to develop the territory with so much money. After spending a period of time with his wife, Li Qingkai got up from the gentle village and started to do business. First of all, I interviewed many subordinates, including several direct subordinates, and learned about their situation during this period. Li Lai spent most of the past 2 years leading the fleet to guard the headquarters, and occasionally led the fleet to clear up large anomalies or pirate fleets that spawned near the territory. When the territory is established, some large pirate fleets will automatically spawn nearby. As the territory develops, the more prosperous it becomes, the stronger it will be. When the territory develops to a certain extent, some rebel fleets and even bases will be spawned, which can be regarded as a large territory risk. Li Lai's main task in the past 2 years is to eliminate large-scale pirates and anomalies, and the small ones are to be dealt with by the player team mixed around the territory in the form of tasks. And Li Qi spent most of the past 2 years forming a caravan to go to Jinmen for trade. He used to go north to the hinterland of the United Human Empire, but since the Baji Consortium started targeting Jalan Collar, the business there has been difficult. At that time, it was obvious that some demon moths could be produced in an ordinary transaction. Later, he came back to discuss with everyone, and he simply gave up the market in the north and only took the road to Jinmen. Although the market is small, it is always the market. In addition, he is also responsible for opening up the waterway between Jilanling and Jinmen, and clearing out pirates and large anomalies along the way. As for Hong Changfeng, he has been mainly responsible for dealing with players in the past 2 years. Originally, he was in charge of patrolling and mining. Later, Li Qing found out that he did not need to mine for smelting, so he did not need him to dig. Instead, he changed his job to be in charge of communicating with the former Legion members who were separated, and obtained various information through the contact between players. Mainly learn about some new player teams, or new unfamiliar caravans, and evaluate whether these new teams or caravans are related to the Baji Consortium. Now all the cores in the territory know that the territory is being targeted by the Octopus Consortium, so naturally they have to prepare early, and specially arrange an important member of the territory to take charge of this aspect. There have been some achievements these days, and many teams and caravans have been recorded, and they are all marked as suspicious teams. But it was just a mark, and there was no movement. Because there is no conclusive evidence, and the current stage is not yet critical, it has not yet reached the point of suppressing people regardless of right or wrong. After learning about them, Li Qing affirmed their achievements and gave rewards after listening to their reports. Draw 600 battleships, 1,500 frigates, 1,500 cruisers, 5,000 destroyers, and 15,000 frigates from the ships in the Palm Universe Center, plus 2 flagship aircraft carriers and a dreadnought, and divide them into thirds and give them to them. Their strength is Li Qing's strength. Build them a not weak fleet, which can have enough strength to help him deal with some miscellaneous fish. It's useless to be strong alone, there are always times when you can't do it. Waiting for more ships to be built in the territory in the future, they will continue to increase their strength until all 3 of them are able to stand alone. After the meeting, Li Qingtai exchanged a batch of servants of light, turned Hong Changfeng and the group of fellows who followed Li Lai and Li Qi into servants of light, and transferred half of them from their hands, placed in other positions. They are already servants of light. Even if they are the lowest tier because of their innate badness, they are still gold names, crushing most players, and it would be too wasteful to stay under them as a younger brother. The territory has expanded, and he now has a division-level fleet, and another division will be sent in half a year. At that time, there will be a big gap in the commanders under him, and they will just fill in. As for Hong Chengfeng's subordinates, there is no quota for servants of light for the time being, but there are quotas for spiritual awakening. Observe for a few years after awakening the psionic power, and if there is no problem, then the servant of light will be granted. In addition to them, there are also a group of clansmen from the Qinghe Li family and the Jinmen Yu clan in the governor's mansion, all of whom were supported by the former two families. He was going to ask Yu Yufei to make two lists, one for the servants of light who performed well, and one for the awakening of psychers who did not perform well, and those who did not perform well, then I can only persuade you to quit. The last star on the edge of the Galan galaxy, here is the military area divided by the territory. The territory has repaired the dilapidated star fort that was originally captured by attacking the Halo Legion and placed it here as its headquarters. Because it is close to the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well, few players come over, and the huge fleet has the least impact here. Li Qing came here with a few men, handed over part of the fleet to them, and then released the division-level fleet from the universe in the palm of his hand, and will stay here permanently in the future. In the future, we will have to deal with the Shadow Tribal Alliance, and it is not convenient to keep this fleet in the palm of the universe. In addition, these days the fleet accumulated in the high-dimensional fortress dock has also been released and incorporated into the fleet of the 1st Division of the territory. Adding the two together, deducting the allocation to the three subordinates, the 1st Division of the territory at this time has 1 Titan super flag, 2 dreadnoughts, 1 flagship aircraft carrier, 2,492 battleships, 15,498 cruisers, 47,024 destroyers, 137,047 frigates, and 16,500 ships. It is said to be the 1st Division, but it is actually an enhanced version of the brigade. But the problem is not big. In about half a year, the second batch of flagships will be released. At that time, there will be 2 Titans, 2 super aircraft carriers, and 8 dreadnoughts incorporated into the fleet, plus the advanced mobile fortress. And a large number of battleships and ships have been incorporated into the fleet. The comprehensive combat effectiveness of this fleet will definitely become the real 1st Division. Li Qing has adjusted the capacity of the dock in the high-dimensional fortress not long ago, cutting off the construction capacity of all battleships below cruisers. Except for the flagship under construction, the remaining construction capacity is all used on battleships and ships. Still, each batch of 3,000 ships occupies a capacity of 30,000. The remaining 33,400 are all used to build battleships. He now has a total of 294 battleship chief engineers, and can preside over the construction of a maximum of 2,940 battleships at a time, but the ship capacity allocated by the dock is only 1670, and his remaining battleship blueprints can only last for 2 rounds. The remaining capacity is then used to build escorts and dreadnoughts. Conventional cruisers, destroyers, and escorts will only be built on a small scale in the future, and will be used to slowly form a garrison fleet and supplement the strength of Li Lai and Li Qi. The main fleet will still be composed of battleships and escorts. Wait half a year later, when this batch of flagships and battleships are completed and incorporated into the fleet, they can immediately start the attack on the Shadow Clan Alliance. At that time, there will be a total of 4 divisions in hand, including 2 standard divisions with 6th-generation technology, and a high-level mobile fortress. It will not be overwhelming to deal with a civilization whose technology level is between the 3rd and 4th levels, destroyed. These half a year is the final preparation time, and Li Qing is not going to stay here all the time. He is going to prepare first, and then take the time to go to the Shadow Tribal Union to conduct a reconnaissance. Especially the heavily guarded Lock Fortress, where there is a fixed Battlestar Fortress with fierce firepower, and it takes a lot of effort to knock it down. Chapter 233 Fundamentals. He is back. In a dark room, a figure sat in a corner and spoke in a low voice. After a long while, another figure opposite said, "I know. Faster than expected. So what?" After a little silence, another voice continued. "The latest news, he bought a standard division-sized fleet from Shanhaiguan." "What? Is the news true? If you send someone to the military base on the edge of Jolin to take a look, you will know that it is indeed a standard division-sized fleet, and it is full of standards. 2 Titan super flags, 2 super aircraft carriers, and 25 flagships." The shadowed room fell into silence, followed by rustling sounds. Snapped. A ball of flame lit up and approached a delicate-looking cigarette, and the flame also illuminated his face. If Li Qing were here, he would definitely recognize Ji Yu Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu. After taking a deep puff of cigarette, Ji Yu Shunzhou said in a deep voice, The situation has changed. His strength has increased significantly, our risks will also increase, and we need more support. Don't worry, their financial resources are stronger than we imagined, and support is not a problem. Speaking of this, Feng Lixiu was silent for a while, and asked the swallowing Ji Yu Shunzhou. Are you really going to fight him to the end? Ji Yu Shunzhou raised his head and glanced at him, then said with a smile. Why should I say no to a pro bono resource? After a pause, he said. I will fulfill the agreement, but if he is too strong to beat, then there is nothing I can do. What if it is possible to succeed? Ji Yu Shunzhou asked back. Isn't that just right? You're such an asshole. Ji Yu Shunzhou paused for a while before saying quietly. In this world, how can you achieve anything if you are not a bastard? As long as you are bad enough, you can get what you want. Besides, we can't help ourselves. After two sighs for a long time, the room fell into silence. The Lord's mansion, Li Qing returned to the Lord's office where he hadn't been in for a few years after making a tour. Usually, Yu Yufei took charge of the territory work on his behalf. When he came here, he saw a lot of unfamiliar administrative officials, some of whom were Qinghe, some of the members of the Li family belonged to the Jinmin Yu family, and a small part were recruited from ordinary players. It is impossible to use one faction in a territory, it must be checked and balanced by several factions. If one family dominates, there will be chaos in the future. It is fine when there is a powerful and prestige lord, but if the lord is not there, or the lord is the shopkeeper, and the successor has insufficient prestige, there will be troubles. Of course, these have not had a great impact on Li Qing. In the future, he will definitely turn all the main management officials of the territory into servants of light, which can directly eliminate most of the problems. Sitting in the huge office, Li Qing lightly knocked the bell on the side of the luxurious desk. After a while, Yu Wanyu, who was wearing a hip-wrapped skirt and showing off her pretty figure, walked in. She is the senior governor in the territory. Assistant, personnel director of the territory, director of the governor's office, equivalent to Yu Yufei's assistant. Having been in power for many years, she also has a dash of resolute temperament. Li Qing didn't say much, mainly because she was afraid that she and his wife would misunderstand. After listening to the work report, she praised and affirmed her work during this period, and then stretched out her hand and flipped a light in her palm, saying, This thing can make you completely reborn, and you will be forced to be promoted to a golden talent just like the two brothers Li Lai and Li Qi, but the consequence is that you will always be loyal to me, are you willing? Yu Wanyu immediately showed a trace of joy, and said without hesitation. I do. Very good. Looking at the speed of her response, Li Qing was very satisfied. Among the many core members of the territory, she is the only one who has not yet become a servant of light. Although she was born in the Yu family and held a high position in the territory, it is impossible for the Baji consortium to give higher conditions, but some things are uncertain. No one is perfect, and there are always weaknesses. In the Xinghai age, there are many means to instigate a person. So Li Qing still considers giving her a place as a servant of light, not only to ensure her loyalty, but also to improve her ability for better management. In this way, the two sisters Yu Yufei and Ding Yoren are still ordinary humans in the territory. Li Qing had already thought about it. After defeating the joint civilization of the Shatta tribe, he would squeeze all the points of civilization from all the captives. At that time, he could squeeze out 2,000 or 3,000 points, and then exchange them for 2 static streamers to turn them into negative stars. The reason why it is not now is of course that civilization is not enough. Now he needs to condense the battleship mother chip by himself, and then the Doomsday Light mother chip also needs to be upgraded, which requires a lot of civilization points to speed up the condensing process. There is already a Dreadnought mother chip, and if you get a battleship mother chip, you can reverse engineer the blueprint of the Dreadnought battleship immediately, so don't be too cool. The conversion was quick and didn't take long. But he didn't know if it was an illusion, but after the transformation was completed, he felt that there was something wrong with Yu Wanyu's eyes. When she left, she was alone in the huge office. Li Qing sat on a luxurious chair with her feet up on the desk, and turned on the channel of the territory. What? After staying in Shanhaiguan for a long time, Li Qing immediately felt unwell when he came back to watch his domain channel. Too small. Shanhaiguan's channel has hundreds of branch channels, and its influence covers thousands of light years. What is that concept? It means that players can communicate in real time anywhere within a radius of 500 light years from Shanhaiguan, without any delay. And the channel in his territory is still the initial channel established at the beginning. There are only two branch channels, one is the territory branch and the other is the expedition branch. Whether players are posting seeking team formation, or trading, etc. Speeches in these two channels caused the information inside to be mixed, which looked extremely chaotic. This won't work, it has to be expanded. Li Qing opened the Lord panel without hesitation and started editing the territory channel. The territory panel is just a panel for comprehensive control of the territory, but this setting is only a preset, not to change the territory immediately. If you want to change something, you must invest manpower and material resources to implement it after the preset. For example, if he wants to change the channel of the territory, he first presets a template on the Lord panel, and then invests civilization points according to the scope and difficulty of the template to take effect. Territory channels are not important if they are important, but if the channel can be expanded, the experience will be better, and the territory will expand in the future, and the channel with Jinmin will be opened, and a large number of players will gather. If the territory channel is good, there will be certain the role of attracting players. So, Li Qing looked at the phantom of the territory channel projected in front of his eyes. The first step was to expand the range. He grasped it with both hands and pulled it out, directly pulling it to a diameter of 100 light years. Then he naturally knew in his heart that 50 civilization points were needed. This means that players can communicate in real time in any galaxy within this 100 light year range. But it's not enough, at least Li Qing thinks it's not enough. Pulling his hands again, the range was expanded 10 times, reaching 1,000 light years. Then he sensed in his mind that this time he needed a full 200 civilization points. It's okay. He thought he needed 500 civilization points before, but he didn't expect it to be much less than expected. It seems that this expansion increase is not 1 light year per civilization point, but another algorithm. 1,000 light years. Li Qing opened the star map and checked the range of 1,000 light years. The north side is close to the isolation interference zone, the west side is close to the original Quierta fortress, and the east side has crossed the Shatta civilization lock fortress and entered the interior of the Shatta United Empire. It can be bigger. Li Qing stretched out his hand again. This time, the stretched range directly exceeded the galaxy where the expeditionary force used to be headquartered. The south side covered a part of the Leicester pirate group, and the east side had touched the capital star of the Shatta United Empire. Looking at the requirements for civilization points, 650 points are needed. Well, it's okay. This consumption is a bit outrageous, and the regional channels in Shanhaiguan are not so large. Shanhaiguan is under the jurisdiction of the Senate of the United Human Empire, it is not ruled by anyone, and it cannot obtain civilization points, so the civilization points of the 3 core fortresses are provided by the major lords. Civilization is not Chinese cabbage. Every military leader is hoarding it, so of course he is reluctant to spend too much on it. Li Qing simply thought about it, and decided that Jalancollar's territory channel is only this big. The reason is simple. The coverage of the territory channel is by default the territory of the territory. Now the territory channel covers the vicinity of the capital of the Shatta United Empire, which means that his territory will also expand there in the future. No, it needs to be expanded. Li Qing expanded the territory again, consuming 850 civilization points in total, including the entire central province of the Shatta United Empire. In this way, if the United Empire of Shatta is captured in the future, the covered central province will be his territory by default, and the few living planets in it will naturally belong to him by default. Although Zutar defaults that individuals can only grab 2 living planets, this is also the default rule, but I don't know which default priority is higher. Li Qing felt that he could find an opportunity to ask the old patriarch, if the default rule of the territory had a higher priority, then he must spend a lot of civilization points to cover the entire Shatta United Empire to complete the default ownership. As for now, let's do this first. Consumes 850 civilization points, and the coverage of the territory channel is 4,600 light years. To the east, covers the central province of the United Empire of Shatta. South, covering the Leicester pirate group, close to the transfer base at the junction of the Zutar star field and the Tianjin star field. Westward, hundreds of light years westward beyond the original expeditionary force base. To the north, it has crossed the isolation interference zone and is more than 1,000 light years north. Then, Li Qing started to consume civilization points again, and began to add branch channels in the territory channel. Adding branch channels also consumes additional civilization points, and the consumption depends on the size of the channel. The larger the channel range, the greater the consumption. Li Qing tried to divide the first channel, but found that it took a full 85 civilization points to divide one. That is to say, a branch channel is equivalent to 1/10 of the main channel. Horrible, but I have to split several channels, otherwise it is still a bit tasteless. After thinking about it carefully, he has 10 branch channels besides the main channel. The first and second channels are player team channels. There are 2 in total. All individual or team players in the territory form a team on channel 1. Large teams and chambers of commerce recruit guards, mercenaries and the like are classified into channel 2. Channel 3 and channel 4 commercial transactions channel. No need to explain, all kinds of transactions are advertised here. The commercial channel is also divided into 2 channels. Channel 1 is for personal transactions of players, and Channel 2 is dedicated to transactions between teams and commercial companies. Channel 5. War Channel. Discuss war-related content here. Channel 6. Army Channel. This channel is only open to Army players. Channel 7. Life Career Channel. This channel is only open to life players, such as shipbuilders, scientists and other life career players. Channel 8. Casual Players Channel. Most players don't have much talent and capital. They can only be ordinary people, working every day to make a living like ordinary people. They don't live very well, and they don't know how to do it. In most territories there is a dedicated channel for them, but Li Qing considers that there will definitely be many ordinary players in the territory in the future, and provides them with a place where they can communicate. Channel 9. Anonymous Channel. Anonymity can be set in this channel. Anyone can enter to speak, and a message box is set up, where players can leave messages to the territory to give various suggestions. In addition to these 9 public channels, there is also a territory internal channel, which is exclusively for members of the territory to communicate. Of course, the channel of the Expeditionary Army is still there, but it is the channel of the Expeditionary Army, and he cannot and will not expand it. Just use it as a foil, but if a normal person sees that the Expeditionary Force channel is limited to 1 galaxy, while the Jalan Territory channel covers a real-time communication area of 4,600 light-years, it is self-evident which side he will choose to stay on. It is worth mentioning that the player's personal communication range is also determined by the local area channel. His territory channel covers 4,600 light-years, and the distance that players in the channel can communicate in real time is also 4,600 light-years. Of course, it is only for Jalan Collar players. If they want to enjoy this benefit, they must join Jalan Collar and obtain a similar account status. This kind of player belonging to the Garan Collar will be able to provide civilization points for the Lord. Except for public channels like Shanhaiguan, which belongs to the Senate of the United Human Empire and is open to all human players, and does not require a Shanhaiguan account. 10 branch channels cost 850 civilization points, plus 850 points for the main channel, a total of 1700 civilization points, and the remaining civilization points were used for more than half. But Li Qing thinks the cost is worth it, no matter where it comes from. When 1700 civilization points were dropped for less than 2 seconds, he received a message from Li Lai. Damn it, boss, hurry up and see how the territory channel has changed. Li Qing asked rhetorically. How did you know so quickly? I don't know how many people are staring at the communication in the channel all the time. How can they not know about such a big change? Okay, nothing, I just expanded the channel. Good guy, the coverage is so wide, boss, you have spent a lot of money. Of course. Chapter 234 Final Preparations. Of course he would not say that the consumption of civilization points is equivalent to the total accumulation of a young military leader for hundreds of years. The Li clan of Qinghe has been established for more than 300 years, and the old patriarch gave him 1,000 civilization points before. In addition to keeping some contingencies, and the use of these years, the entire Li clan of Qinghe has more than 300 years of civilization points. He is lucky, he only used so much to expand 1 territory channel, which is probably larger than the territory channels of some Star Sea Lords, and if he mentions it, he will definitely be criticized as a prodigal. Of course, only those who understand this thing will spray it. Most players don't know how many civilization points it takes. Next, many companions asked him this question, and he responded one by one, and then put an announcement on the top of the main channel, and formulated a series of punishment rules. It is nothing more than introducing the functions of different channels, and it is strictly forbidden to speak across channels, as well as his most disgusting screen swiping. Trade Channel advertised. He set 1 post per day for non-territorial accounts, and 1 post per minute for territorial accounts, but there is no setting for ordinary speech, and it is inconvenient to set. So, malicious screen scrapers will be blocked for a day. Second offender for 1 week. 3 crimes for 1 month. Permanent blackout for the 4th offense. This setting is okay. I hate screen swiping the most. A certain player opened the communication with a smile, and sent a message to the team base members in a galaxy more than 600 light years away. At this moment, a large number of players separated in different places can communicate in real time through personal communication. This thing is real and convenient. At least when he upgraded the territory channel, he casually glanced at the various branch channels, and they were all praises, which made him feel good. The next day, Li Qing visited Yu Qingzi, commander of the expeditionary force. Today, he can already sit in front of Yu Qingzi and talk freely, without the constraints of the past. He confessed his battle plan to Yu Qingzi, and the 2 sides jointly decided to officially start the attack on the Shadow United Empire in the first month of the 9th year of pioneering. Of course, this is an approximate date. If the Shadow United Empire can't help but do it earlier, then naturally it can only do it earlier. The 2 sides reached an agreement amicably, and then he asked for an officer list of the expeditionary force. There is no other meaning, just want to increase the intensity of supervision, to see how many people in the expeditionary force were secretly bought and sold by the Baji consortium. There is no need to doubt that some officers must have been secretly bought and sold. As the second largest military force on Zutar's side, it is impossible for the Baji consortium to not think of starting here. He plans to find a few suspects who are suspected of being bought and turned into servants of light, and then lurk in their group as dark children to collect information. After returning, he handed over the list to Yu Yuefei, and asked her to find a way to arrange manual monitoring, and first monitor for a period of time to find the suspect. A day later, Li Qing left the territory and went to a galaxy only 11 hops south of the territory, where Ding Yoren's personal base was located. I have to say that the situation has changed too fast. Before Ding Yoren thought about grabbing a living planet by himself and then marrying over, they would then be able to hold 3 living planets and become the first person on Zutar's side. However, his strength has grown too fast, and now he has the ability to fight against the Shadow United Empire alone. Coupled with a series of other changes, his current thinking is also changing. The original default rule is that 1 person can only grab 2 living planets, but Li Qing is a little unwilling. As his strength grows, his ideas and ambitions will also grow with his strength. My family is the only one with absolute strength. The other teams Gaza Tower and United Empire combined are not my opponents. Why can I only grab 2 and the others belong to others? It's like making a wedding dress for someone else, all the work is covered by himself, but the benefits can only be a little bit, he is not reconciled. From what happened with the Yi family and the Baji consortium before, we can see that the rules are made by the strong and serve the strong. They have more than one way to bypass the rules. To be honest, if it wasn't for you, the Star Sea Lord warned that the Octopus consortium had already started targeting the territory. So he was very unwilling, and he wanted to find a way to bypass this so-called default rule. In fact, he already has a rough idea in his mind. Consuming so many civilization points just now to expand the radiation range of the territory channel to the entire central province of the United Empire of Shatta is also part of his plan. First, use the rule of territory channel coverage to determine the ownership of the planet to Terra Gap. This is also one of the excuses in the future. Then, he was thinking whether to delay for another 2 years. When the 10-year period of development expires, there will be no so-called protection for development. He will cleanly kill all large player teams that have the opportunity to compete for the planet. Well, this idea is kind of crazy. Many of the top teams are direct descendants of major military masters, so doing so will offend too many military masters. So the second idea is to support a few more men to fight. Doesn't matter if it's fake or not, it's not a foul if it's not him. Wait until the subordinates capture all the planets, and then merge them at that time, so as to bypass the rules and capture all the planets of life. Well, to be precise, only 7 can be captured, because 1 belongs to Yu Qingzi, commander of the expeditionary force. Although this is actually the same, and he can steal it if he is really shameless, but he still wants this face, and he can't steal it from his own people. And it doesn't hurt to have 1 less. After a heart-wrenching battle, Ding Yoren leaned on his chest and shook her black hair, asking, "Are you coming back this time? Are you going to start the raiders against the Shadow United Empire?" Li Qing nodded. Yeah, time is running out. She turned over and looked at his handsome face, and said seriously, you need to pay attention to the old teams of Crimson and the Horn of Liberty, as well as several other emerging teams. Their strength has grown rapidly in the past 2 years, and their combined strength is no less than that of a division. They may have been attacked by them. Li Qing caressed her back, which was as smooth as satin, and said with a smile, don't worry, I have expected it. I have already listed everyone as a suspect. No matter how they develop, they are regarded as potential enemies. As long as I have the strength to crush all beings, no matter what plans and methods they have, they will be ineffective. Quote. Ding Yoren was stunned after hearing this, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Qing laughed and said, don't worry, your man is very strong now, they are no match for me, just like now. Pushing her waist hard, she let out an exclamation and collapsed. In the next few days, he didn't favor one person over another, and stayed tenderly like her for a whole week before showing up. In addition, he took out 10 places of servants of light and asked her to choose some loyal subordinates to give to her, so as to ensure her control over her team and prevent it from being infiltrated by outsiders. Based on the relationship between her and herself, the Baji Consortium is definitely trying its best to infiltrate, and now many of her many subordinates have definitely been bribed, and they are only waiting to turn back at the critical moment. It's a pity that they couldn't have imagined that he had a powerful killer-like servant of light that could guarantee absolute loyalty, and directly manage the entire territory as a monolith, like a tortoise shell, and there was nowhere to start. Although it is impossible for everyone to grant the number of servants of light, as long as the core key positions are all their own people, then nothing will happen. Li Qing stayed with Ding Yoren for almost half a month before leaving. He went around to the Jolin 2 and Jolin 3 galaxies to check the situation in these two galaxies, especially the new Austrian galaxies. The situation of Buxing and Orb Garrison Division. Here he spent 50 civilization points in exchange for 50 servants of light quotas, and handed them to Commander Quierta, who represents the Orb Military Department, and Noel, who represents the Orb Government Group, 25 each. The quota is up to them to decide who to give it to. At this point, he will not give the orbs new places for servants of light in the future. With a total of about 70 servants of light this time and last time, I believe they can firmly grasp the orb people without changing. After patrolling around, he began to circle the territory again, seemingly aimless in the galaxies near the territory. Half a month later, he appeared in the Querta Galaxy, which was the original Querta Division Fortress Galaxy. Now this galaxy has been demolished, leaving only a star castle and some equipment that cannot be dismantled. Li Qing stopped here after driving the ship, and began to think. Inspired by the core fortresses of the joint civilization of Shanhaiguan and Bruin, he is also considering taking the territory as the center and building several large fortresses at some key intersections to enclose the entire territory. It doesn't mean that the defense is as strong as the core fortress of the Empire. It only needs to be as strong as the original defense of the Quierta Fortress, or the Lock Fortress of the United Empire of Shatta, as long as it can achieve the strength to directly resist the attack of a Legion-level fleet. Well, the goal at this stage is to counter the attack of a Legion-level fleet. In the future, as the strength becomes stronger, the strength of the fortress will inevitably rise, and it will naturally be able to contend with stronger enemies. The location of the original Quierta Fortress is very important. It is at the junction of two galaxy groups. There is a hyperspace channel within a distance of more than 400 light-years from the left and right, so the original orbs established a space here, fortress. The terrain is not uncritical, but it is not too critical. If you jump 200 or 300 light-years left and right, there are other paths. What Li Qing has to do is to make this fortress galaxy more critical. The method is very simple. The hyperspace channel between all the galaxies connecting the east and west is completely cut off from the north of the Querta Fortress to the isolation interference zone. The truncation method is also very simple. Use the Palm universe to collect the stars in the connected galaxies. If the stars are lost, the galaxies will collapse, and the hyperspace channels in the galaxies will themselves be cut off. Li Qing wants to establish an independent kingdom here, cut off the west side of the territory, and the north side is the isolation interference zone, which extends to the edge of the spiral arm. It is a natural super isolation zone, which can isolate the 9th to 10th levels without doing anything. The warp engine passes through. The east side extends all the way to the east edge of the spiral arm, which is also a natural dead end. There is only the south side, which cannot be cut off. The south side is close to the Tianjin star field, and there is no natural danger. If you want to use that method to isolate the star systems that need to be destroyed, there are probably tens of thousands of star systems that need to be destroyed, and the project is too big. But it doesn't matter. He is not independent, so he doesn't need to make all of them Jedi. It's good to be separated by three sides. Next, he came to the extreme edge of the isolation interference zone, and began to devour the stars in the galaxy one by one on a line with the universe in his palm. In the past, he would have to work hard for several months. Now that the territory channel has been extended to this side, he can open the territory channel to surf the internet while working, or chat with UUFA or Ding Yoren, and command his subordinates remotely and many more. This is also one of the reasons why he expanded the territory channel so much, directly covering the entire territory, and can realize real-time command. When he fights with the United Empire of Shatta in the future, he can use this to command the fleet, which is equivalent to a horse that is as cool as opening a picture in a game. Time passed unknowingly, and 4 months passed quickly. Li Qing had already cut off all the hyperspace channels in the west except for the Quelta galaxy, and even made a detour to a small part in the south. He was considering whether to use it or not. Continuing, but received a message from his wife. A representative from Taishan Shao came to Jolin Collar. The fleet is still on the way, but representatives arrive early to ask how they will receive it. This is also the carefulness of His Highness Xiao Bili. He informed in advance that he can make arrangements in advance to decide whether to show his strength or hide his strength, so as not to destroy his plan. Li Qing asked his wife to respond and asked the fleet to stay in a galaxy outside the territory, and he went to receive it. I have to say that in the eyes of some people, it is very useful to spend more than 1,000 civilization points to expand the channel of the territory to such a large size after being full. It only took 1 day for his subordinates to contact him and rush over there, and the efficiency has increased by an unknown number of times. He didn't even return to the territory. He directly asked the coordinates and jumped over in place. He found the fleet parked at the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well in an unknown galaxy north of the isolation interference zone. Fortunately, all 6th-level technology can directly pass through the Zutar Nebula. If it's just a fleet equipped with level 5 technology, it may take a year or two to find a way to get there. If you are not familiar with the way, if you are trapped in some galaxies with dense nebulae, it may take a long time to get out. It is estimated that His Highness Xiao Bili is in a good mood. It was agreed that there would be only the ship without crew, and the actual handover of all the captains and crew members in the fleet was handed over to him. Li Qing is of course very grateful, which saved him a lot of effort. After the handover was completed and the mission left, Li Qing entered the universe in the palm of his hand immediately. The designation of this fleet is the 2nd Division of Jolin Collar, but it will not be shown at this stage, but will be kept as a trump card. If 2 6th-level technology configuration divisions are in place, the secret conspirators may not dare to do anything because they are powerful, but if there is only 1 6th-level division, they will definitely jump out at critical times. At that time, he will strike again, smashing their conspiracy and defeating all enemies in one fell swoop. At that time, there will definitely be a large number of local large-scale teams involved, and perhaps we can use this excuse to do something by then. Chapter 235 The Undeclared War of the Shatta United Empire. With Li Qing's official return, the entire territory is gradually changing. Before, the entire territory was only developing and constructing silently, and the main members of the territory and the active range of the fleet were mostly within a range of less than 100 light-years centered on the Lord's capital galaxy Jolin. Now that Li Qing has returned, not only has the construction of the territory accelerated, and a large number of orders have been released, but it can also be clearly seen that the territory has expanded the scope of patrols and the number of small patrol fleets. Some people with a sensitive sense of smell can already detect a trace of war, which has led to imperceptible changes in the entire territory. Any war does not mean that the war starts immediately, and the preparation may take longer than the war. Even if the strength is strong enough now, a lot of preparations must be made before attacking the Shatta United Empire. First of all, it is necessary to store enough industrial products, enough consumer goods for all the people in the territory and nearby active players for several years, as well as the most important food reserves, various maintenance materials, etc. Naturally, civilized wars are omnipotent. Attacking logistics and cutting off transportation are all routine operations. At that time, basically there is no need to expect external replenishment to be as timely as usual. At this time, the consumption of the entire territory needs to be stored in advance. If the strategic reserves are not sufficient, and the war is protracted and cannot be replenished, resulting in a shortage of consumer goods and food, then there will be a big problem. It may be that the enemy has not broken through, but internal chaos first. Of course, Li Qing's problem is not big here. The food production in the universe in his palm is extremely sufficient. Not only can it fully meet the needs of the entire territory, but there is also a surplus to store, so there is no shortage of food. But it is one thing to have no shortage, it is better to prepare more and save as much as you can. Moreover, by doing this, it can also subtly send a signal to outsiders that the territory is short of food. If the Baji consortium wants to make trouble, it will definitely not miss this opportunity. Li Qing wanted to see if these bugs hidden in the territory would take this opportunity to make trouble, and if they were really attracted, they would be served in a wave. Boss, Wang Yanqing and other old brothers want to see you. Lord's office, Li Lai said to him. Li Qing raised his head quite unexpectedly, paused, nodded and said, "Okay, where are they now?" Li Lai replied immediately. Their team headquarters was established about 200 light years north of the territory. They happened to come here today, and they are now in the Galan galaxy. Well, then you can contact them and find a place to meet. By the way, how are they doing now? Li Lai hesitated for a moment, then said. Several of them have developed well. At least one of them has 500 or 600 battleships, and several battleships have over 1,000. Wang Yanqing is the strongest. He has the full support of his family. Now he has 3 flagships and nearly 3,000 battleships. Li Qing paused, raised his head in doubt. 3 flagships and nearly 3,000 battleships. Yes, Li Lai explained. Although the family is separated, his assets and personal strength are extremely strong. In addition, you, the boss, have promised to help him capture a planet of life. He has the full support of the Wang family and has directly integrated all the developments of the Wang family on the Zutar side. Or, regardless of the main vein or the branch veins, they all belong to him, and all of them add up to have such a strong strength. Then why does he have 3 flagships? It is impossible to make them so fast now. I'm not very clear about this. I heard that one was rewarded for doing a difficult task, and the other was dug out from a grave. Li Qing frowned after hearing this, and tapped his fingers on the table lightly. This strength is inflated a bit outrageously, it is comparable to cheating yourself. But this strength is traceable. The increase of each flagship has a source, and it does not increase out of thin air. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with it, but Li Qing's first reaction was that it was abnormal. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand to signal Li Lai to leave, then opened the communication to communicate with Yu Yuefei, told her his guess, and asked her to find someone to collect information on the core of many former legions. In addition, he contacted the group of latent personnel who had been enlightened before, and asked them some questions. After asking what should be asked, Li Qing fell into deep thought again. Shaking his head for a long time, he said with a smile. There is nothing to worry about. No matter whether they have strange thoughts or not, soldiers will block them, and water will flood them. It is best if there is no one. If there is, then we will deal with it the same way. He wasn't too surprised. People's hearts can change. There are a lot of things that turn their faces on the spot for profit, backstabbing things in the same trench 1 second, and the next second everywhere. Li Qing didn't think too much, he could only say that he hoped he guessed wrong. The territory seems to be peaceful, but in fact it has already been eroded and riddled with holes. According to the data, in the past 2 years, there have been a large number of teams that have sprung up and big businessmen who have important commodities. When the time came, he would be caught off guard immediately. Therefore, the necessary preparation and vigilance are still necessary. In the afternoon, Li Qing met Wang Yanqing and others who came to visit in Star City No. 1. He didn't have any suspicions in the office before, and received them very warmly. Everyone chatted and laughed together, chatting about the past, having fun, and it seemed as usual. After the party, Wang Yanqing found him in private and talked with him about the original agreement again. Li Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry, my promise is always valid, and I will definitely help you capture a living planet." However, Wang Yanqing showed embarrassment and did not answer. Li Qing's laughter slowly disappeared, and he asked in a deep voice, "Is there any change?" He touched his head in embarrassment, and said with a look of embarrassment, "It's like this. My family thinks that I am strong enough now. There is no other team in the entire expeditionary force except you. It is not a big problem to win a living planet, so He couldn't say the following words, but Li Qing guessed it instantly, and asked in surprise. Your family wants to give up that promise and get back that dividend. Wang Yanqing's expression became even more embarrassed. He neither nodded nor shook his head, but Li Qing knew that he had guessed right, and then he was speechless. This is the first time I have encountered this situation, and the completed transaction is even full of regrets. Logically speaking, he can completely refuse this matter with confidence, even Wang can't say anything. However, instead of doing this, he directly agreed. Yes, if you want to go back on your word, you can return the flagship I sold to you, and I will pay you 158 trillion stars. Wang Yanqing nodded, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. But I don't have that much cash right now, how about waiting for me for a week? Can. The two parties reached a verbal agreement, and then Wang Yanqing left without talking about anything. It's all like this, what else is there to talk about? Li Qing watched Wang Yanqing leave, and sat silent for a while. Interesting. He is still not sure whether Wang Yanqing was bought by the Baji consortium, or if his strength has really expanded, or if the family behind him really instigated it. 2 flagships and more than 3,000 battleships are equivalent to the comprehensive strength of a strengthened brigade. No wonder it swells. It's not my fault that he would do this, it's possible that he would choose this way too. I have the ability to a planet, and then recall that I lost 150 trillion stars for a promise that is now insignificant, no one is reconciled. 150 trillion star yuan. This is a huge amount of money that even the military master will not ignore. It can do countless things. If you directly buy a finished battleship with 75 billion star yuan, you can buy 2,100 ships in one go. Although it is a bit abrupt, this is reality, this is human nature, and ideas are different at different times. At the beginning, Wang Yanqing was not strong enough, so he naturally wanted his help, but later on, when he became stronger, thinking about whether he needed help or not, he could solve it himself, and thinking about the missing money would definitely hurt his heart. A week later, Li Qing transferred 158 trillion star yuan to Wang Yanqing, and Wang Yanqing also sent the flagship aircraft carrier back. It is exactly the same as before, but it has been used for 2 years. Li Lai and Li Qi had some criticisms, but Li Qing didn't care. It's just a small loss, and it's uncertain who will suffer in the future. In the following days, Li Qing stayed in the territory every day, either dealing with official duties or entering the universe in the palm of his hand. With the passage of time, after consuming a full 500 civilization points and the joint efforts of all the star lovers and hundreds of engineers and physicists of the servants of the golden name and light, they finally successfully condensed the first-generation battleship mother chip. The next step is to upgrade the entire universe. Scientists in the palm of their hands, except sociobiology scientists, all physics and engineering scientists are working hard to upgrade the battleship mother chip. A large number of civilization points are constantly being consumed as if they don't need money. Li Qing hopes to upgrade the battleship mother chip to the 5th generation within 2 years, and then combine the battleship and dreadnought flagship mother chips to launch the dreadnought battleship mother chip. In reality, the territory is also gradually preparing for battle, and a large amount of supplies have been stored in place. Li Qingtai took out a large amount of food from the universe in the palm of his hand and stored it in the warehouse of the Jalan Galaxy, in case the war escalated and he didn't have time to move the food out in time and the territory was starved of food. So far, the general war preparations for the territory have been completed, and we only need to wait for the battleship mother chip to be upgraded and build as many battleships as possible. 2 months later, the second batch of flagships was officially completed, and a total of 8 dreadnought ships were completed and left the dock. After the crew and commander were deployed, they were directly incorporated into the 1st Division. It takes 9 months longer to build the Titan super flag and super aircraft carrier than the dreadnought ship, so it is estimated that it will be too late to serve before the war begins. With the vacated dock capacity, he boarded a full 20 dreadnoughts, each dreadnought occupying 500 ships, a total of 10,000 ships. At this time, the second batch of battleships was several hundred fewer than the first batch, freeing up this space, otherwise it would not be enough. After the construction of this batch of battleships was completed, the battleship blueprints had just been used up, and the total number of battleships owned by the Jalan 1st Division was more than 5,000, which was equivalent to half a division. Now the time difference is accumulating. A few days later, Li Qing left the territory, appeared in the isolated galaxy after 2 leaps, and arrived in front of the Cybertron fortress. From a distance, I saw a star-like mobile fortress parked in the void. At this time, the outer shell of the fortress has been repaired, and the energy shield has been reinstalled and restarted. From a distance, it looks like an asteroid with a thick atmosphere. Entering the fortress, Long Yu said to him. Now the exterior of the fortress has been repaired, and the interior has also been repaired, including the internal shipyard and arsenal. The only difference is the weapons and configuration fleet. After a pause, he continued. Although the internal shipyard and arsenal can produce various weapon accessories, the output is limited. If you want to serve as soon as possible, you need the cooperation of your majesty. Li Qing understood what he meant in seconds, nodded and said. Make a list for me. At this time, they have come to the depths of the fortress, the core part of the original fortress, and once again came to the place where the General Cybertron once slept. The change is not big, it is still the pyramid and the pagoda with the spire, but compared to the empty surroundings at the beginning, there are many consoles around the core space at this time, and many maintenance engineers are debugging equipment there. This is the general control room of the mobile fortress, and it is also the headquarters of the entire fleet. You can control the internal situation of the entire mobile fortress here, or command the entire fleet through here. Li Qing came to the pyramid, walked to the top, and sat down on the throne. With a thought, a transparent and distorted beam of light covering the entire pyramid fell down from above his head, as if something had been activated. The center quickly spread to the surroundings, and many previously unlit lights in the entire core control room lit up. Li Qing felt that his consciousness was rapidly expanding under the action of some kind of instrument, and quickly extended around the fortress along some kind of passage. In less than a minute, he felt that his consciousness had extended to every corner of the entire fortress, and he could even control every cannon and every weapon in the fortress. It's just that most of the weapon slots are empty now, but he's sure he can control it. Very high end. This control system is definitely the 6th generation control system of Star Sea Lord, and it also has the unique characteristics of mechanical ascenders. He has been on the 6th generation Titan supership, and its command system is not so powerful. After thinking for a while, Li Qing had a thought. The door of the black hole opened, and the star-negative Cybertron came out of it, and was taken aback when he saw the fortress that had changed drastically. Li Qing pointed to the fortress and said to him, return it to its original owner, and you will be the captain of this fortress. Cyboden nodded, walked up to the pyramid without hesitation, turned around and sat down slowly. For a moment Li Qing seemed to have seen some kind of illusion, as if he had seen some illusion. The number 1 general of Sen Luoling, who once crossed the Star Sea and all-powerful, returns with a more powerful posture again. Very good. Li Qing clapped his hands in admiration and said. From now on, you will be the commander-in-chief of the 1st Division of the territory. God Cybertron nodded slowly. Don't dare to ask your ears, but stick to your wishes. Li Qing nodded. As the former owner of this mobile fortress, he must be able to maximize the combat effectiveness of this mobile fortress. However, before the joy on his face lasted for a few seconds, a message from Chu Yuan, who stayed behind in the Jalan Galaxy, came in his heart. The Shadow United Empire sent troops to Lock Fortress 11 minutes ago and officially declared war on us. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Chapter 236 Yu Yuyao's Crisis. Is there a war? Li Qing stood up unexpectedly. Counting the days, it was half a year before he was ready to take the initiative to start a war against the Shadow United Empire. That is to say, he was going to take the initiative to start a war against the Shadow United Empire in half a year. He didn't expect that they didn't wait for him to start the war, but instead took the initiative to start the war in advance. Sure enough, the world is unpredictable. This wave of changes somewhat disrupted his plan, but the problem is not very big. Since you're not fully ready yet, let's wait and see. Defend for a while, and when the mobile fortress is fully repaired, it's time to counterattack. Now this thing is only lacking in the configuration of the weapons. Now the arsenal of the high-dimensional fortress in the palm of the universe is preparing to build various weapon accessories. It is estimated that it will be built in about 2 to 3 months, and then installed, it will be fully completed in 4 months at most. Prepare for service. 4 more months. Li Qing asked Long Yun to continue, and Cybertron stayed here. There were 2 star destroyers, Chu Yuan and Cyrus, commanding the territory, which was enough. Returning to the Lord's mansion again, a pile of information has been placed on the table, and 3 subordinates are already in place. At the same time, I received a message from Yu Qingzi, Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Army, inviting him to participate in the internal meeting of the Expeditionary Army. Li Qing looked at the time. The meeting was still a few hours away, so he responded first. It took more than 10 minutes to read the information, and he crossed his hands on the table and meditated. According to the first information, not long ago, the border post of the Lock Fortress suddenly discovered a Shadow United Empire division driving out of the fortress and directly attacking the border post. The last message from the outpost was that the United Empire of Shadow was fighting without declaration. Before the outpost fell, a total of 4 division-level fleets appeared. After the outpost was destroyed, it was no longer visible. I don't know how many fleets are left behind. Appear. However, news came from other galaxy outposts one after another, showing that the Shadow United Empire soldiers came to kill them in 3 ways, pulling out the outposts or player fleets in nearby galaxies along the way, and went straight to the Jalan Galaxy. Based on the fact that Lock Fortress is only 10 hops away from the Garan Galaxy, it can take as long as a month, or as slow as half a year and a year to reach the capital galaxy of the territory. Thanks to the expanded territory channel, the news is now known to everyone, and there is chaos in the major branch channels, full of worries about the upcoming all-out war. Now UUFA has released a pinned message on the main channel of the territory on behalf of the war has come. Try to appease the people and call players who are scattered in various places to build personal bases, or small teams try to hide themselves as much as possible, or gather in groups. As for those large teams, now UUFA doesn't do anything. She only cares about the administration and construction of the territory, and she never intervenes in the military. Li Qing thought about it, picked up a form, and there were 50 team names on it, which was a list of the top 50 large teams in the Expeditionary Force area. But he hesitated for a while, considering that he would have a meeting with the Expeditionary Force later. They might have arrangements for this aspect, so it's not good to do anything now. Putting down the list, he said to the 3 men. Go and prepare now, leave the main battlefield of the Galan Galaxy, and go to Garan number 3 Galaxy to garrison. Anyone who dares to take advantage of the fire will be killed. The 3 of them nodded in unison. I'd like to see how many people can't think about it. Waving his hand to signal them to leave, Li Qing sent UUFA a message. Send more ground troops to the planet, and you must keep an eye on the important material warehouses. In addition, be careful yourself. If you want to make trouble, you may be assassinated. After a pause, he asked again. Where is your sister? Where is she? UUFA nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will always stay in Star City and will not go out. My sister entered the Void Realm last year. She said that she seemed to sense the existence of another child of the Void Realm. At that time, you were not there, so she went back to the Void Realm to avoid it. Dodge. Well, I see. Close the communication. He is surprised. Second son of the Void. Thinking of this, his consciousness began to contact the psychic saint whom he had ignored for a long time. Almost instantly, his consciousness tore apart the space and entered the subspace. A familiar point is instantly projected onto that familiar point. The next second, he felt the existence of the body, came back to his senses, and found that his consciousness had replaced the consciousness of the psychic saint. Virtual realm refers to the imaginary space induced and developed by the real universe. It is a spiritual world between reality and illusion, a spiritual world with infinite possibilities. What you think is true is actually false, and what you think is false is actually true. Or what you think is true and false may be true or false. There is a thin line between true and false, and it is up to you to decide. But true and false are just one of the perspectives of the virtual world. Different people see the virtual world differently. Or the same person looks at the same place with different moods, and sees different scenes every time. But in the vision of the psychic sage, the void realm is an infinitely changing fantasy world. Every inch of space is changing infinitely, and he himself is an extremely tall golden giant standing in the infinitely changing world, eternal, constant. Where is she? Glancing around, a trace of bewilderment appeared in the eyes of the spiritual saint. He remembered that his psychic saint was in the same position as Yu Yao's psychic saint, accepting her protection. Why disappeared? Looking around curiously, Li Qing pondered for a while, and was about to step forward when suddenly a familiar cold voice came from his ear. Do not move. He immediately stopped, lowered his head, and saw a transparent halo under his feet. Layers of invisible fluctuations were spreading from the center of the halo to the surroundings. He was standing in this halo, and a beautiful face was slowly following the sound. It was Yu Yao who appeared. He wondered, why are you hiding here? The face is looming with the diffusion fluctuation, and the voice is also intermittent. A year and a half ago, other children of the Void Realm discovered me and were looking for me. I don't have enough strength and confidence to face it, so I have to hide first. Li Qing squatted in the halo and wondered. Is the son of the void realm very strong? I remember you said that the son of the void realm you need to face can only exist at the same level, and everyone is at the same level. How could it scare you into hiding? It's okay if he doesn't say anything, but when he said it, Yu Yao, who had just appeared from the halo, had a sullen look on her face. Who told you that you have been away from home? If you don't help me, how can I beat those senior children of the virtual world? This resentful tone left Li Qing speechless. Okay, tell me where the son of the void is, and I will take you to the door and destroy him. He is in the Shadow United Empire. If there is no accident, his identity is the Emperor of the Shadow United Empire, the Son of Destiny. Oh, Li Qing showed a hint of suddenness, which was both accidental and reasonable. I heard from Quierta before that a Son of Destiny was born in the United Empire of Shadow, who unified the 8 tribes of Shadow with absolute ability and powerful means, and wiped out the Shar civilization and Civi's civilization. The 3 major civilizations needed together to establish the monarchy and became the first emperor of the Shadow United Empire. This kind of extraordinary ability and means is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people, and it can be called the Son of Destiny. Originally thought to be a peerless figure born by the luck of civilization, but now it seems that he is a child of a virtual world. Of course, the identity of the child of the virtual world is also a matter of civilization and luck. But there was one thing that surprised him. He asked, "You are all children of the virtual realm at the same stage, why is there such a big difference in strength?" Yu Yao wondered. Who said that our strength is so different? Although he has been a child of the void for longer than me, the difference in strength is not that big. The difference is that he has unified the 3 major civilizations. He is a powerful emperor with countless fleets under his command. And no one else can help me except you. Except me, Li Qing said it subconsciously, and saw the blush on her delicate and pretty face, which was just like his wife's. Bah, she spat softly and said, "There is no limit to the war of the Son of the Void. As the Emperor of the Shadow United Empire, he has the power to mobilize everything he has to win this war, and so do I." Oh, Li Qing nodded, said with a smile. Then you don't have to worry now, I'm back, he is not my opponent. Don't be careless. Although his personal psychic power is not much different from mine, he leads a powerful civilization and has several super psychers to assist him. Don't be careless. It's not a big problem, I'm also a super psychic. With a thought, Li Qing's body swelled rapidly in Yu Yao's eyes, and soon turned into a golden giant that pierced the sky and stood standing in the void. She opened her mouth slightly, looked at him in shock, and was about to speak, but suddenly, the golden giant that pierced the sky disappeared, just like before, like a hallucination. You are, as you guessed, I'm already a super psyker. This is impossible. But her tone was anything but firm. As a child of the void, it is impossible for an illusion to affect her, which also means that what she saw just now was not an illusion, but reality. It's been more than a year since I saw him. He turned out to be a super psychic, and his psychic power increased faster than Tian, a child of void realm. Yu Yao couldn't accept it for a while. Here, Li Qing didn't care about her state of mind, looked around, shook his head and said, "I feel that you, a child of the void realm, are not very good. Up to now, your psychic power is only in the early 2 or 3 million ranges. I haven't seen you show any extraordinary abilities and talents. I haven't seen much benefit. On the contrary, you still need to face it from time to time. In a life and death struggle with other children of the void, I think you might as well give up your identity as a child of the void and mess with me. Don't talk nonsense, this is in a virtual world." Yu Yao waved her hands nervously, glanced left and right to see that nothing had changed, then sighed and said, "I just became a child of the void realm not long ago, and I haven't accumulated enough to show the supernatural power of the void realm. Moreover, the internal environment of the United Human Empire also prevents me from showing my supernatural power." She said with regret, "I didn't dare to reveal my identity in the United Empire of Mankind. I couldn't use my power to expand wantonly. I could only develop in a low-key way. I hoped that my apostles could grow up and become a lord. Only then can I use my vanity the role of the status of the child of the environment." Li Qing said disdainfully, "What's the use of that? At most, a large number of psychers will be awakened in large quantities." She looked up at Li Qing, and said seriously, "If my apostles can be promoted to lords, I can use the power of the void to affect their territories, greatly increasing the probability of spiritual awakening of the people in their territories, and the babies born later will have a high probability of being born with spiritual awakening." Quote. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing looked up in surprise, but she continued to say, as my level increases, this ability will continue to grow stronger, and eventually all newborn babies will be born with spiritual awakening. Besides, my current rank is only first rank. If my rank can reach third rank, I can transform a living planet into a spiritual planet. Li Qing's expression gradually became serious with her voice, and he said in a deep voice for a long time. But neither Yu Fei nor Yu Ran can become the Lord, and I am not your apostle. I know. Be quiet on the platform. After a long silence, a voice broke the silence. Is there any other way? After being quiet for a while, her cold voice sounded. Have. Li Qing raised his head and saw that she just looked away, lowered his head as if avoiding it, and paused for more than 10 seconds before speaking. Perform a ceremony with me. What ceremony? A special bonding ceremony. How to say. It is also called the sustenance ceremony, which requires us to unite under the witness of the virtual world. Li Qing. Ahem. Can you explain in more detail? In fact, he had already guessed it, but he was not sure. Looking at Yu Yao again, her extremely delicate face was covered with red clouds. She was already as beautiful as his wife, but at this time her shy appearance was even more beautiful, which moved his heart. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and whispered. To put it simply, you will become my spiritual sustenance by combining under the witness of the void and completing a special ceremony. In this way, there will be a special bond between you and me, and all my abilities can be applied to yours. In the territory. Well, you wait for me for a while. In the next second, Yu Yao felt that the powerful will in Li Qing's psychic saint quickly disappeared, and the psychic saint was no longer active, so she knew that his will had been withdrawn. In the midst of doubts, less than 10 seconds later, a strong will suddenly emerged from the psychic saint, and then infinite golden streamers gathered, quickly condensing into a light man gathered by countless golden streamers. The bare face slowly turned into substance, revealing Li Qing's face. He opened his arms in her surprise, twisted his neck and looked around, and sighed. Is this the feeling of the physical body in the void? Then she looked back at the shocked Yu Yao, and smiled slightly. Didn't you just say that you want to combine under the witness of the void realm and hold a special ceremony? How did you combine? Is that it? His eyebrows kept twitching, looking very excited. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Do you want to die? Chapter 237 The Second Son of the Virtual World and the Conclusion of a Symbiotic Contract. Shyness is shyness, and it's not really doing the kind of thing he said under the witness of the virtual environment, but the result is not much different from that. The so-called ceremony, the real name is the symbiosis contract. The son of the virtual world chooses a target, and shares part of the son of the virtual world's authority. That is to say, after signing this symbiosis contract, Li Qing is equivalent to half a child of the void realm. But from then on, both he and Yu Yao were prosperous and both were prosperous, and both were lost. There are benefits, of course, corresponding obligations. There are very few good things that only take benefits and are irresponsible. After signing the symbiotic contract, if Yu Yao loses the war with other children of the virtual world, everything about her will be swallowed up by her opponents as nutrients for growth. Li Qing also cannot escape as part of her symbiotic contract. Maybe relying on the identity of the universe in the palm and the negative star can avoid the fate of being swallowed, but some punishments cannot be avoided. Any benefits obtained by virtue of the children of the virtual world will be lost. For example, if a large number of psychers are born in the territory with the help of the children of the void, once they fail, these psychers will all die, and their psychic energy and soul will be devoured by the winner and turned into nutrients for growth. It's just the beginning. If it develops to a certain level, there will be hundreds of thousands or millions of psychers in the territory. Once it fails, the souls of so many psychers will be devoured, and the enemy will immediately create a large number of super psychers. Or these psychic powers are divided equally among the territories, causing a large number of psychic users to be born in the winner's territory instantly. Risk and benefit coexist. Such a relationship is naturally more important than her and her own apostle, and closer than husband and wife. As he said, if you sign a symbiosis contract, it is no different from a husband and wife. After understanding this, Li Qing rubbed his hands excitedly, and said with a strange smile. Well, how should this symbiotic contract be concluded? His appearance and strange smile made Yu Yao speechless, but she was also a little nervous and shy. She naturally knew what the symbiotic contract meant, and also knew what Li Qing's excitement and strange smile meant. Being ashamed as she was, she still bit her red lips slightly to prepare for the symbiosis ceremony. She has no better choice, and must find a powerful contract partner to fight against the Shadow United Empire Emperor who is pressing every step of the way. Li Qing was the apostle whom he had chosen early on. Although he was no longer an apostle because of an accident later on, the relationship between them was already extremely close, and now it is only making the relationship even closer. To put it bluntly, even if that is the case, he is still the first choice. After all, she asked herself, she still had a good impression of her brother-in-law, and she didn't reject it in her heart when she joined him. The symbiosis contract ceremony is very simple for Li Qing, because she initiated the ceremony. He just needs to stay here and wait for the ceremony to be ready. Sitting quietly on the spot, with his chin resting on his hands, he looked at her exquisite figure and her beautiful face, which was very similar to his wife. He couldn't help thinking about it, and remembered some moving pictures. The symbiosis contract ceremony will be ready soon. All that is needed is for her, the child of Void Realm, to communicate with Void Realm and confirm it. The ceremony was also very simple. The two sat facing each other, and then the will of the virtual realm descended in the dark. After a series of indescribable and unspeakable reminders, a line was formed between them that could not be seen by the naked eye but could be clearly sensed by the mutual will. The ligament holds them together. From then on, Li Qing can share part of her power of Son of Void. At this time, she is a child of the first level of the virtual world, and she does not have many powers. The first power, the ability to directly communicate with the virtual world, and then draw spiritual energy from the virtual world to strengthen oneself. This ability can also be used by all the apostles and his symbiotic contract objects, but the authority is different. Li Qing, as her symbiotic contract is a partner, she has the same authority as her. Li Qing secretly estimated the current growth rate of psychic power, and estimated that it would take less than 20 years to transform a mortal into a super psychic. What is the concept of speed? From the awakening of psychic powers to the promotion of super psychers, the time span required by normal people is often calculated in hundreds of years. Anyway, according to the records Li Qing can see, it took a super psycher with the shortest promotion time in the United Empire of Mankind. It took more than 180 years to become a super psycher. Of course, this is only a public record, and the news of most military leaders and star sea lords is not very clear. But the basic difficulty is here, and it is impossible to exceed 100 years soon. And these bigwigs are not only extremely talented, but their luck is also against the sky. There are definitely a lot of adventures to increase the growth rate of psionic energy. No need to do anything. Even if you eat and sleep, you can surpass the hundreds of years of hard work of those super talented psychers in just 20 years. The second power. Enlighten the apostle, because it is shared, her apostle is also his apostle. Yu Yuyao only has 2 apostles now, but she can enlighten more than 2 apostles. The theoretical limit is 10, but she doesn't inspire more. The upper limit belongs to the upper limit, which does not mean that so many hints must be given, because the more apostles, the faster her growth will be affected. The channel for the children of the virtual world to extract psionic energy from the virtual world is so large. The growth of the spiritual power allocated by the apostles is from the children of the virtual world. The channel will shrink significantly, and the growth rate of strength will naturally slow down. As the object of the symbiosis contract, Li Qing also has the authority to enlighten the apostles and the authority to enlighten the psychers. This authority has 10 quotas per day and does not accumulate. But in order to keep a low profile, Yu Yuyao did not enlighten psychics on a large scale. To be honest, doesn't Li Qing understand why she is so low-key and has been waiting so hard to die? Even if the son of the Void Realm was born at the same time, you have been keeping a low profile here, while others are developing and expanding wildly. When 2 sons of the Void Realm meet, you will only have 2 or 3 big cats and kittens under your command, and they will bring a huge fleet. How could this be possible? But after listening to Yu Yuyao's thoughts, I feel that her choice is not unreasonable. Her choice is to keep a low profile and concentrate on accumulating strength. She only has 2 apostles, and her psychic power will grow very fast. If her psychic power reaches more than 10 million before meeting another child of the Void, she will be promoted to a super psychic. And if the other children of the Void Realm expand their power, their psionic energy will definitely not grow as fast as her. As long as the other child of the Void is not born in a higher civilization, she has the possibility of victory. Relying on stronger psychic power than the opponent, directly force the opponent into a decisive battle in the Void, and defeat the opponent with the advantage of psychic power. Of course, she made this choice out of necessity. The main reason is that human civilization is a player civilization, and it cannot expand outwards and is seriously involved. She dare not use many operations at all, and she dare not even tell the family to use the power of the family to develop. She is afraid that if it fails in the future, the family will be destroyed. In addition, she is a woman, and she is such a beautiful woman. If she expands wildly, there will definitely be a bunch of men who come for her beauty, and there will definitely be disputes such as jealousy. Don't doubt the consequences of a man being jealous, or a bunch of men competing for jealousy. The third power, psychic awakening. This power belongs to the Lord function, which can passively increase the probability of awakening psionic powers of the people in the territory, and at the same time increase the possibility of awakening the psionic powers of the newborn people in the territory. In the past, neither Yu Yuyao was the Lord nor the two apostles Yu Yuefei and Ding Yoren were the lords. Naturally, this authority did not take effect. Now sign a symbiotic contract with Li Qing, share power, and this power will take effect. It took effect the moment the symbiosis contract was completed just now, but it has just started now, and there must be a buffer period for incubation, and it does not wake up immediately. It is worth mentioning that this effect is only valid for his subjects, such as all subjects in the Palm universe, all subjects in the Garan territory, including vassal races such as Orbs and Tauren. Li Qing was about to issue a decree when he returned from the Void Realm. As long as all vassal races can awaken their psychic powers, they will be able to obtain full citizenship rights in the territory, from vassals to full-fledged citizens, and enjoy the same status as humans. Although Li Qing has always advocated the supremacy of human beings and the supremacy of human interests, if there are outstanding talents among the vassals, he will still absorb them. Anyway, this number will not be too much. After all, vassals can awaken psionic energy, and humans can also awaken it. This will not affect the status structure of human supremacy. In the Lord's office, the sky filled with golden streamers converged into Li Qing's figure. He looked back at the void, and suddenly stretched out his hand, and a graceful figure seemed to be pulled out of thin air and fell into his arms. Feeling the soft body in his arms, Li Qing lightly picked her smooth chin with his fingers, looked down at her flawless and beautiful face, with a smile on his face, bowed his head and kissed her. She stretched out her hand to support his chest, bit her red lips lightly, her sultry phoenix eyes sparkled, and said, "Have you thought about how to be responsible?" Li Qing smiled. "I will propose marriage to your father tomorrow, and we will officially get married after destroying the Shadow United Empire." Her phoenix eyes that were full of inspiration looked at him seriously. Xiaoqing let go of his hand, Li Qing lowered his head and kissed him. "Stop leaning." A strange sound came from the rest room in the office. 3 hours later, Yu Yuyao kissed Li Qing goodbye after the tenderness, and returned to the Void Realm again. At this time, she is the safest in the virtual territory, and at the same time, her psionic power improves faster in the virtual territory. Li Qing re-entered the working state after a short break. Now that the symbiotic contract has been concluded, her enemy is his enemy. Whether she wants to continue to gain the benefits of the power of the Sons of the Void, or to expand her power to seize territory, she must destroy the United Empire of Shadow. With the help of the power of the Child of the Void that she shared, his spiritual energy is growing at an extremely fast rate at this time. Even if he does nothing and sleeps every day, his spiritual energy is also growing rapidly. After being promoted to negative star, his psychic talent is already super strong. Coupled with the talent of the Son of the Void, his psychic power increase speed is already extremely outrageous at this time. And this is just the beginning. He is not free yet. When he is free, he can use the universe in his palm to actively extract the virtual energy. With the cover of her, the Son of the Virtual Realm, as long as the extraction of the virtual realm is not too outrageous, it will not be discovered. The influence of other powers has not yet appeared, but the problem is not big, and it will slowly appear in a short time. Opening the channel of the territory, Li Qing switched to the 10th branch channel, which is an internal channel of the territory, and only members directly under the Lord's mansion can enter, including administrative staff at all levels, members of the fleet, and so on. Usually there are no restrictions, but this time the all-out war with the United Empire of Shadow will use this channel to command operations, so the temporary announcement blocks most people, and only a small number of people he designated and invited can enter, basically all servant of light. Do your best to ensure that the strategic plan and tactical command will not be leaked. There are quite a few administrative personnel at all levels in the Lord's mansion, and some of them are definitely bribed by outsiders, and the strategic plan can't help being spread every minute. With the help of this ultra-wide channel covering more than 4,000 light-years, even non-player subordinates can use communication equipment to temporarily enter the channel to communicate. Li Qing summoned many of his subordinates and began to discuss the battle plan. The latest information has arrived. This time, the Shadow Tribal Joint Forces are divided into 3 groups, with 3 divisions on the left and right to form a fleet. The middle route is divided into 3 parts. The regiment formed a corps-level fleet, and a total of 3 division-level fleets were used as reserves in the rear, with a total of 16 divisions. According to the reconnaissance 2 years ago, the strength of the Shadow United Empire is about 189 divisions, which is almost all out. Are you so confident? If you lose in this wave, it will be a direct GG. This is not a game. If you lose, you can resurrect and fight again. Once this real battlefield is defeated, once this huge fleet is defeated, it will be gone. Of course, the same is true for Li Qing. If he loses, he will directly capture the capital of the territory without any room for depth. So although he put away the 2nd division to see if anyone would cause trouble, if the battle fell into a disadvantage, he would still take it out without hesitation. He must first stabilize the situation and ensure the existence of the territory. Li Qing compared the size of the fleet of the Shadow United Empire, and roughly estimated the strength of the 2 sides. The Jolin 3 Galaxy is garrisoned by the Quilta Division, which is a reinforced division, but the ship level and weapon accessories technology level are only 3 levels, and the Shadow United Empire has started the 4th generation replacement a long time ago. Now the weapon equipment is estimated to be stronger than that of the Quierta Division. But Quierta, the commander of the Quierta Division, is a sea-wielding command-type servant of light. But the Shadow United Empire has 3 divisions on one side. They can fight but barely, and the losses will definitely be huge. At this point, Li Qing is going to let Ding Yuren's team go to support, and Li Lai, the servant of light, leads all the fleets of the 3 men to go there. It is not a big problem to block or even counter-kill the Shadow Division all the way. But he doesn't have high requirements, as long as he can block the enemy and persist until the frontal battlefield decides the winner. As for the Galan 2 Galaxy, he plans to entrust the expeditionary force to garrison it. Chapter 238 The attack speed of the ink marks of the Shadow Coalition forces. After 2 years of development, the current expeditionary force has grown to more than 1 division. There is about 1 division plus 2 brigades. It is not a problem to be conservative with all 5-level configurations. This is enough to block 3 Shadow divisions. In addition, some player teams are recruited by way of expeditionary military missions. No matter how many people respond, even if most of the large teams want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, it doesn't matter. As long as a small number of them can be recruited, they can easily block one of the Sand Tower Division's head-on group. Then, only the center fleet of the United Empire of Shadow remains, with 2 forwards, 5 central troops, and 3 backups, a total of 10 divisions. The Territory Defenders are a standard division with a 6-level technology configuration, and the 1st division of the territory. When this batch of warships is completed, there will be about 2 brigades. A 6th-level division is enough to confront the Central Army of the Shadow United Empire head-on. In addition, it is commanded by the negative Star Chuyuan. With the terrifying talent and skill bonus, it is enough to defeat the 10 branches of the Shadow United Empire head-on. Standard division. So, as long as everyone works together, this battle will not be a big problem. Li Qing's first sentence in the channel meeting was this sentence, and he said confidently. You all know that the 3rd division of the territory is a division with a full 6-level configuration, but the 2nd division of the territory that you don't know is actually a division with a full 6-level technology configuration, and it is already in my hands, but it has not been disclosed. As long as there is a need, it can be put into the battlefield immediately. The channel is full of servants of the light, there is no need to be secretive, and the disclosure can increase everyone's confidence. He didn't say the reason, but everyone knows what he was defending against. Li Lai smiled and said, I'm relieved now. Hong Chengfeng asked, Boss, are you keeping this fleet in your hands? Are you going to give them a surprise, or do you have other plans? Li Qing said with a smile. I have 2 ideas, but let's not talk about it now, let's talk about it after watching the battle situation. Although I am sure, it is not absolute. It turned out that he was full of confidence, but ever since he knew that the Emperor of the Shadow United Empire was also a child of the Void, he had become more vigilant and could not be treated as an ordinary leader of civilization. Maybe. Next, he assigned specific tasks and began to deploy troops and generals. Many subordinates in command were assigned to tasks and began to lead the fleet into position. At the same time, he also communicated with Ding Yuan and some members of the original Legion, especially the powerful Wang Yanqing. Li Qing sent him a message, inviting him to garrison the Jialan 3 galaxy. This is his last chance for Wang Yanqing. If he is willing to help station the Jialan 3 galaxy and contribute, he will still give him a chance later. Before he regretted asking for the money back, the previous promise was invalid. Since there is no promise, there is no need to leave him a living planet. But Li Qing has always been nostalgic. Wang Yanqing is only regretting the original deal now. There is no evidence to prove that he has betrayed, and he has not done anything against him. For the sake of old love, he can still be given a chance. It depends on his own ability, can't hold it. It turned out that when the core members of the Legion left, they took away billions of stars. Coupled with the support of their families, they are now developing very well and are quite strong. If you are willing to help, you will be more confident this time. Then Li Qing communicated with the expeditionary force again, discussed with Commander Yu Qingzi, and divided the war zone of the expeditionary force. Although he is no longer the main force, Commander Yu Qingzi still readily responded. They don't need to be the main force to face the enemy's main force, but only to deal with the 3 divisions along the way, and the pressure drops sharply. Of course they are happy. You must know that the fleet of the expeditionary force is their own, and no one will pay for the loss. It is a great thing to pick up an easier opponent. There is no need for Li Qing to worry about the expeditionary army. No matter how strong the Octopus Consortium is, it is impossible to buy everyone. As long as a group of small teams and players are willing to respond to the call, a large number of fleets can be summoned to defend together. There is no need to worry about it on his own side. With a full 6-level deployment division and a star-negative commander, he has enough confidence to fight in the field. After working so hard for so many years, I don't know how much materials and funds have been spent. After preparing for so long, what is a mere 4th-level civilization that has just been promoted? Be fully prepared. The next step is to wait. Before considering that Lock Fortress is too close to the territory, only 10 jumps away, in order to prevent the enemy from jumping in the face directly, in the past 2 years, various interference and interception systems have been deployed in the galaxy between Lock Fortress and the territory. Although it is only a level 5 interception system, the Shadow civilization itself is not very civilized, and its configuration is only level 4, and some may only be level 3. After all, it only took 2 years to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 civilization. Dress up. 3-level penetrating strength. Even with the flagship's transition aura, it is still 4-level. Perhaps adding a certain naval commander to increase the penetration strength, as long as it is not increased by 2 or more levels, it is impossible to penetrate the human interception system. There may be such a boss, but with the current situation of the Shadow United Empire, it is impossible to do so. What is total war? The ultimate strategic goal is to completely destroy the opponent. In this kind of all-out war, it is necessary to level up step by step, occupy all the enemy galaxies along the way, and wipe out all the resistance and bases in the galaxies. Although the leapfrog tactic is easy to use, the premise is that you have an absolute advantage in mobility, and you can retreat at any time if you can't beat it. For example, the Shadow United Empire itself is not superior in technology. If you use leapfrog tactics to jump directly to the Galan galaxy, once the battle is at a disadvantage, you will not be able to run, not to mention running. In the Galan galaxy, it is impossible to escape by jumping at the advanced level of science and technology, and can only take the conventional channel. But they used leapfrog tactics to jump in, and the large area behind was not captured. When the transition was impossible, there were interception systems everywhere, and small groups of enemies harassed the fleet everywhere. How did they run? On the other hand, if you use the normal flat pile tactics, even if the tactics fail, you can calmly arrange cannon fodder and retreat in the rear. At least the rear has been shot down. Without any interference, you can evacuate at will. Under the situation that only conventional flat push tactics can be used, Li Qing predicts that it will take 1 or 2 months to push the distance of only 10 jumps. However, from the real-time information sent by the frontline players on the territory channel, it can be seen that the efficiency of the United Empire fleet in Shadow is slower than he imagined. It took them a whole week to leave the second galaxy behind Lock Fortress, and then spent 6 days cleaning up this galaxy, and then split into 2 adjacent galaxies. Although Lock Fortress is only 10 hops away from the Galan galaxy, it means that the shortest route is 10 hops. It does not mean that there are only 10 galaxies. There are hundreds of galaxies in all directions and up and down in an area, and the south and up and down roads can be extended all the way. thousands of light years away. It is really a huge area to clean up. But just like it is impossible for Ling to deploy interference and interception systems in this star field, it is impossible for them to clean up all these galaxies. It would be too time-consuming, and only need to clean up dozens of nearby galaxies. But it will also take a very long time. Judging from their current speed, it may take. Do we really have to wait half a year? Li Qing rubbed his chin, feeling that his efficiency was so slow. But this is the reality. The all-out war between civilizations is this efficiency. It's just that his star destroyers are too capable. They have always relied on their super-penetrating ability to use leapfrog tactics. Pass. If the enemy he faces is not much different from himself, he will also advance so slowly. A war of civilizations that is evenly matched has been stalemate for hundreds of years, and no one can do anything about it. Just like the alliance between human beings and Bruin, there has been no victory or defeat for nearly 10,000 years. Understanding this, Li Qing calmed down. 2 days later, he quietly brought Yu Yuyao into the Palm universe. Don't worry, I will come out once a week, and there will be no delay. Now that she is already one of her own, it is time to bring her into the universe in the palm of her hand, introduce her current strength, and experiment with a certain idea at the same time. After entering the Palm universe, he did not enter the high-dimensional fortress, but directly appeared on the edge of the main universe and began to introduce him. He didn't enter the subsidiary universe. Before, he took in a large amount of stellar mass, but now it is filled with violent star energy. He even took back the star castle and residence station in the number 1 subsidiary universe, as well as a large number of refined steel balls, back to the main universe, so as not to was melted. According to the stable speed of stars, it is estimated that several subsidiary universes will not be needed for a long time. But it won't be too long. Normal stars are stable for millions of years, but here is in the universe in the palm of your hand, and the several subsidiary universes are not big, only a little over 100,000 kilometers. Any star is larger than this, but the mass of a dozen stars is all squeezed in here. The energy that should have been extremely violent is bound in this small area and cannot move, and will forcibly calm down after a long time. Now these subsidiary cosmic spaces are still expanding. After a few years, they will expand to a certain extent, and there will be extra space beyond the size of stars, and that will be a complete galaxy space. It wasn't the first time Yu Yuyao came to his Palm universe, but it was about 2 years ago. Li Qing took him into the high-dimensional fortress, into the super-livable zone, and saw the more than 20 billion cyberhumans and many Tauran slave races. And a large number of newborns, which are already quite a number. In 2 years, with a population base of more than 20 billion, under the strong encouragement of various policies he introduced, the number of newborns has exceeded 3.7 billion. It might seem outrageous, but it's actually pretty normal. You must know that his incentive policy for childbearing has very high rewards, and there are high rewards for more than 2 children, and the more children you have, the more rewards you will get. With a population of more than 2.3 billion, according to the lifespan of the Saibo people, under the adjustment of various high-tech and genetic technologies, they still have fertility before the age of 100. After deducting children and very old people, there are definitely more than 100 million people who still have fertility. 10 billion. With a population of 10 billion and deducting those who are unwilling or unable to have children, there are roughly 3 billion couples. This is not too much. 1 birth per year is 1.5 billion newborns, and 2 years is 3 billion. The actual number of newborns is 3.7 billion, which shows that there must be more people who have the willingness and ability to have children than he expected. It is estimated that there are 4 billion couples who are willing to have children. After reading the latest statistical report, Li Qing was very happy and said to Yu Yuyao, "These newborns are all white named or above. Those with green name talents are as high as 10%, and the birth rate of players is as high as 1%. According to this birth rate, when the first batch of newborns can give birth to offspring in 20 years, at least they can accumulate more than 30 billion all-talented people. Based on them, it only takes 100 years to accumulate hundreds of billions of people and hundreds of millions of players." After speaking, Li Qing immediately issued a Lord Order, which specially issued new subsidies for families who gave birth to offspring, in the form of money mixed with various necessities of life. Anyway, there is no shortage of anything in the territory, especially the extremely abundant food. Yu Yuyao has been silently watching him deal with some things accumulated during this period, and after he finished his work for a while, he said, "Have you ever thought about getting more people?" Li Qing said with a smile. "Of course I have thought about it, but there are too few available for immigrants. Even if each province buys some, it will add up to tens of billions. Moreover, it is very troublesome, and not all military leaders are willing to sell. He has practiced this question a long time ago, and his father has considered this point for him a long time ago, so he specially asked about it. But unfortunately, there are not many military leaders willing to sell. He guessed that he had challenged the Baji Consortium in the Senate before, but was attacked by the Baji Consortium. You can refer to Li Qi's previous transactions in several border provinces in the southern border of the empire. There were always inexplicable troubles. He had indeed thought about this before, but after thinking about it, this thing was time-consuming, laborious and ineffective, so he gave up this idea again. Now that he heard her talk, he had no choice but to talk about his difficulties. But Yu Yuyao smiled and said, if it is an immigrant population, it is really troublesome if the Octopus Consortium interferes. Most of the military leaders will sell their face when they measure the strength of you and the Octopus Consortium. But what if you don't want the immigrant population, but just a gray name? She walked up to him slowly, and said, those senior army masters or star sea lords have developed for thousands of years, and the living planet has long since developed to the limit. Now most of the ordinary civilians either immigrate to the residence station group, or immigrate to the transformation planet. These ordinary civilians are born in the residence station and transformation the planet, basically a gray name, has no future except for providing civilization points and basic taxation. But you are different, you don't care if they are gray names or something, anyway, you don't count on the first generation. If you buy this kind of ordinary civilian from those senior military leaders at a high price, I believe they will definitely be willing to sell it to you. The Baji Consortium doesn't know that there is such a magical place in your palm world, and Himing has no future. Even if it reproduces on a living planet, it will take several generations to recover slowly, as long as you pay a high enough price. The major army masters will definitely be moved, and the Baji Consortium will definitely not restrict this aspect, nor can it be restricted. Chapter 239 The battle begins. Hiss. At this time, Li Qingzhao's eyes were already bright, and he slapped hard and said, wake up the person in the dream with one word, why didn't I think of this earlier? Looked up at her, stepped forward and hugged her in his arms and kissed her. Xiaoqing let go of Yu Yufei, who had only a little blush on her face, and said with a slap, this method is good. The major military leaders only refuse to show the face of the Baji Consortium, but if I just buy ordinary civilians at a high price, it is impossible for them to refuse such a big profit, and it is impossible for the Baji Consortium to prevent them from earning this benefit. Okay, I'll let Li Qi do it when I get out. Order first, and receive it yourself when the war is over. The main reason is that the volume is too large. If Li Qi goes to transport it, the target is too large and it is easy to be intercepted. There are a lot of ordinary civilians like this kind of gray name in the army, much more than official citizens. For example, the Li family of Qinghe said that they ruled more than 80 billion people, and there are citizens living on the two living planets at the core of the Li family of Qinghe. The population with identities is only over 30 billion, and the remaining 40 billion are all gray names. Even a small army leader like the Li family of Qinghe with more than 300 years of history has so many famous people. Those veteran military leaders who have been established for thousands of years, and even Qinghai lords, have thousands of people in their territories. Billions, or even hundreds of billions are possible. So many useless gray-named population is estimated to have become a burden. He spent 200,000 stars to buy one immigrant, and I believe that many military leaders are willing to sell it. Next, Li Qing took her to continue wandering in the Galway fortress, and at the same time took time to learn about the situation in many super livable areas, and adjusted according to the situation. Now a total of 21 super habitable areas have been unlocked, but only 16 super habitable areas have been used, 10 of which have been changed to farming and pastoral areas, and 6 residential areas, 5 of which have been assigned to cyberhumans, 1 allocated to the 1.4 billion hulls, and 5 vacant areas remain. These vacant areas have been being developed, but previously mainly in the used areas, which were developed very slowly. Li Qing thought about it, and asked the Servant of Light, who presides over this super livable area, to adjust and call in more engineering teams to develop the remaining livable areas, in preparation for the next large number of gray immigrants. Considering the lack of space and the estimated number of gray civilians preparing to immigrate this time, the density of residential buildings in the remaining livable areas developed this time has been greatly increased. It is estimated that a livable layer fortress has a population of about 2 billion. Besides that, the 5 super livable areas that have already inhabited the Cybo people also need to prepare to receive a batch of newcomers. At present, only about 600 million people live in each floor of these livable areas, and there is still room for accommodation, which cannot be wasted. Li Qing estimated that 10 super livable areas, each with 10 floors and 5 floors of residential areas, will have a total of 50 residential areas, each of which must accommodate a population of 2 billion, adding up to accommodate a population of 100 billion. And this is only temporary. This batch of purchased immigrants is about 60 to 70 billion. If more livable areas can be unlocked in the future, they will inevitably continue to emigrate. Anyway, there are many such gray-named civilians and major military leaders, at least tens of billions, and many may be hundreds of billions. The military leaders have no restrictions on such gray-named immigrants. By hundreds of billions. Using these hundreds of billions as the base to reproduce and vigorously encourage fertility, the population can double in just 10 years. The second generation will grow up in 20 years, and the first doubled population in 30 years will come in handy. Sitting on 300 to 400 billion white named or above citizens, under the power of Yu Yuyao, son of the virtual realm, for more than 30 years, the territory may be able to produce an unknown number of psychics. At that time, she had already defeated the Emperor of the Son of Destiny of the Shadow United Empire, and was promoted to the second-level Son of the Void Realm. Her powers increased greatly, and she could greatly increase the probability of spiritual awakening in the territory. Any psyker is just a psyker whose effect is slightly stronger than the blue name talent, and slightly inferior to the purple name talent. What is the concept of billions or even tens of billions of psykers? Psionic Empire. Many people may not understand what this concept is. Let's put it this way. When a civilization has tens of billions of psykers, and such a large number of psykers gather together, the power produced will be unimaginable. This is a leap in the overall life level. Hundreds of millions of psykers gather together. Under the coordination of the Son of the Void, an immortal psychic saint beyond imagination can be born. If he is combined with the territory, he will be promoted to the Lord of the Starship, recognized by the universe, can transform this psychic saint into a civilized saint. Means a super existence that gathers the strength of the entire civilization. The saint of civilization is the condensed body of the will of civilization, representing the will of the entire civilization. Of course, what he condenses can only represent his own territory at best, not the entire human race. But the Star Marine Master is a personality recognized by the new universe. In fact, it can also be regarded as a civilization in a certain way. For example, if human beings are defeated by other player civilizations, and the Navy Lords or Lords of the Stars escape and rebuild civilizations in distant galaxies, this civilization is considered a new branch of human civilization, which is recognized by the will of the universe. To put it bluntly, the current united empire of mankind is actually a kind of united civilization, but the united individuals are all human beings. Then the question is, what is the use of civilized saints? First of all, the saints of civilization have extremely terrifying psychic powers, the lowest level of immortal psykers, and the strongest has no upper limit, because the strength of this thing is determined by the strength of the psykers of the entire civilization. The more the number of psykers, the stronger the power. This in itself is an extremely terrifying combat power. In addition, as a collection of the strength and will of all psykers in the entire territory, the saints of civilization will have a series of gain buffs that act on the entire territory, either collectively or individually, and even themselves can increase the probability of spiritual awakening of the people in the territory. The ruler is free to choose. Besides, well, there are other benefits. Li Qing is not clear either. He has never condensed civilized saints before, but only heard about it in historical records. What are the specific benefits? He still needs to condense it himself. The minimum standard for cohesive civilized saints is 100 million psykers who have ascended for a period of time, and the psychic strength is at the immortal level from the beginning. Now the territory has just begun, and it is estimated that it will take at least 30 years to start trying, and it is still early. In fact, after 30 years, he would have to wait for at least a billion or more psychic ascenders before he dared to try. Everything has two sides. Civilized saints are so good, but of course there are disadvantages. A civilized saint like this who gathers the will of all psykers in the entire civilization is a super fat piece of meat in the eyes of those powerful beings in the void. If he can find a way to pollute, corrupt and degenerate the civilized saint before devouring it, then he wants to be you swallowed hundreds of millions and billions of souls of psykers in one breath, and even those powerful evil gods in the depths of the void realm would have to hold on. That is to say, when the saints of civilization gather together, the entire civilization will be targeted by the evil gods in the void, and they will have to fight wits and courage with the evil gods for a lifetime, never stopping. To put it bluntly, benefits and risks coexist, whether you want to choose by yourself. Fortunately, this question does not need to be considered now. 30 years later, he must have been promoted to the immortal star negative. Dozens or even hundreds of immortal star negatives under him will be hundreds of immortal evil gods in the virtual world. Well, it is not easy to keep a saint of civilization. A week later, Li Qing left the universe in the palm of his hand and turned around. As he expected, the fleet of the United Empire of Shadow was piled up step by step, sweeping the nearby galaxies along the way, and it seemed that they were preparing to take positions. This is also in line with Li Qing's wishes. Anyway, for him, the longer the delay, the better he will be. But this is just his delusion. In fact, in the second month, the two forward divisions of the Shadow United Empire had already arrived in the second galaxy to the east of the Galan Galaxy, and stopped there to establish a temporary combat. The base has deployed a large number of jamming systems and interception systems throughout the galaxy. Feeling that the war is about to start, Li Qing can only come out of the universe in his palm, ready to fight. Fortunately, these 2 months are enough for the last batch of battleships to be built and served in the first division. Calculated at this time, the first division has 1 Titan super flag, 2 aircraft carriers, 10 dreadnoughts, more than 5,400 battleships, more than 15,500 cruisers, and more than 47,000 destroyers. More than 130,000 frigates, and as many as 28,000 ships. After the construction of these battleships, there will be no blueprints. The dock of Galway Fortress is empty. Before Li Qing came out, he adjusted the production tasks. Except for the flagship construction tasks, the remaining space was used to build ships. 1.5 months, a batch of 5,000 ships, and a batch of ships. This is basically the limit that Li Qing can prepare for now, only moving the fortress, which is estimated to be about 2 months away. But it seems too late now, the enemy will not give that long time. Coming out of the universe in the palm, Li Qing checked the latest information. In the past 2 months, the enemy added 2 new divisions, and they were strengthened mixed divisions. However, the information shows that the 2 newly added reinforcement divisions are not the ships of the Shadow United Empire. From the appearance of the ships, they seem to be the ships of the 2 extinct civilizations of Shar and Civis. It is estimated that after the 2 civilizations were wiped out, the damaged warships were repaired, and the surrender fleet was all collected to form a mixed fleet. One of the fleets is equivalent to 1.5 standard divisions, and the other is equivalent to 2.5 standard divisions, which is equivalent to the addition of 4 standard divisions. In addition, 3 of the 11 divisions in the Shadow headquarters are super strengthened divisions, and 1 division in the Central Army has a ship capacity equivalent to 3 standard divisions, which means that although the total there are only 17 divisions, but at least 23 divisions need to be faced. It really came out in full force. With the current force of the territory, 2 6th-level divisions plus half a 5th-level division, it is possible to fight head-on, but there will definitely be a lot of losses. Let's wait for another 2 months. At any rate, it is a Tier 6 fleet. If the losses are too large, it will not be worthwhile. There seemed to be no movement on his side, and the Shadow United fleet on the other side was also deploying at a leisurely pace. After the main force was in place one after another, the left and right groups were divided into galaxies 2 and 3. It seemed that they wanted to be dignified, head-on confrontation. At this time, many players' warships were parked in the Jalan Galaxy. Although the territory did not issue a hiring mission, many players still came with their fleets. A large number of players in the territory channel are excitedly discussing the result of this battle, and the team that calls for friends wants to get a share of the action. Some even ask why the territory doesn't issue a hiring mission, and they want to join the battle. Let everyone prepare, and find some other people to blow in the channel and try it out. 15 jumps west of the Canaan territory, there is a small residential station group in an ordinary galaxy, with a small fleet parked beside it, which looks like a small player team station. In the residence station, a group of players gathered. On one side, a dozen people were having a heated discussion, and on the other side, a dozen people gathered around a large star map projection and pointed. Suddenly someone raised his head and said loudly, "Headquarters has come to order. This opportunity is rare, you can try to do it." The 30 or so people on both sides all calmed down and looked over, and a few people asked, "Who directs?" The command has not yet been decided, but it is roughly who. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly someone asked, Does the one surnamed Wang want to do something? Probably not. If he makes a move, it will be the final move. If he fails, he will have no chance. It's hard to say. This Jolin collar has been operating like a tortoise shell for these years, and there is no chance to infiltrate it. Those who manage to get in are now only the middle and lower levels, and they can't play any role at all. If this opportunity is available, maybe the higher-ups will decide to go all out. Well, it's possible. It's a pity. A group of people looked over, and the man who spoke spread his hands and said, "If such a good territory is destroyed like this, don't you think it's a pity?" As time goes by, more and more player warships come from all over the world to watch the show. Li Qing thought that although these players had no fighting power, the base number here would definitely make the enemy have a little scruples when attacking, thus leaving a small amount of fleet to defend against them. But 2 days later, the representative of the Yu family, the father-in-law and his father, who rushed over from Jinmen, asked him to order all the ordinary player fleets to evacuate. Li Xingchun said with a serious face, "You think this is a foreign war, and they are in the pioneering period, so they dare not make small moves. You are too naive." Father-in-law Yu Chensheng also said with a serious face, "My in-laws are right. We must guard against this. It can be seen that you have managed the territory very well and have not given them any chances, but because there are no chances, this battle is their best chance. Don't completely rely on the rules. When the benefits exceed the losses caused by breaking the rules, they will definitely take risks. At most, they will pull a few ghosts out afterwards, but what you lose is the entire territory. Don't count on the warnings from your lords. If they say they would rather pay the risk of being severely punished by your lords, what can you do?" Chapter 240 The Shadow Mobile Fortress appears. Is that so? Li Qing nodded thoughtfully, obeyed the advice of his father and father-in-law, and issued a series of orders. Then, all players received an order. Lord Order number 7 this year. In view of the fact that the territory has entered a wartime stage, in order to avoid the loss of your private property in the war, by the order of the Lord, all non-territory members are requested to withdraw from the capital Gulan Galaxy within 3 days, and after the end of the war do not enter at this time to avoid accidental injury. If you don't withdraw after 3 days, the territory will take compulsory measures. This order is issued by putting the territory channel on top, and it can be seen as long as it is within the influence range of the territory channel. Damn. In the residential station groups outside several galaxies, a group of people who were busy mobilizing forces from various places were stunned when they received this order. Nima, he is forbidden to enter. What's going on? In the communication channel, a group of people were stunned, and they stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. For a long time, everyone looked at one of the leaders. He frowned and was thinking. Feeling the eyes of others raised his head, he spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me, I'm also following the instructions from above. Besides, our side is not the main force. The main force is the top teams. Wait for a while, I'll pass the news on and see how the above arrangements are made." Not to mention how they should deal with it, the territory channel boiled with Li Qing's order. Most of them felt that the order of the territory was a bit unreasonable, and everyone was not allowed to watch the show, but some people could understand his order. But such people are only a minority after all, and most people still want to stay in the territory and watch the show. Adding some ulterior motives to provoke troubles in the chat channel, slowly people began to petition in the channel to stay. Someone started, and more people participated, petitioning the leaders of the territory. Yes, that's the taste. A group of people saw the growing voice in the channel, and offered advice one after another. We can get more people to petition to stay. As long as there are enough petitioners, we can force the territory to surrender. According to the order of the Lord's Mansion, the territory channel is temporarily banned, and the duration will last until after the end of the war. If you have any objections, please appeal after the war. The sudden ban message made everyone stunned. Fuck. The whole world is clean. Looking at the quiet channel, Li Qing smiled and said to the administrative staff of the Lord's Mansion, "You see, no one has an opinion now." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. He didn't care about the expressions of his subordinates, and said to himself, "Everyone, work hard, try to persuade everyone to go out within 3 days, and transfer the fleet if you are disobedient." At this time, a subordinate asked, "Your Excellency, what if some people who join the territory are unwilling to leave?" "The same, please go. If you don't obey, use force to fight out. Then will this cause adverse effects? After the war is over, other people will establish new territories in the future, and they may leave here because of this. Immediately someone retorted, "You think too much. As long as the territory develops well, you won't let them go. Our territory will be the center of Zutar in the future. To go to Jinmen, you must pass through the Stargate of our territory. Unless they don't want to mess around, otherwise they must to deal with us." Li Qing cast admiring glances at the speaking subordinate, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and said, "Don't worry about this matter. Anyway, I will withdraw all player fleets within 3 days." After finishing speaking, he disconnected the video conference connection, and behind him was another video conference connection. There were only a dozen people in it. Ding Yoren, Quierta, Li Lai, Li Qi, Hong Changfeng, and several other members of the same clan who have been turned into servants of light. Of course, there are also the father and father-in-law, and Yu Qingzi, the commander of the expeditionary army. Star-negative Cybertron is not here, and the isolated star field is a little far away, so it is impossible to contact in real time. This channel is the commander-in-chief channel of this war, coordinating this battle. It was also the first time to fight a serious battle. Li Qing had no experience in this field, so this time the commander-in-chief of the battle was Cyrus the Negative Star, and the deputy commanders were Cybertron and Orb Quelta. These 3 subordinates have all served as marshals and commanded large-scale battles. In particular, the 2 negative stars, who used to be under Lord Senluo's generals, once commanded dozens of Legion-level fleets to launch super battles with the Bruin United Civilization, have incomparably rich experience. Said it was easy. They didn't have any objection to Li Qing's previous fleet arrangement. At this stage, their tactic is to defend, relying on the advantages of the 3-star cities in the Galan galaxy to fix them, and wait for 2 months to wait for the mobile fortress to be repaired. The 3-star cities are 2 for the territory and 1 for the expeditionary force. The star city is so big that it can't be moved for a while, so it can only be kept. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in a flash. Although many players were reluctant, when Li Qing issued the final expulsion order, they obediently left. After all, the vast majority of players are indeed just ordinary players, and they are not stupid. Unless someone takes the lead, but the problem is that the Shadow United Empire has not yet attacked, and it is courting death to do it now. After eliminating the unstable factors, the huge fortress was quiet. Li Qing sat quietly in Star City every day, waiting for news from the enemy. On the 5th day of the silence, the allied forces of the Shadow Empire located in the Urju galaxy to the east of the Jalan capital was finally fully assembled, and the left and right fleets were gradually in place. However, to their surprise, the left and right fleets did not attack Galan 2 and 3 galaxies respectively as he expected, but the right wing attacked the Galan 3 galaxy, and the left wing did not detour to attack Galan 2 galaxy, but circled to the other side of Jalan's capital. It seems that they want to attack the capital together with the main force. Upon receiving the news, Commander Yu Qingzi of the Expeditionary Force immediately sent a communication to ask if the Expeditionary Force should send a fleet to support it. But Cyrus refused, saying in the communication channel, "Don't worry, we can stop it, you just need to guard that side, and I will notify you if necessary." Yu Qingzi shrugged and said nothing. At the eastern edge of the Jalan galaxy, a huge vortex is suspended in a pitch-black starry sky, and the vortex is like a spring, constantly spewing out raging energy. This is the wormhole at the exit of the hyperspace channel on the east side of the galaxy. Normally, there would be a star fort and a fleet stationed here, but at this time the star fort and the fleet have all withdrawn. At a certain second, a surge of energy suddenly overflowed in the wormhole, followed by a dazzling silver energy tide that exploded, spreading tens of millions of kilometers away in an instant. In this silver energy tide, accompanied by a large space distortion, a huge fleet appeared in this starry sky along with the distorted space. A whole division-level fleet jumped in at one go, and quickly spread out to deploy defenses around the wormhole. Coming, Li Qing took a long breath, feeling a little excited. Finally entered the stage of decisive battle. As long as this main fleet is defeated, the entire Shadow United Empire will be meat on the chopping board at his disposal. Correspondingly, if you lose the battle, you will die after 10 years of hard work, and it will take an unknown amount of time before you can start all over again. The 2 fleets quietly stopped in the center of the galaxy, relying on the defense of the 3-star cities, and did not intercept the interference when they entered the wormhole. It's not easy to block, and he can't cut off the hyperspace channel. The only result of guarding the door is that the enemy fleet forcibly jumps in, and then when it comes out, it is disturbed and the jump position is shifted, resulting in inaccurate landing points. The result is that the fleet that should have appeared near the wormhole at the entrance of the hyperspace channel is scattered around within hundreds of millions of kilometers of the city. For a huge fleet, the scale of 100 million kilometers is not large. On the contrary, because a large number of fleets are scattered, they may fall behind the intercepting fleet, or even jump directly into the formation of the intercepting fleet, causing the two sides to fall into a melee. Middle. If the strength is insufficient, it is no problem to use various means to weaken the opponent, but at this time his strength is not weak, so there is no need to use any redundant means with limited effect. Li Qingduan sat at the head, and the light curtain in front of him projected the situation near the wormhole. One after another, division-level fleets jumped out of the wormhole, and then slowly spread out in a defensive state. Every hour or so, a division-level fleet jumps out. After a full 12 hours, all 10 division-level fleets enter the galaxy, and then slowly expand their formation to form a super fleet with a length and width of hundreds of millions of kilometers, slowly sailing towards the center of the galaxy. The enemy did not engage in any monster mobs, and the fleet went straight to the Star City in the center of the galaxy. Li Qing, who has been paying attention to the enemy, was surprised to find that there was a big guy in the center of this huge fleet. It looked like a huge snail, but its size was more than 400 kilometers, which was close to the size of a mobile fortress. Where is the mobile fortress? Why didn't I find it just now? No, they don't have this technology. It seems to be the style of the Tath people. Comparing with the memory in my mind, this mobile fortress with a size of up to 400 kilometers and more than 20 titans around it are all in the style of wandering civilization Tasman. Li Qing was quite surprised that they actually got on the line of the TAS, and they did not know how much they paid to get a mobile fortress and more than 20 Titan super flagships from the TAS. No wonder he has the courage to take the initiative to attack. It turns out that he has such a big killer. Discovering this thing, Li Qing completely gave up the idea of harassment. It is certain that there will be no effect. This kind of super-scale fleet is not afraid of sneak attacks and ambushes at all. The scale and size are too large. Sneak attacks and ambushes can at most let you eat some fleets, but for such a large fleet, it is fundamentally impossible. If you can't hurt your muscles and bones, you will still fall into positional warfare in the end. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world. If there is an absolutely elite and large fleet that engages in a sneak attack, or a two-sided attack, the threat is still great. As the enemy gradually approached, the defenders of the territory also began to deploy troops and generals, and began to fine-tune the fleet layout. As the commander-in-chief, God General Cyrus immediately issued a series of orders in the command channel, with the Third Fleet as the leader, sitting in the middle army, and then split the First Fleet into three, led by Li Hang. Li Haopo and Li Min are under the command of the Three Servants of Light, and they are distributed not far from the Central Army. One is located near Star City of the Expeditionary Force, one is located near Jalan Star, and the other is located in the rear, which can be mobilized according to the situation. At the same time, he communicated with Li Qing. Your Majesty, I need to mobilize the 2nd Division at a critical time. Li Qing replied immediately. Let me know when you need it. Although the previous idea was to use this to cheat the Baji Consortium, the premise is to defeat the opponent. If the battle is tight, he must use it to stabilize the battle situation. This is the most important thing. Right now, the enemy actually has a mobile fortress and more than 20 titans. They are stronger than they imagined, and they can't keep their hands. As time went by, about 5 hours later, ripples suddenly appeared in the vast void about 10 million kilometers away from the original orb Star City, and then warships suddenly appeared in the icy void, and soon the densely packed starry sky. Almost at the moment when the main force of the enemy's central army appeared, an alarm was sent near the hyperspace channel in the south of the galaxy, and the picture was sent to the headquarters. Everyone could see another branch consisting of 3 divisions formed the left fleet of Shadow United Empire. What an exciting war! Half an hour later, the main force of the Shadow United Empire was ready and began to advance towards the vicinity of Star City. Then, is boring waiting. Because the technological level of the Shadow United Empire is between the 3rd and 4th tiers, the speed of the warships is not fast, only 100,000 kilometers per hour. At this time, they are 10 million kilometers away from Star City, which takes 100 hours. Time, that is, flying non-stop for 4 days to approach Star City. The speed of the mobile fortress is even slower, and it is estimated that it will take 6 or 7 days to arrive and enter the battlefield. It's outrageous, but that's what tech repression is. To be honest, if it weren't for this civilization, the size of the fleet would be too large, with a tenfold difference in numbers, plus a mobile fortress, more than 20 titans, and many super psychers on the opposite side. It would be capsized in the gutter. He had already ordered several generals to take the initiative to attack. After waiting for almost 2 hours, the other side was still on the way. Li Qing didn't want to wait any longer, turned around and entered the Void Realm to look for Yu Yuyao. Of course not doing that kind of thing, but there are other things. Consciousness enters the virtual world, enters the body of his spiritual saint, just opened his eyes, and saw Yu Yuyao sitting opposite him. The first sentence he said was, "He came." Li Qing froze for a moment, then said in surprise, "Has he personally conquered?" She nodded. "I can feel him getting close to you." "That's right, he has now led the fleet into the Galan galaxy." Li Qing squeezed his chin with a smile and said, "Interesting. How confident he is. He dares to drive himself to conquer. Isn't he afraid of capsized and killed directly? Or, he has enough confidence to beat me." He looked at Yu Yuyao and said seriously, "Since he is so confident, then we can't be cowardly. Let's face it with me." Yu Yuyao smiled slightly and stretched out her hand. Li Qing held her hand, and the space changed in the next second. When he recovered again, he returned from the virtual world to the real universe, and his right hand, which was originally empty, was holding Yu Yuyao's weak and boneless little hand. Almost at the moment she appeared, a tall figure on the central throne of the central mobile fortress of the huge fleet that was approaching in the distance suddenly raised his head, an inexplicable breath slowly emerged, and a deep voice echoed in the huge palace. Slowly ringing, "Son of the Void, my destined opponent." Ringing, "Son of the Void, my destined opponent." Ringing, "Son of the Void, my destined opponent." Ringing, "Son of the Void,